This dude didn't eat or drink for 9 whole years just because of one game, even brought the game to the hospital without forgetting it. But when finally reaching the last stage after so much struggle, a blinding light appeared and threw the dude straight into the game world. Waking up in a strange place, the dude found out becoming a member of a weird tribe. Here, metal was used instead of lamps, leaves instead of clothes, and everyone was super muscular and strong. Of course, the dude's body now was no exception. Nothing but muscles everywhere, totally different from the skinny body before. Because of a weak body and chronic illness, hospital visits were like daily meals. Those long days in the hospital turned the dude into a hardcore gamer. Tried thousands of games, experienced all kinds of genres, slowly losing the thrill those games used to bring. Just when boredom hit hard with nothing fun to play, a new game sparked some interest. But that 2D graphic style made the dude a bit suspicious. Plus, it was all in English. Luckily, it was free, so no hesitation downloading it to try. A 2D game with so many classes, thinking having played tons before, the dude randomly picked a character. Who knew that game would be so addictive that quitting was impossible? Suddenly, playing late into the night. This game not only had a unique combat style, but all characters only had one life. The character had to start over after dying. At first, it was kind of fun, but the higher the level, the harder it got. Repeated failures made the dude curse out loud, finally forcing a search for game strategies online. Somehow, no one had beaten the final stage yet, but with that stubborn competitive spirit, quitting wasn't an option. So from day to day, from hospital bed to graduation and work, 9 years passed, and the dude stayed loyal to that game. Persistence finally paid off. Today, finally reached the game's last stage, sacrificed the entire 20s just for this game. At this moment, tears almost came from pure emotion. Without hesitation, the dude stepped straight into the boss room. Suddenly, a strange message popped up. If entering, there's no turning back. But the dude didn't care. It's the final boss anyway. Maybe the game had a different mechanic? While thinking this, finally about to clear the stage, the screen showed a message. Curriculum completed. Prepare to enter the abyss. Then a blue light shone from the computer. The dude felt like burning with sharp pain. And what happened next, you already know. When the tribe chief called out, Hansu stepped forward firmly. Son of Jandan Braun. Still, tension ran high inside. The chief's gaze was serious. Hansu didn't dare relax for a second. Suddenly, the chief shouted, "Young warrior, choose your weapon." Only then did relief come. Nailed it. Hansu smirked slightly. Son of Jandan Braun, that's the name. Clenched fists showed full determination. All right, time for the second big decision. Hansu carefully observed all weapons, making up for no magic talent. Barbarians are strong physically, so the plan was set from the start. Upgrade the Barbarian into a melee damage dealer from the beginning. Hansu reached out and picked one. So the weapon choice was this. The chief looked on tensely. The weapon Hansu chose was a shield. Now fully confident in this decision. Yeah, this was the best choice possible. The chief then announced immediately. Son of Jandan Braun, with this, you become a warrior. Then the notification sounded, synchronization complete. In reality, the computer screen was still running, showing strange content, item level 24, character info, and daily logs recorded. Your data will be sent to admin John level 1, stamina 25, intelligence 35, skill 1, item level 24, new 24 combat stats total 67, new 6. Hansu had plenty of experience with this. When first playing games, the dude picked a huge greatsword because it looked cool, but the results weren't what was expected, but dying way too much. Hansu scratched the head in frustration, dying again. How to level up this character to survive longer, so started testing all kinds of weapons, dual axes, giant hammer, spiked mace, but the results didn't seem to get any better. Tried all other weapons already, all in the meta berserk buff sir. The game's unstable since rarely surviving battles, but then everything changed on some random day. And one day thought this, Hansu decided to pick a shield as a weapon. Does a man have to be the main damage dealer? The man race is tough and strong. Though not as damage resistant as a dwarf, still has the basic power of a warrior. Hansu was still hesitant then. Didn't like this because the fighting style needs lots of practice, but wasting all the research so far would be pointless. Just try it. Battles with earth-shaking explosions, yet the character still stood firm. What? Hansu cleared the level super fast like that. Completed player level 35, stamina 82, willpower 83, skill 18, item level 10, total combat stats 225, just added 8 cups of chiz fish taking 6 damage. Chiz fish dealt 7 damage but got 6 damage reflected back, took 1 damage, skill smashed, skill effective. Hansu was super satisfied and said, exactly a character with insane stats, current choice is solid, so just keep doing this, no regrets. Back to reality, the clan leader was leading the group, opening the gate. The giant door ahead slowly opened. Hansu's feelings were a total mess. The Mahdi tribe must complete the coming-of-age ceremony by entering the labyrinth. Furrow brows tightly in tension. We'll enter a city inside the labyrinth, and the place they were headed was Ronia. The clan leader loudly shouted, "Warriors, depart." He yelled, "Your fate lies within." Then the crowd rushed in like a swarm of angry bees. Hansu was very confused but had to follow them. We'll run after them now. Watching that crowd, couldn't help but wonder. But do they even know where they're going? Just as Hansu predicted, soon a loud shout rang out, stopping, and someone sharp noticed first, "I think we're lost." The whole group immediately panicked. Venom Kara's third son led us the wrong way. He's not worthy to lead us. He must be held responsible. Hansu looked at them with contempt, thinking, "Are you kidding? Isn't it because no one else was good enough that we followed him?" Kak sighed helplessly and had to back down. "All right, stop. I admit I'm not qualified and will give up command." Now a girl stepped forward. "I will be the guide for everyone." The group quickly recognized her. Fenrin's second daughter, Anna. Anna's very smart. She might lead us the right way. Anna smirked at the reaction. Kak glanced at her unwillingly. But quickly got flustered and said, "I think I'm lost." Hansu sighed in frustration, thinking, not her either. They angrily shouted again, "We have to reach the labyrinth on time, right? Aina isn't worthy to lead us." The group started buzzing with talk, while Nadan sadly walked away. "We must find someone else. The next guy will be Teen's second son." Jin kept refusing. Thought Handu quietly observed and analyzed. "Are these idiots? If this keeps up, we'll never reach the labyrinth. Don't want to stand out." Then walked over and gently patted Ma's shoulder. She looked up at Hansu, dazed. "Jandenbron's son, you're here to scold me too?" Hansu gestured to hush her. "No, here to show you the way to the labyrinth." Anna was a bit surprised. "Really? How?" Pointed to a nearby group. "Just follow those people." They were now looking this way with disdain. After all, the man bunch was gathering over there. Muscle-brained fools, they can't be wearing battle gear and wandering around at night like this. Anna, smart as ever, realized, got it. Okay, I'll try. She happily ran toward the man group, found the way to the labyrinth. They flipped faces faster than a rice paper pancake, immediately praising, "Really? That was really smart, nah, the wise." Hansu nearby saw this and couldn't help but stop and sigh. Seriously, no words left for these people. Aegis led the whole group forward. Before long, they stood in front of a gate, constantly sighing. "That's a maze. I've seen the maze already. The sacred space of the battlefield." Hansu watched from a corner and silently cursed inside. It really is a maze. Doubts started creeping in. Was it the right decision to come in here? Honestly, no one would even notice if someone left the group now. Not just because of lifelong weakness, but also just being an ordinary person, someone with zero experience fighting anyone with bare fists. Could there be anyone like that who fights and wins monsters in the maze? No way to pay Raphidonia's tax except by entering the maze. Another tax to pay. One of the game Dungeon and Stone's system effects, all city residents must pay taxes starting at age 20, and execution awaits if unable to pay. There are a few ways to make money, but the most common are 1. Enter the maze and fight monsters. 2. Work at places like taverns in the village. The problem is being a barbarian, a savage. Everyone there looks down on barbarians. We don't hire savages. No way we'll let you destroy our property. No jobs for stupid savages. Hansu frowned, feeling awkward. In this game, a barbarian can't do any normal job. That's why the barbarian class is the only one to start with a weapon. Otherwise, no need to fight monsters. Someone announced there were 10 minutes left before the gate closed. Hansu knew this was a rare chance. The biggest problem, the maze opens only once a month. Standing there lost in thought. If not entering now, survival outside for a whole month is the only option. What if no job fits the game's design? Even if surviving on the rations given by the tribe leader, what to do after 1 week here? Even if somehow surviving a month in the village, the worst state awaits. If going in, now's the best time. But feet wouldn't move because this isn't a game, it's real life. Suddenly, a hand landed on Hansu's shoulder, Janjan's son. Turning quickly, Hansu recognized the third daughter of Fenelon. "Wait," she corrected herself. "I'm the second daughter. Other warriors already entered the maze. Only the 2 of us left. We must hurry. No time left because we're late." Someone kept announcing 5 minutes left before the gate closed. Hansu easily noticed the gate was actually shrinking. Not wanting to involve others, Hansu told her, "Go ahead, I'll follow." Anna agreed without hesitation. "All right." But suddenly, her steps stopped. Anna turned back with a smirk. "Janbron's son, thanks for helping me earlier." Hansu was a bit surprised, but replied politely, "No need for thanks." Anna asked again, "And I have a question. How do I get as smart as you? Never seen a barbarian as quick-witted as you. I want to be like you." Hansu thought back on personal experiences. "You need to be reborn. Finally, deciding to answer vaguely, Hansu made up a reason. You have to think before you act. She nodded happily after hearing that. Got it. Anna looked way more confident now. Thanks for the advice. I'll repay you if I make it back from the maze. Hansu was a bit stunned hearing this. If she can return, barbarians in the game don't know fear, not much different from real life. Suddenly, Hansu asked, Hey, are you scared? Anna froze, then after a moment replied, Isn't it obvious? Anna quickly returned to her usual self. I'm very scared of ancestors, but I was born a warrior. I'll die if I don't fight, you too, right? Hansu didn't dare face her directly, just said, Yeah, I'm really conflicted now. They're just like me. No choice but to fight, because if they don't kill monsters, they can't survive in this city. Hey, before going, don't forget to cheer up, survive and see you again later. Hansu finally got it. Maybe that's why the man learns to overcome fear and move forward. That spirit pushed Hansu a lot, and this one is also some kind of man. The moment the announcement sounded, rushing forward happened fast. 1 minute left before the gate closed. Hansu's eyes were full of determination. Fear was real, but the gatekeeper kept announcing the maze would close soon. At the last second, rushing to the gate happened. No other choice existed. Hansu climbed ahead, ignoring all obstacles. Not just a strong man, but a dangerous one too. Please step back, and knowledge gained from leveling up thousands of characters was there. Survival here was guaranteed. As the door shut, the system announced. Entered a level 1 stone cave. Hansu's narrowed eyes looked shocked. Observing the surroundings, endless questions popped up. What is this? Where is this place? Confidence still filled Hansu, an expert in dungeon and stone games. That's why this conclusion was drawn. Combining a sturdy man's body with gaming knowledge meant survival was possible. That was the thought back then. After watching the scene for a while, cursing couldn't be held back. Everything was covered in darkness, making vision tough. Too dark here, nothing visible. Others were in better shape than Hansu. Memories started to be searched. Based on game terrain design, no torch needed because glowing crystals lit the maze walls on the first floor. Hansu was a bit surprised to find out. Wait, don't tell me this is a dark zone. This place was at the maze's outer edge on the first floor, a very rare area with no light. The scene looked strange. But dark zones aren't usually starting points. No, this was reality, so nothing was certain. Since starting points were random, not fixed, like in games, it wasn't impossible for a player to start in a dark zone. Hansu was extremely confused. Now where were the status window, equipment window, character info, stats, inventory, skills, login log? Anger exploded, cursing out loud. None of these worked. No wonder it was like this. Hansu decided to take a risk and blindly find a way. Nothing here helped. Trying a random path first. Because it was so dark, only slow steps were possible. Feeling unstable, another method was sought. Moving this slow, was it too much? Maybe crawling was faster, but caution was needed. Before finishing the thought, the face turned ugly. A trap pierced Hansu's foot, causing unbearable pain. Goblin trap. Meanwhile, the system announced the character stepped on a goblin trap. Despite the pain, screaming was held back. Enduring this pain was necessary. Staying calm was crucial. No noise allowed. Goblins used traps on the first floor, definitely. The goblin who set this trap was hiding nearby. Pain was suppressed while observing the surroundings, but everything was silent, raising suspicion. No movement at all. Maybe it wasn't nearby? Still, vigilance wasn't dropped. Probably, it had left for a while. If so, luck was on the side. Such relief was the most dangerous feeling now. Worst-case scenarios had to be assumed without certainty. Familiarity with goblin traits was clear. If the trap was here, the goblin had to be close. If a goblin heard a scream and found the trap one, it would wait in the dark for exhaustion. That's why no sound could be made. That's dungeon and stone. In this situation, do what must be done first. This trap contained paralysis poison, a twisted berserker. Wish they gave boots instead of these useless sandals back then. Damn it, no use complaining now. Stop whining and move. If fighting was necessary, best to finish fast. After some hesitation, Hansu made a decision. Get up and go. The poison seemed to be spreading. The right foot lost feeling. Shouting with all strength happened. I know you're hiding, so come out fast. Everything now is completely opposite to what Hansu thought. The fear nerves are also paralyzed by poison. Maybe that's a good thing. Hey, why is everything so quiet? Refusing to give up, Hansu once again gathers all strength to shout loudly. Get out here right now, you damn goblin. However, the entire surrounding space remains as silent as a grave. Could it be that this whole thing is just a hallucination and there's no goblin here at all? But even if this is just a stupid act, Hansu is determined to see it through. If it wants to hide, let it hide. I'm going. Stupid or not, survival is what matters. While walking, curses keep flying. Your mother's a goblin, your father's a tea goblin. Too dangerous, blood keeps flowing. Your girl's a goblin too. Is the mind getting foggy from losing so much blood? It feels like being drunk, so maybe you're a goblin too. Hansu's taunts actually worked. A goblin that couldn't stand it appeared. Quickly noticing the enemy's arrival, the sound of footsteps moved closer. Hansu kept going, non-stop with insults. What's wrong? Can't stand hearing me insult your whole family. Still, focus sharpened to listen carefully. Footsteps behind, maybe because of distance, the goblin was approaching. Hansu felt it more clearly. Even knowing it's there, the problem is not being able to see it. Better run fast. Taking slow steps forward, the goblin followed closely. Trying to trick it, Hansu suddenly stopped, but the goblin stopped too. Furrowing brows tensely, it chases but keeps a certain distance. When stopping, it stops too. It's enjoying watching the prey weaken from blood loss, probably waiting for fear to wither away from its laughter. Seizing the moment when the goblin wasn't paying attention, Hansu jumped to another rock and climbed away fast. Truly clever. Damn, now it doesn't even bother lowering its voice. Alright, time to change the plan. But pain was so intense, consciousness started fading. There, the prey collapsed just as the goblin wanted. The goblin tracked Hansu's trail, but remained extremely cautious. Hansu silently hoped it would come closer faster. However, the goblin did something unexpected. It threw a stone at Hansu's head, leaving shock and anger. Hansu struggled to control the rage. It just threw a stone at me? Let's see if I'm withering yet. Damn smart. These creatures are way smarter than Manji. The closer the goblin's noise got, the happier Hansu became. It's coming. When the goblin's arm raised to strike, Hansu's eyes flashed sharp like bullets. The goblin's eyes widened in shock. Hansu didn't hesitate, standing up from the spot. Hello and goodbye. Then landed a painful punch on the bastard. Seemed like a success, but the goblin dodged and even stuck out its tongue to taunt. Hansu's eyes widened, unable to believe the reach was too short. Suddenly, a surge of energy flowed through the hand. What? Hansu was pulled involuntarily, body moving on its own. A powerful, precise strike hit the goblin, surprising Hansu too. Could clearly sense where the goblin would move next. Excitement showed on the face. I'm stronger. The thrill was impossible to hide. This body was different from the sickly one that spent almost a lifetime in hospitals. Just one attack from Hansu now shook the world. Now you're the prey. Damn goblin. This is a Manji's body. Hansu went crazy, laughing wildly while punching the goblin. No intention of stopping at all. Punches kept landing on the goblin, though in pain, no strength left to fight back. With determined eyes, Hansu decided to finish it off. Red blood splattered everywhere. Finally, the system announced, "You have defeated a level 1 goblin EXP." After dealing with the goblin, Hansu was stunned to see the goblin's body vanish right before the eyes. Furrowed brows in horror. The body disappearing like this was like a game. Then, where the goblin was, a red stone appeared. This was something familiar to Hansu. Currency used in dungeon and stone. Picking it up to examine, a level 9 magic crystal, its value equal to a loaf of bread. Hansu is now so moved that tears fall. Going through all that just to get this much. Whatever. This place is a world where monsters and labyrinths exist. Monsters leave items behind after reincarnation before disappearing. Outside the city, there are different game sceneries and various races living together. This is definitely the world inside the game that is known. Hansu is now dragging heavy steps away. But a firm decision was made not to confuse reality with the game. At this moment, the system warning keeps ringing repeatedly. You are still bleeding. You are still bleeding. Despite the warning, Hansu keeps moving forward. You are still frustrated, cursing the bleeding. Not like some damn idiot with a broken bone. Yet there was some benefit then, but the result of giving up human dignity is so sweet. Since not using the injured leg, no more pain was felt and movement is much faster than expected. The sweetest reward is no longer stepping on those traps. Near where Hansu passed, there was a trap, but luckily it was avoided in time. Damn, another one. Now other body parts are injured, but these can be endured to survive. Hansu's wound is untreated, so the system warning keeps sounding. You are still bleeding. You are still bleeding. Bleeding won't stop. You are still bleeding. You are still bleeding. You are still bleeding. Now the situation seems unstable. Danger is near. Need to find someone who can help. If moving in one direction, escape from this dark zone is impossible. Many questions about Alm flood the mind. Not sure what happened to that person already dead, or revived in original body. The system warning keeps appearing non-stop. You are still bleeding. Think the reason humans have religion is understood. You are still bleeding. Warning. Character's vitality is less than 5% in this desperate moment. It strangely makes one feel comfortable. Without quick treatment, character might die. Like in this situation, in the pitch-black cave, Hansu slowly crawls on the ground. A bit of light is seen ahead. Hope rises again. Think it's done. It's getting brighter. Of course, the entire first floor can't be covered in darkness. Hansu keeps pushing forward, Must reach the brighter area ahead and plants hope. Sure, there will be one or two who can help. Suddenly, someone exactly like Hansu appears. Are you kidding? That person smirks, showing disdain. Why help a savage about to reincarnate like you? Are you a beautiful woman? Or a smart man? Just a dumb manji stronger than normal people? Think total madness hit. But Hansu seems to clearly understand the current state. Bastard. Think you're pretty smart. Because you're me too. What to do if not? Keep moving forward? Need to do some things. Now hallucinations appear. The doppelganger stands up and leaves. Might face a monster before meeting a real person. Opponent's words don't crush Hansu's will. At least better vision now. Consciousness gets hazier. Identity keeps splitting, merging, and fading. Sure, about going crazy from losing too much blood. Need to survive no matter what happens. Survive? Look at yourself. How to plan that? Someone, anyone. Please, loser. You'll meet ancestors soon, right? Give up, then it'll be easier. Shut up. Don't want to quit. No matter what, after moving a while, Hansu finally sees what was hoped for. Light appears, and the system sounds a red alarm. Warning. Character's vitality less than 4%. Inside, endless pleas for help. Just then, a group approaches. From their clothes, Hansu guesses their identity and takes a risk. One in the group quickly notices Hansu. Hey Drouse, there's a dying manji over there. Drouse frowns upon hearing this. At the same time, the system also alerted. Warning, character's vitality is below 4%, still bleeding. Warning, character's vitality is below 2%. Achievement unlocked for vitality dropping below 2%. Your spirit stat will continue to increase by 1. Drouse approached Hansu to observe. From the outside, it looked like a rookie soldier. Inside, cursing non-stop. Damn it. If you knew I was a rookie, you should have backed off, you bastard. Others also came over to check the situation. Nothing suspicious, right? Drouse remained doubtful. How could a rookie soldier get here faster than us? Hansu tried hard but was powerless, unable to communicate. Watching them stand still, impatience grew. Damn it, don't just stare, help me. Drouse silently looked up, then smirked slightly after a moment. Drouse turned to ask a teammate's opinion. Female priest, do you think you can heal this man? Hansu was a bit shocked upon hearing the other's role. What, there's a female priest in their group? Hansu secretly felt relieved. If they had a female priest, their level must be pretty high. Miraculous, rescue is coming. But then a cold splash of reality hit Hansu's face. I refuse. However, Drouse's nonchalant reaction surprised Hansu even more. Really? At this point, Drouse turned to another teammate. Then I guess AVNA won't get help. Bren, can you give me one of your medicine bottles? Obviously, Pan was very annoyed in this situation. That's only for emergencies when we can't heal with physical power. Still, Drouse refused to give up. You have plenty. I'll pay you back once we're out. Bren reluctantly handed over a bottle. Drouse gave the medicine to Hansu, kindly saying, since it's not divine power, it will hurt a bit, but you don't have the strength to care right now. All right, hurry up. The medicine was quickly poured onto Hansu's wound, and the system soon notified that vitality was rapidly increasing due to ongoing recovery. The body's clear change shocked Hansu. What the hell is this? The pain spread all over, making Hansu scream. Felt like the whole body was melting. So that's why medicine used during battle was forbidden. The pain was real. The medicine ran out quickly. Hansu's wound fully healed, but the pain kept gasping for breath. After a while, Hansu slowly sat up. Fear still lingered inside, thinking earlier that death was near. Drouse immediately asked once seeing Hansu recover, so now will you tell us? How did a rookie get here before us? No hiding intentions. If you know a secret path, I want to buy that info. Hansu looked through Drouse with contempt, so that's your goal? But then self-reassurance kicked in. Maybe goodwill has no reason, which is the most suspicious thing. Just honestly admit it. I don't know. When I entered the maze, I was already here. Drouse rubbed his chin, suspicious. Is that so? I think I've read about this before. Due to size instability, sometimes we might fall into the shadow border. Although the chance is so low, it happens once every 100 years. Hansu tensed up. Once every 100 years. Quickly noticing others, their group had a mage and a female priest, meaning their level was at least medium to high. And I accidentally experienced something on my first trip, something they hadn't even seen before. After gaining nothing, Drouse left immediately. Interesting story. Thanks. Before leaving, he added, you can leave. Don't worry about the medicine cost. Hansu stayed silent. Time in the maze was precious. Just watching their backs leave, it was already a miracle they spent so much time on me. Quietly, Hansu picked up the weapon. Inside, discomfort grew. Should feel happy to survive, but felt disgusted being pitied. Meanwhile, on the Drouse side, they continued their journey. Bren suddenly exclaimed how lucky that manji guy was. However, Drouse didn't buy it. Lucky. That dude went through all that from the start. Now, the real point was clarified. If that guy stepped into a trap full of Lin at the first floor, even if it didn't catch him, he'd end up dead anyway. I said lucky because he met us. Then a girl from the team spoke up. Lucky he met Drowse, not you. You don't even want to use your own potion because you're too stingy. Bren sneered with contempt. There are plenty of jerks like him, don't you think? The priestess Sina just stayed silent after hearing that. The girl immediately stepped up to defend her. Don't think everyone's like you. Without the temple's rules, she would have healed him already. Bren wasn't done, still poking fun. Oh yeah, I've met plenty of two-faced people, as you can see. The girl approached and pointed, criticizing. Bren, you really should learn a thing or two from Drowse. But Pastron's attitude was still cocky, like when asking if there was a secret path outside. Any guesses? Yeah, because Manji types hate accepting help. Drowse, listening to their argument, just smiled awkwardly. You're too good. Meanwhile, they were still tracking Hansu's blood trail on the ground. Wonder when that man's blood trail will stop. It's been quite a while. The girl covered her mouth, laughing mockingly, judging from Manji's psychology so far. I don't think he's as lucky as you say. Bren snapped back angrily. All right. I'm sure it ends somewhere around here. Drowse carefully scanned the surroundings. If there's a shortcut, we should be here. Sina exclaimed. Awesome to have a guide. The girl kept praising Drowse nonstop. Drowse was amazing for memorizing the entire first floor map. Most guides only had directions, but Drowse's attitude was intense. Is that so? Yet Drowse's expression looked off. Looking at the dark area ahead, the judgment was clear. I think we're the first ones here. Good thing we got here fast. Drowse cautiously approached and touched a nearby stone. Instantly, a blinding light appeared. Drowse's face lit up visibly. All right, this gate leads us to the second floor. Let's go. The group slowly moved inside. Suddenly, a trembling voice made everyone turn around. Wait. The girl noticed a pair of shoes there. Are those the sandals the Manji guy wore earlier? The group's mage confirmed without hesitation. I think you're right. The mage then directed a stream of energy inside. Nobody knew what they saw, but everyone was stunned with their mouths open. The mage immediately asked, Drowse, how long did it take to reach where we met that man? Drowse quickly answered, unless he took a shortcut, about 15 kilometers. The mage was surprised too. He crawled that long entirely in the dark. What a crazy bastard. The mage sighed, he must be insane. The girl found it strange and called Bren, but Bren was lost in thought. If it were me, would I spend hours without certainty? Should have realized that sooner, but now thinking back, the Manji guy held out his right hand to everyone. Right, he showed the magic crystal. Even after all that time, he didn't forget his trade item. Hansu handed the stone to Drowse, and finally, Pan changed his mind. I take back what I said earlier. A smirk appeared. What's that many guy's name? Just lucky. Bastards like that die young? No way. Crazy ones don't quit unless it's a special case. No matter how tough things get. No matter how much pain they face, they never see death as an escape. Meanwhile, notification sounds kept ringing. You have defeated Goblin. After near-death experiences, you have defeated Goblin. You have defeated Goblin. Somewhere, Hansu was mercilessly tormenting the poor Goblin. Smash that bastard. Hansu attacked like crazy, charging into the Goblin horde. The notification kept ringing. You have defeated Goblin. Even though Hansu was tired from the ear pain, it seemed like the struggle was far from over. They had appeared. Thought quietly. Initial worries were pointless, but once vision cleared, those goblins were no longer a threat. Hansu looked at the white traps scattered all over the ground and shook the head in frustration. The traps were randomly placed on the ground. Idiots. At least cover them with dirt or something. At that moment, a goblin tried to rush in for an attack. However, no worry at all since the behavior was almost familiar. Their intentions were easy to predict too, and the place they cooked was obvious. Hansu lost patience and kicked it against the wall. What the hell are you doing? You crazy thing. Still, another worry lingered inside. The only problem was being too active had made Hansu hungry as hell. So hungry. Then noticed a small pouch on the side. Pretty sure the vice chief had given some food. But now Hansu realized the pouch had been torn for who knows how long. Seeing its state made the face ugly. Was it a bad call to leave it on the floor? Not knowing what to do now, Hansu just ate the last pieces of food. The 7-day supply was down to 5 days. Mumbled quietly while chewing. Guess gotta eat as little as possible. Why does this dry, crispy bread taste so good? Using saliva to dissolve it made it disgustingly sweet. After finishing, thirst hit hard again. Looked around the space, and obviously, finding water now was the next big worry. Dungeon Stone had a needs system, only activated inside the maze, and never needed to carry water before because just eating was enough. Hansu sighed deeply, feeling helpless. But this isn't a game, it's a damn hard game. But since it's real now, that difficulty no longer exists in this world. Walked while observing everywhere, realizing this was a real world that had to be adapted to. But suddenly, another thought popped up in Hansu's head. Since the vice chief didn't give water, there must be some water source somewhere in the maze. Followed the sound and spotted a figure. Knew right away that water sound meant someone was there. The other person turned cautiously and glanced at Hansu, but there was zero interaction between them. Except for the blonde squad, this was the first person met without any conversation. It seemed like an unspoken rule. No interaction with other adventurers unless absolutely necessary. After some time, Hansu laid out the stones collected on the ground and started counting. 41, 42, 43, 44. Looking at the stones brought a bit of pride. Got quite a lot thinking about how to survive. That was a memorable situation, but another problem was exhaustion. Couldn't help yawning repeatedly. Definitely hunted a lot of goblins but was seriously sleepy. There were 2 ways to sleep inside the maze. 1, trust in God and sleep. Or 2, go find 2 others and propose, be my teammate, let's protect each other. They got scared by Hansu's expression and wanted to refuse. Sorry. Before finishing the sentence, the 2 ran away fast. But we already have the necessary members in the team. Hansu didn't give up, kept looking for others but still got rejected. Our group is full. Everyone was a bit wary of Hansu. We don't like people with stinky blood. Hansu stood there under the sky, face turning uglier, but thinking about being rejected by everyone. Anger flared up, gritted teeth and said, bastards. Thought inside, never asked to join the team, just wanted a temporary ally to sleep. Suddenly, someone came from behind and called out, hey, politely extended a hand. Was that person straight to the point, looking for a teammate to sleep overnight? Hearing that made Hansu angry. What did you say? Kept cursing inside. What the hell's your name? The guy ignored Hansu's expression and continued. Guess you're not looking for a guard, huh? Thought could get some sleep because you looked like a trustworthy savage. But guess I was wrong. Hansu then realized the misunderstanding. That's what he meant? If that's the case, should have said it from the start. Didn't hesitate to nod, admitting the need. Yeah, I'm looking for someone like that. Then remembered game rules that said if companions shared the same goal at night, they'd be super happy. That's great. Then stay with me. My name is Han. Hansu looked at the other guy but still felt a bit shy. Thought it was just a teammate for the night, a friend, or something like that. But when hearing someone say something pretty pervy, finally, the guy dropped his guard. All right then, my name is John, son of Janin. Just like that, those 2 shook hands. So I'll call you John. Ideally, there should be 3 teammates for the night, but looks like searching for the last one would be a waste of time. At that moment, Han threw out a suggestion. So why don't we just stick to 2? Hansu gave a puzzled look. What the hell? His face darkened. Is it the way this guy talks? Something's off. Hansu pulled back his hand but still agreed with him. Fine. Han's face lit up hearing that. All right then. How about rock, paper, scissors to decide who sleeps first? Not really wanting to, but in the end, that was the only option, and that's how the night was decided to be spent together in the maze. Gross. After a while, they finally settled the winner. Han asked again. I won, so I get to sleep first, right? Hansu reluctantly accepted. Fine then. Inside, cursing had already started since knowing the loss was inevitable. Han shoved a watch into Hansu's hand and told him to hold on to it. This is a watch. You can wake me up when the shorthand points here. Inside, full of disdain, guessing the guy thinks barbarians don't know how to tell time. Han even asked again. You got it? Let me explain again. Hansu snapped back. All right, but inside, feeling super annoyed. Hansu furrowed brows, thinking this must be how people see barbarians in Danstone pretty expensive. Felt like a pain, but sure could use this as an advantage later. Looking over at Han snoring loudly, a bit jealous. That guy looks so comfortable. Hansu kept wondering, is this some hardcore stomach-risking experience? Still yawning, sleepiness hit hard. Would Han lend a sleeping bag if asked? Definitely wouldn't without a guild or adventurer, even though it's super convenient. Hansu stared at the watch, silently wishing. Time flew fast. Second by second, finally, the moment came. Hansu cheerfully called out, Han, wake up. The guy groggily sat up, asking, did anything happen while I was asleep? Hansu replied curtly, no. Han gratefully said, all right, thanks. You should get some sleep too. I'll call you in 2 hours. Hansu nodded without another word. Okay, but inside, still a bit wary. No way I can sleep. If he doesn't smack it, how can I trust someone I just met? But Hansu got slapped in the face quickly. Han snores loud as hell. Like some savage after a long day, Hansu cracked open eyes to glance at the other, hoping not to get noticed. Han looked and commented, what a funny guy, but he didn't know Hansu's mind was elsewhere. No, it worked like a charm, easy for them to see through. Because generally, barbarians are simple, so they might get careless. Hansu tried to turn away. All right, gonna act like a dumb savage, sleeping like a log. Exposing a weakness, sure he'd act if there were other motives. True colors showing. Time passed again, they switched turns, but Hansu couldn't catch a wink. Glancing at Han with frustration, those 2 hours did nothing. The more thinking, the more regret. Should have just slept. What the hell was that? But really, can't lose guard around strangers. Can't sleep until trusting the guy. Even feeling about to drop dead from exhaustion, Hansu stuck to the original decision, can't sleep. But after who knows how long, a loud call rang out, John. Both looked at each other silently. Hansu knew falling asleep was embarrassing. Still stubbornly defended, I wasn't asleep yet. Han had already spotted the flaw, you should wipe your mouth first. Hansu knew he got caught and wiped his mouth. Sorry. Surprisingly, Han didn't blame at all. All right then, lucky nothing happened while you were asleep, so I'll let it slide. Hansu was stunned, hearing that, but out of courtesy, spoke up, thanks. If you want, feel free to sleep more. I'll keep watch for you. Han was still super optimistic, laughing out loud. All right, you look really tired, just sleep, I'll watch over you. Hansu was a bit less suspicious of him now. Thanks. Memories from meeting Han until now flashed through the mind. Are you looking for someone to spend the night with? He seems kind. My name is Han. Started a conversation when in trouble, didn't scold for falling asleep. All right then, luckily nothing happened while you were asleep, so I'll let it slide, refuse any compensation for my mistake. In Dungeon in Stone, no one's this nice. Han now wore a bright smile. You're awake? In that hand is a big hammer ready to smash down. Why not sleep a little more? Just as the hammer came down, Hansu snapped awake, immediately dodging the attack. Han was a bit surprised seeing Hansu's quick moves. You dodged that? Hansu's eyes turned scary. A sudden change in attitude made Han scared. Wait, listen to me. Hansu was annoyed inside. Now this guy wanted excuses. Hansu charged at him anyway, ignoring Han's pleas. What the hell? Seriously, stupid as hell. Just like that, a painful punch landed on the face. Who does this lunatic think he is? Bright red blood spurted from Han's mouth. Legs trembling. Han weakly raised hands to block. Wait, I can explain. Hansu wasn't about to let it slide. One hit didn't kill him. Unlike dumbasses, this guy needed another hit. Shield slammed straight into Han's face. Take that. The bastard wasn't ready and flew back into the wall. Han stubbornly crawled on the floor, gasping. Seeing Hansu approach like a monster, fear crept in. I'm sorry. Han's battered face begged desperately. Please don't kill me. Hansu angrily demanded. Why did you do that? Han finally explained. Your magic stones. I was eyeing your magic stones, just wanted them. Believe me, would you kill a lunatic over some magic stones? Now panicking, Han said, that's right, your shield too. I only wanted to take it. Manji's gear is super valuable and can be sold for a good price. Hansu raised a foot toward Han. Is that so? Han thought he got away with it, feeling happy. Exactly. You gonna let me go? No hard feelings. Inside, Hansu felt suspicious. No, something was still hidden. Hansu kicked him in the face, stepped firmly on Han's body. Last chance. Be honest. Killing an explorer in a dungeon is a serious crime, so there must be another reason. After brutal beating, Han spilled the truth. Your hearts. Hansu was shocked, stunned. What? Han revealed the real situation. Yes, the hearts of Manjus are being sold at crazy prices. I heard they're used as ingredients to create a new spell. Hansu finally understood. Now Min knew too. To this guy, Hansu was just like rare goblins, hard to catch but valuable enough to be profitable. Hansu asked again, why didn't you kill me when I was asleep at first? Han explained, because I needed to sleep too. Hansu thought he was careless. It was just insect irritation. Han forced a smile, still hopeful. But I told you everything, you'll spare me, right? Hansu fell silent, smirked with contempt. Spare you? I meet plenty like you, they all say the same stuff, right? Hansu glanced at Han. You think I'll forgive them all? Han tried to stay calm. No, of course not. I'm not like them. Hansu showed no sign of stopping. I'll give you everything I have. But hearing Han's condition, still firm on decision. I have nothing now, but when I get back to base, I will. Please, give me another chance. You won't regret it. Han's arms slowly dropped. Only one day before joining this game. That also signaled Hansu's fate. I killed someone. The system suddenly announced. Achievement unlocked. First kill. Your spirit stat increased by 1. Time flew by fast. 2 days after joining the game, the system kept notifying that the character had equipped a few items. Total equipment level increased by 13. The character had equipped a limited storage backpack. The character had equipped a hammer. Total equipment level increased by 30. The character had equipped shoes. Total equipment level increased by 5. Growing up like a savage, drinking water from bottles when thirsty, using a compass when lost, checking the watch to know the time, and being treated with bandages and medicine. Ironically, only after killing someone did life feel human. At this moment, Hansu's info was updated too. John Jandon, level 1, strength 25. Spirit 37 plus 1, skill 1. Equipment level 72 plus 48, total stats 81 plus 13. Now dealing with goblins was as easy as flipping a hand for Hansu. With just the hammer in hand, the goblins vanished. Looking at the hammer, a thought crossed the mind. Should have picked this weapon from the start, right? Nah, didn't think it could be this good back then. Is it because of having a berserker's body? During the fight, it felt like the body wasn't even one's own. Just then, 2 more goblins appeared behind Hansu. Immediately went into battle stance, ready to fight any time. Since day 2, goblins showed up in pairs. Fighting ability increased thanks to the new weapon. The goblins, unaware of the danger approaching, still charged eagerly. But seconds later, Hansu took them down with a single strike. Progress went smoothly. Hansu quickly took down more goblins. Once lifeless, they vanished into thin air instantly. However, at this moment, Hansu's condition wasn't great. The face turned pale, completely lifeless. Might die from exhaustion. Had been hunting goblins non-stop since meeting Han. Couldn't go on anymore. Needed a nap. After a while, Hansu closed eyes, leaned against the wall, deep in thought. No companion now, maybe having one would be better. That way, survival chances would be higher if stabbed by a goblin. Familiar noises appeared, making Hansu angrily curse. Damn it, another pair of goblins appeared right in front. These damn things always show up whenever pausing to think. Hansu couldn't rest, getting really annoyed. When they came, only one outcome awaited. Can't even get 10 minutes, you bastards. After a long while, Hansu finally leaned back to rest a bit. At that moment, everything in sight was wiped out. Inside, a prayer kept going. Please don't show up again, just let me catch a few minutes sleep. Suddenly, the system announced, the character was attacked by goblins while sleeping. Eyes snapped open, seeing a goblin stabbing a dagger into the chest. The face paled, feeling strange. I don't feel a thing. Damn it. Angry, Hansu mercilessly smashed the goblin's face. Bastard. Another goblin, shocked to see its comrade like that, but no time to wait, Hansu already focused on it. Even you, intimidated by the aura, kept retreating. Seeing the goblin run away brought relief. That's right, Scram, I'm too tired to smash you all anymore. At this moment, attention turned to the wound. If delayed a bit or if the goblin had jumped higher, the throat would have been pierced. Strange, not feeling the hit. Really needed rest. Quickly grabbed a bottle of medicine. Now had to bandage the wound first. As the medicine took effect, pain made the face grimace. Why does treatment hurt more than the stabbing? Time passed. 14 hours since leaving Hansu still walked alone, thinking silently. This is when everyone looks for companions, but now knowing the value of Manji's heart, trust in anyone was gone. However, Hansu had a different thought. If there was another Man-D, trust could be given. Time to find a berserker. Suddenly, someone approached to ask, Hey Manji, are you looking for a companion? Hansu immediately raised human alertness. Then another group came asking, Looks like someone's really tired. Want to join our crew? Hansu also keeps an eye on the other person, a human. The group's attitude is pretty welcoming, and with this guy, that makes 3. If this dude was some kind of Man-Die, trust would be easier. But Hansu stays totally unmoved, even a bit suspicious. Humans aren't like yesterday, all wanting me on their team. In the end, Hansu has to turn them down. Nah, looking for a different Man-D. Worries creep in, since the injury makes this guy look too messed up to find a partner. Then a dude pipes up, You're looking for another Man-D? That's tough. That comment instantly grabs Hansu's attention. Why is that? The guy explains, it probably moved up to another floor 2 or 3 months before the coming-of-age ceremony. So now, there aren't many Man-Die on this first floor. Hansu gets it. Yeah, for a huge place like this, it's kinda ridiculous to still be hunting for a buddy on the first floor. Before leaving, the guy adds, Lafronia can protect you on your journey. Hansu politely replies, Thanks. Now there's some doubt inside. Should the search for another Man-Die just be dropped? Whatever, time to get real. Doesn't matter if it's a Man-D or not. Finding a partner is what counts, even if it's a human. Wish they were from a different species, maybe a minority compared to humans, but definitely more than the Man-D tribe, who always act mysterious, or dwarves with the spirit of a Man-D. That'd be perfect. But whatever. If they're a different species, most have supernatural powers, unlike humans who mess with other explorers for profit. Finally, after deciding and scouting the cave for about an hour, Hansu finds a lonely girl curled up in a cold spot. The girl quickly notices too. Hansu can't help but feel satisfied, found her. The system also pings, You found an injured elf. Hansu steps forward to start a chat. Hey elf, you alone here? The girl immediately grips her weapon tight upon seeing Hansu approach. Hansu silently thinks, she's pretty cautious. Anyone hurt and alone would be threatened by a big man D like me. Narrowing eyes, something catches attention. The girl's wound keeps bleeding. She's hurt right in the stomach. Doesn't seem like a goblin dagger did this. Hansu asks straight up, were you hurt by a human? Suddenly, she stands and walks toward Hansu, then drops to her knees. The girl folds hands, begging sincerely, sir, please help me. Hansu is stunned, not sure what's going on. Tears have welled up in her eyes for a while. Please, spare me just this once. Sir Man D, I have a little brother to take care of at home. Please. Hansu's face darkens, thinking carefully. What the hell? What kind of elf is this, so weak? Most elves in games are pretty cold, judging by looks. Thought she'd be the same. Bending down, Hansu studies her closely. If the personality is known, then approach differently. Gotta flash a big smile to clear up any misunderstandings. Hansu smiles gently, soothing her. When did those eyelids get wet? Suddenly, a wicked grin appears. I'm not planning to kill you. Hansu's expression terrifies her. The liar's body trembles in waves. I know you're Mandai, but do you really have to do this? Please, just once, let me live. After hearing that, Hansu is speechless, thinking, what the hell have all these Mandai been up to? Quickly pulling something from the pocket. Why is she threatened by just words? Ridiculous. What kind of image do they have? Hansu tosses the item to the girl. Why not treat that wound first? We'll talk later. She's still dazed, not quite getting it. After a moment, she snaps back and recognizes what's in her hand, a bandage leaf, but still feels a bit hesitant inside, so it's a leaf bandage. Afraid it might be poisonous. But now, gotta use it. She asks again, why are you giving me this? Hansu feels annoyed hearing that. Gotta have a reason to help someone. Actually, inside, there's some self-reassurance. Fine then, here's one reason. Knowing that the girl was worried, Hansu comforted, saying, I'll stand guard while treating your wounds first. However, a sneaky thought crept in wanting to become an overnight partner with this elf. Sounds trashy, but honestly, this isn't the worst situation for her. Hansu carefully assessed the other person bit by bit, injured, tired, and looking beautiful. She's in way worse shape than him. After some time, the girl finished her task. Done. Hansu carefully observed her all over. Really? Guess she's pretty useful. She seems less guarded now. Time to introduce ourselves. So, he confidently revealed his identity. My name is John, son of Janin. The girl stayed silent for a moment, then timidly spoke up. Win. Hansu noticed the trembling in her voice and got straight to the point. Why are you afraid of me? Win calmly replied, because I'm an elf and you're a manji. That left Hansu utterly confused. What does that even mean? Hansu tried to recall memories and started guessing. Manji and elves are enemies. After a while, realization hit. Right, it must be related, but this is the first time hearing about their hostile relationship. Thought they had a good connection in the previous game. Win hurried to clarify, fearing misunderstanding. No, I mean the war ended 10 years ago, right? I hold no grudge against Manji. She lowered her head in admission. So, sir, I don't want to fight you. Hansu frowned, thinking silently. 10 years ago? How much time has passed since that game I know? Either way, there's no time now to look for anyone else. After a while, Hansu replied, I mean no harm either. Win visibly brightened. Really? Then he gathered courage to make a proposal. Win, want to be my overnight partner? She was still confused, not getting Hansu's point. Overnight partner? Now he explained the whole purpose. I'm exhausted right now. Pretty sure you are too, right? So why not team up for today? Win didn't agree immediately but frowned, thinking it over. She recalled what she knew. Heard that Manji warriors value their honor above all else. So Win straightforwardly asked, can you swear on your warrior's honor that you won't harm me? Hansu hesitated before responding. Seeing his hesitation, Win added, of course, I'll swear on my clan's name too. Hansu secretly felt relieved, not really caring about warrior honor, but sometimes it can be useful. Finally, Hansu agreed cheerfully. All right, but let me reconsider first. Sorry, I'm not a lord. I'm John, son of Jandin. Not knowing much about himself, but John is only 20 years old. I, John, son of Jandin, swear on my warrior's honor. Seeing Hansu do it, Win also fulfilled her promise. I, Win Foresi Zettershe, swear on my clan's name. Both were sincere. I swear not to harm the other tonight. I promise, I swear. More than anyone, Hansu felt happy inside. Finally, a good night's sleep. He suggested, then I'll sleep first. Bet you like that. Win's reaction seemed different from Hansu's expectation. Not quite right. But since he wanted it, Hansu showed her a watch. This is a pocket watch. Pretty expensive, so handle it carefully. Win was stunned, nodding in agreement. Yes, I'll be careful. After lying down, Hansu couldn't fall asleep. Thought it would be hard to get rest, but since she wouldn't know, he just pretended to sleep for about 10 minutes. Then, after who knows how long, woke up to Win's call. Sir. Hansu panicked, asking, "What time is it?" She quickly answered, "It's been 2 hours. Here's your watch." Now he kept blaming himself for dozing off. Can't even fake it anymore. Is this the combined power of the blanket and backpack? If Han lent me these, I doubt I could have avoided him during the whole ambush. Hansu finally made a decision. Should I lend her these? He kindly gave Win a thermal shirt. "Here, you can cover yourself with this. If you want, it can also be used as a pillow." Still a bit hesitant and awkward, but Win's relaxed expression quickly shut that down. Just like that, Win lay down and wiped away all the fatigue. "Then I'll make good use of them. Thanks a lot." Soon enough, falling asleep surprised Hansu a bit. Falling asleep the moment the head hit the ground. Guess exhaustion had taken over, since the whole day probably wore down like mine. Feels like 5 days passed, but it's only been 3. With these thoughts in mind, guess I'm doing better. Wonder what happened to me in real life. Reported missing? Surely not yet. Because who would even come look for me? Stop overthinking. Even if I go back, there's nothing waiting. Thinking like that will just break my willpower. Time kept flying by fast. After a few more guard shifts, time to move out, Hansu silently stared at Win. 10 minutes left. Furrowed brows, watching closely, wondering. If I ask again, since Win's an elf, we'll take responsibility in battle. But if we become allies, gotta share the loot, so my share shrinks. Even though Goblin appeared in packs 3 days ago, I can easily take down 3 to 4 alone. Safe sleep or magic crystal, which makes more sense. Suddenly, some figures approached, catching Hansu off guard. Someone behind whispered, "Hey, is that an elf?" The leader quickly replied, "I think so. The bow and arrows look pretty similar." They turned to call Hansu, "Hey Manji, what's your deal with this elf?" "No hiding," answered straight up. "Like you said, we're overnight partners." The guy laughed scornfully. "Man die and an elf hanging out overnight? How interesting. How much longer till time's up?" Hansu didn't want to argue with them at all. "I'm not obligated to answer your questions." Their faces darkened, seemingly oppressed by his presence. The leader smirked. "Got it." So both just turned and ran without overthinking. Still, Hansu didn't lower guard. Got a bad feeling about this. They're definitely looking for Win. Walked over and lightly tapped Win's shoulder to wake up. Win. But too comfortable. No desire to get up. Just 5 more minutes. Win's action made Hansu furious. "You're about to be hunted down, and you still want to sleep." Hansu kept shaking to wake up, but all that came back were even breaths. Furrowed brows, started suspecting fake sleep. The blanket was loose before, now completely covering the face. Suddenly, Win's eyes snapped open. Hansu gently pulled up quickly. Pressed close, questioned. "Why pretend to sleep?" "Fearful," Win explained. "If I wake up, eyes full of pity, you'll abandon me." Hansu felt a bit sorry after hearing that. That's what she's worried about. Ewan and I aren't official allies but count as overnight partners. One sleeps while the other keeps watch all night, taking turns. Once eyes open, that vow ends. Hansu grabbed weapons and asked the other side clearly, "What's going on with those two?" Win was a bit surprised but replied immediately, "Nothing at all." However, Hansu immediately sensed something strange. "Then how do they know you?" Win offered another possibility. "Maybe they're in the same guild as the one who tried to harm me." Win tried to recall. Their outfit symbols matched. "They're called the Fringe Guild." Hansu cursed silently. "Damn, not just 2 guys but a whole guild. Things are getting worse. Should say goodbye to this elf and move on. But this elf is only 20. Hansu sighed, then told Win, "Talk while we move." She ran after him, asking nonstop, "Are you going to help me?" Hansu didn't agree easily. "First I gotta hear your story before deciding." Hansu added, "Since we're behind schedule, I'll listen while we move." Hearing that, Win's face lit up like a flower. "Alright, let's do that." Win recounted everything to Hansu. Met them on the first day in the maze, like overnight partners. While asleep, noticed something weird and opened eyes. The other person spotted Win waking up and shouted, "Oh no, she's awake already?" Then showed obvious desire. "You can sleep a bit longer." Win kept talking. Later found out that guy was the leader of a guild active on the first floor, somehow managed to escape, but his guild members kept chasing. Got injured. Hansu felt something strange and immediately asked, "Wait, how?" Win wasn't sure and only guessed. "Think they used messenger stones to track me." Hansu was totally unfamiliar with this. Messenger stones never appeared in the game. Curious, Hansu pressed for details. Win then explained more to Hansu. Messenger stones are mysterious devices allowing communication if synced before use. Max range about 300 meters. After understanding structure and function, Hansu guessed they're like walkie-talkies. No place left to run. Tons of manpower plus mysterious devices letting them communicate. Leaving Win behind means capture for sure. Hansu asked again, curious. "You didn't do anything wrong, right? So why do those guild people keep chasing you?" Win hesitated, unsure how to answer. Hansu boldly guessed, "Is it to silence you?" Win lowered face, looking really ugly. Think it's more than that. Suddenly brightened up. First time I ran, I threw my knife randomly, and that's what happened. Hearing how that guy ended up, Hansu felt a bit of pain for him, asked again to confirm. That spot means. Win was asked directly, so felt shy. You know. Heard it got completely severed, no potion could fix it. Hansu was so tense, sweat dripped down the forehead. That was enough reason for them to chase. Idiot. And you're still smiling. Quietly reassured self, it's karma anyway. Win noticed Hansu's oddness and spoke first. Sorry, but strange noise caught Win's attention. Warned Hansu, hey, someone's chasing us. Don't look back. About 150 meters behind, far enough not to sense anything, but seems like she's not lying. Must be an elf's innate ability, right? Hansu suggested, let's speed up, you okay? Win agreed without hesitation. Yeah, still okay now. But Hansu quickly noticed, the wound's mouth reopened, yet no complaints. That made Hansu see Win differently. Brave for sure. After running a bit, Hansu asked, how far behind are they? Win guessed based on feeling. Still about 150 meters. Hansu clenched teeth, angry thinking, even after speeding up, distance didn't change. Probably the pursuers already reported our location to their team. Things getting dangerous. Need to take them out. If I were the target, that's what I'd decide. But if we kill that bastard, no turning back. Must think carefully about risks and benefits. Suddenly, Win called out. Hansu knew handling opponents isn't just running away. Need more info for a smart decision. Immediately asked Win, what's your specialty? Win didn't get it. Confidently said, I'm good at laundry and cleaning. Cooking's kinda bad. Hansu was stunned. What are you talking about? Yelled angrily. We're in a fight. Win knew she messed up and laughed awkwardly. You mean fighting, right? Seriously introduced again, I play a marksman. Can also use spirit magic, fire element. After hearing, Hansu silently evaluated. Perfect model for an elf archer, and fire is the rarest element. Hansu got straight to the point. Ever killed anyone? Win seemed to know what's next. Tighten grip on the bow. No, but now I can. Hansu nodded, satisfied. All right, Win. Then proposed, wanna team up with me? Until we get out of the maze, I'll take 9 parts, you take 1, and I won't accept any complaints. Win didn't hesitate at all and accepted immediately. I agree. Hansu probed the opponent again. Good. At the current distance, Win used instincts to respond. 1 meter. Furrowing brows, a hint of worry showed. We're running as fast as possible, yet they still get close. Instead of continuing to run, Hansu made a bold decision. Win, let's change the direction of summoning the spirit. Win didn't doubt and followed the plan. Alright, let's go backward like this to make them think we'll return here. Win's sense of the enemy grew stronger. Now that they're close, Hansu started the next move. Cancel the summon now. Win obeyed without hesitation. Right behind Hansu, a shadow appeared, quickly hiding in a corner, observing that person. They came here even without seeing anything, and stopped right near us. Someone among them must be using some tracking method. The chance to strike is close. Hansu signaled, Win. Fully focused, Win listened carefully. Shoot. Raising the bow, aimed precisely. The arrow shot powerfully, piercing straight into the enemy's head. After a long moment, they quietly stepped out. Win stood frozen there, still seemingly scared. At this moment, Hansu noticed and praised to encourage. Well done. If hesitation happened, we might have been in danger. Hansu approached to examine the person. Suddenly, the comstone rang out. Din, so Din, so Din, answer. Damn. Lost contact with So Din. He chased after that goblin and that mangy guy. Who's listening to this voice message? Gather at the goblin area. Hansu frowned, thinking. They call him So Din. Thought there'd be plenty of loot, but surprisingly not much. On the ground were things collected from that guy. A small pouch full of magic crystals, 2 daggers, a poison vial attached to the belt. As for the outfit he wore, Win just came out at the right time. I'm done changing. It's kinda weird, both top and bottom are the same. Hansu observed for a while then commented, it's way better than the outfit she wore before. Looking at Win, guessed that after changing clothes, the aura shifted positively. Hansu curiously asked, by the way, how do you use this comstone? Win bent down to show. Ah, find the spot to press and push it. Hansu followed her instructions, and a voice came from the other side. I repeat, Zeroin was defeated while chasing that damn goblin. That bastard is in the goblin district. She's with that mangy guy. His weapon is a hammer and shield. Then the other reported the bounty, 10,000 gold. Hearing this, Win immediately turned pale. Sir. Hansu picked up the stuff from that guy and comforted her. Don't worry, summon the spirit. We have to go to the outskirts. Hansu walked determinedly. We have to go to the 2nd floor. Win was shocked, couldn't believe it. What? On the way, asked again. Sir, do we really have to go to the 2nd floor? Hearing the form of address, Hansu found it strange. Hey. But still answered. Yes. Win warned anxiously. The first and second floors are totally different. You know that, right? But this didn't affect Hansu at all. I'm aware. He confidently added. If we're near the entrance, it'll be fine. Besides, you and I make a great team. Win blushed shyly. We're a great team, Hansu affirmed firmly. Indeed. Hansu had plans for a while. A melee fighter and a ranged dealer always make a perfect combo. Forming a group with Win wouldn't benefit either on the first floor. But Win still had doubts. But this is our first cooperation. How can we go straight to the second floor? Feels like we're sneaking into the monster's lair to avoid spirit contribution. The comstone rang again. Still haven't found them? If you find that damn goblin, we'll let you lie on a pile of 10,000 gold first. Win screamed in fear. Sir. Hansu tried to reassure her. Don't worry. I won't leave you behind. But then the stone transmitted that annoying voice again. Good idea. If she resists too much, can I chop off her hand or leg? Remember to leave the important parts. You guys get what I mean, right? Win knew there was no turning back this time, so decided to follow Hansu. Sir, I'm going to the second floor. Hansu couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Perfect timing. No need to convince her anymore. Always like helping those in need. Of course, it had to benefit personally first. Hansu didn't overreact outwardly. Fine. A new plan was already brewing inside. So if the disgusting trash could be handled and get that satisfying good deed feeling, it was a win-win. No reason not to help. After walking a bit, Win asked, Sir, do you know how to get to the second floor? Hansu answered honestly, without hiding anything. Not exactly sure of the way, but if heading straight north, sooner or later it would be reached. Hansu had already figured out the first floor's layout. The mad path was designed so that if one persisted following the darkness, it would definitely lead to the gate, because darkness represented the path to the upper floor. Suddenly, Win became terrified and shouted, Sir, wait. Pointing ahead, she said, There's a goblin trap. Suddenly, Hansu thought of something. They appeared pretty late, only a few steps away now. Could it be that goblins didn't usually appear in the light? Couldn't help but exclaim, So, I'm just that unlucky. Damn, but totally different from me. Win seemed very excited again. I can handle it. You take a break. Just before she left, Hansu reminded her not to use spirits and to save energy. Win smiled brightly and replied cheerfully, Of course. But Hansu didn't fully trust her. Didn't look as confident as she said. How did Sir know? As soon as Win arrived, 2 goblins with weapons charged. She smoothly dodged them perfectly. Then Win knelt on one knee, aimed the bow precisely and shot at them. Just a light touch was enough to take down a goblin. The other one wasn't any less. It angrily charged to attack. However, Win had already moved behind it and aimed the bow. Her gaze was sharp as hell. Just like that, Win completed the mission excellently. She eagerly turned to Hansu and asked, How was I just now? He was a bit surprised by her performance. You did great. Definitely a skilled elf marksman. Now Hansu felt something different. She was more capable than expected, agile too. Then Win handed over 2 stones, magical crystals, and freely set the terms. Let's make a deal. 9-1. Win explained further. My sibling always nags me about this. If we keep this up, I can earn a bit too. Hansu nodded and said, Yeah, good job. Win didn't think much and replied, Yes, I'll work even harder. Hearing that, his face darkened. Huh? Is she insulting me? Then a message came through the crystal, updating news. The bonus for backing up souls was raised to 20,000 gold, capturing or killing both accepted. Hansu kept reassuring. Don't worry, no one hunts us in the dark. Besides, those bastards don't look very united. Many other voices echoed again. I'm switching to hunt sharp-maned wolves. Anyone want to take a break with me? Hansu immediately pointed this out to her. Hear that? Lots of people aren't interested in chasing after her. Still, Hansu stayed cautious, but it was suspicious. Everything went too smoothly. Based on time, bad luck should have happened by now. Win saw the scene ahead and screamed in shock. Sir, that's a ghoul. Hansu immediately protected her from behind, feeling a bit stunned. Huh? Why would a ghoul appear here? On the first floor, monster appearances weren't consistent. Depending on direction, ghouls should be in the south. Could it be they wandered too far and reached the border? Win worriedly asked Hansu, Am I fighting them alone? He kept analyzing. The experience reward system of dung and stone was strange. Hansu firmly said, No, we fight together. He recalled the game's rule. You only get rewards for the first time defeating a monster species. Meaning to level up, you must defeat as many monster types as possible. So this was definitely an advantageous situation. Hansu didn't hesitate and charged forward. I'll handle the front ones. You deal with the rest behind. Approaching cautiously, the vibe was all about testing the waters. If this was really a game, the demons wouldn't attack from the front within a certain range. The demons quickly spotted Hansun and charged non-stop, but it was all part of Hansun's plan. Luckily, everything went exactly as predicted, charging straight in, landing hits on their faces. Where do you think you're going? Huh. Demons are faster and stronger than goblins, but they're still just 9th-tier monsters, not too hard to handle. Suddenly, a demon appeared right behind Hansun, but Win took it down fast. Having a reliable partner made this dungeon a piece of cake. Just as the arrow was released, the system notified, "You defeated a demon. 1 experience point gained." The journey continued northward until the 3rd day. Win's sharp eyes caught strange marks on the ground. "Sir, come closer to check it out. Blood. Doesn't look like goblin blood. Who do you think left these marks? There's also some breadcrumbs nearby. I think the blood trail leads to the direction we want." Hansun frowned deeply, face darkening. Blood? Could it really be? Memories from a few days ago flashed back. Hansun silently observed for a long time, panic rising inside while guessing the first place stepped into in the maze. Behind it must be the gate. Recalling the tough days overcoming obstacles, Hansun couldn't help but slam the ground hard. "DM, are you messing with me?" Win was still clueless and panicked beside. "Sorry, I don't even know what's wrong," because Hansun realized a fact. The 2nd floor gate was only about 10 meters from where it all started. Silent curses flew inside, wondering how unlucky it was to go the wrong way like that. Crazy. Seriously. Hansun's actions freaked Win out. "Sir, if I messed up." Hansun noticed Win's confused expression. "What's wrong with her?" Trying to hold back anger. "It's not her fault, don't worry." Win hesitated, still not understanding why, then started piecing everything together: blood, breadcrumbs, sandals, and that expression. Bowing head in guilt, Win said, "Sir, you've been through so much." Hansun was surprised. Did she figure out why acting like that? Actually, Win's thoughts were different. Maybe the Sir lost a precious companion here. She clasped hands, praying sincerely. "I'm sure they'll reach heaven." Hansun felt discouraged, thinking, "Yeah, right? No way." She definitely misunderstood. Hansun seriously asked again if she was ready to keep going. Despite worries, Win was determined to stick it out. A bit scared, but not thinking about quitting while beside the Sir. Hansun also noticed her personality. She tends to ramble. Huh. Yeah, the two of them just keep moving forward together. Yeah. Hansun told self, not planning to give up so easily. The system then announced arrival at the 2nd floor. "Stop, goblins." The system quickly notified, "You reached the 2nd floor." "Stop, elves." They were dropped immediately upon arrival. Win hurriedly checked. "Bro, you okay?" Though feeling uneasy, Hansun tried to look strong, wondering what it feels like to pass through a teleport gate. Feeling like a frog chewing in a well got spit out. Win was pumped. "I'm surprised. Never passed through a teleport gate by falling like this." Others didn't tell Win. Hansun noticed her oddness, but she landed perfectly. Admired her agility, something the man tribe didn't have. But no time to waste on this. Let's scout the area first. Hansun looked around, asking if this was the northern part of the elf forest on the 2nd floor. Started analyzing the current situation. There's a teleport gate behind that can send both back to the 1st floor anytime. No living creatures detected within 50 meters. Thanks to the stars, vision was clear at night, but it couldn't get any brighter because this was a maze. Win felt something strange now. "Bro, is this really the 2nd floor? Never heard the 2nd floor is a forest." Hansun just threw out a guess. "Maybe it means a different 2nd floor." Patiently explained. "There are 4 teleport gates on the 1st floor, each leading to a different land. North is the Goblin Forest, east is the Beast Zone, west is the Withered Land, south is the Blackstone Mountain." Win got smarter this time, grabbed the chance to answer. "I think I remember now. And no matter which gate you pick, it leads to the 3rd floor, right?" Hansun nodded to confirm. "Yeah." Win still doesn't know the next plan, but what now? Instead of answering directly, asked, "Do you know the way back to the city from the maze?" Win rubbed the chin thoughtfully. "We automatically return once the maze closes, right?" Hansun agreed with that. "Yeah. The 1st and 2nd floors open for 168 and 240 hours. Once time's up, the maze kicks all adventurers back to the city. The Star Alliance won't come here, since they can't even cooperate. We'll stay on the 2nd floor until near the end of the 168 hours, then head back to the 1st floor. But we can't just stand by the teleport gate the whole time. So let's explore around." Hansun boldly took the lead. Win happily accepted the order. "All right." After walking a bit, Win exclaimed, feeling nostalgic being in the forest. Kept rambling non-stop. "Even though only monsters are here, it kind of feels like the altar of the fairy clan." Win didn't forget to warn. "There are traps, so follow me carefully." "See, there's a trap there too." Hansun looked confused. "See what?" Win pointed carefully under the leaves. "Look here." Win threw a stone to test. Hansun couldn't help but admire silently. Seriously, is this the detection power of the fairy clan? Suddenly felt she's really trustworthy. Win crossed arms proudly. What do you think? But Hansun stayed cold, then said, I think you're good at throwing stones, really impressive, but stayed tight-lipped. No need to praise her. Win was shocked, hearing that. What? That's it. Hansun coldly added, finding traps is her duty, then reminded, don't get excited over something so small, you're already a real adventurer. Win's cheeks suddenly flushed, probably embarrassed, covered the mouth and laughed shyly. All right, so Win's happy to be recognized as a real adventurer by Hansun. He thought silently. She's pretty easy to manipulate. Win also felt something strange around, but couldn't sense any goblins nearby. Hansun agreed. Of course, unlike the first floor, finding traps around doesn't mean goblins are there. Traps on the second floor are more like a feature of that floor. Hansun refocused on the main task. Enough chit-chat, focus, I'll go first. Win quickly took the lead. This place is called the Goblin Forest in the game. Besides traps, another feature is goblins move in groups of 12. Sometimes with elite goblins like warriors or archers, the deeper into the forest, the more elite goblins and high-level monsters appear. But that's not important because we're only exploring around the teleport gate. Hansun understood the plan. We'll clear all traps nearby and expand the search area. If danger arises, run back to the first floor immediately. Win obediently followed. All right, all along the way, they were very careful. We expanded the area by throwing stones at traps, just in case stepping on one while running would be deadly. Sometimes Win needed praise. Did very well. Hansun helplessly indulged. Well done. Truly worthy of being a Ran-class adventurer. But suddenly, a strange noise came from afar. Win quickly reported the discovery. Bro, there's a goblin group. Hansun immediately asked, how many? Sit down and sense the ground vibrations. Not sure, but definitely more than 10. I think they're about 50 meters away. Seems like they haven't noticed us yet. What should we do? Hansun showed no fear. We fight. Let's get as close as possible without being detected. Win didn't hesitate to reveal own strength. If it were me, I could get within about 30 meters of them. Instantly, seriousness took over. Then we'll follow the plan. Win got the order and acted immediately. Jumped up lightly. Win moved to a higher spot to observe more easily. Hansu watched the series of moves and couldn't help but admire silently. Win was truly amazing, sneaking through the grass without making a sound. Must be how the fairy clan is. Near them, a pack of goblins was definitely approaching. Win waved to signal Hansu. The nod of understanding came right away. After receiving the command, Win raised the bow. Then, arrows shot out at high speed. Each step taken was powerful. Everything happened so fast that Hansu couldn't catch the situation. Did Win hit one? Couldn't hear because of the distance. Rushed forward and called for Win to fall back. Win immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, Hansu was facing the whole goblin group alone. No chance to slack off now. The second floor was definitely different. The number of goblins could be 3 times that of the first floor. They were pretty scary. Even though just goblins, some were warrior level, which was terrifying. But surprisingly, fear didn't really hit. The warrior's heart inside was pounding hard. The thrill from within was clearly felt. That made the excitement grow, charging into battle alongside the goblins. Each attack was powerful and precise. Hansu had no trouble predicting their moves, fury rising, 2 on either side. Roamed through the goblin crowd. Just a slight push from Hansu sent goblins flying away. Squinted eyes pinpointed a goblin's location and struck it down. But the scene ahead shocked Hansu quickly. The goblin swung its weapon back to attack, but luckily Hansu dodged just in time.
Stepped back a few paces. That was
really dangerous. A slower reaction and it would have been game over. The goblins didn't miss any chance, charging again, not even giving time to breathe. Though just normal goblins, facing more than 5 at once was scary enough. So getting hurt was unavoidable, but now things changed with Win's help. If alone, every arrow shot by Win was super accurate. A glance showed Win had taken position. Time to finish this, loudly shouted in the crowd to distract them. The beasts charged in. Soon after, system sounds rang repeatedly. You defeated the goblin warrior. Experience +1, earned 11 magic crystals after defeating the first goblin group. Carefully picked up each crystal. Compared to spending a whole day to get 44 on the first floor, this was a real deal. Wish armor and weapons could be looted from goblins, but they vanished with the bodies. Gave 2 crystals to Win. Though both were 9th grade magic crystals, those from swordsmen were more valuable. I'll give you a bit more. Eyes lit up immediately. 2? Thanks, sir. After wrapping up, no desire to stay longer here. Moving on. Win obediently followed. Yeah, Hansu felt a bit excited, curious how much could be earned in 4 days. On the way, they faced quite a few obstacles. After going beyond 3 kilometers, every 5 minutes met a goblin group. Win quickly noticed differences in the goblins. This time, there was an archer. Look, that archer is disappearing. Hansu recognized it and warned it was invisibility magic. Focused on Win, no chance to slack. Yeah. But this time, things weren't as expected. It got tougher because of the goblin archers. Still, Hansu didn't lose faith. No way to lose. Alone, easily knocked away several goblins. With this body, just focus. Then, turning around, eyes widened in shock. An arrow was flying straight at Hansu. Quickly dodged to avoid, ready to take on the incoming arrows. Turns out it was a sneaky goblin archer. Hansu lost all patience and pulled out a big hammer. The goblin, realizing the cover was blown, got super worried. Just as Hansu attacked the goblin, the system popped up a notification. You defeated the goblin archer, experience +1. Not sure how long the fight lasted, but both were exhausted and took a break. Win leaned back against the rock, wiping sweat off the forehead nonstop. So how many hours have we been wandering around? Hansu replied coldly, about 15 hours. Back then, a polite suggestion was made. If you want, you can sleep first. Win's eyes immediately lit up hearing that. Really? What about the sleeping bag and blanket? Hansu didn't get annoyed at all. I'll get them out. Soon enough, steady snoring filled the air. Hansu sat beside, watching Win's state. Must be totally wiped out. Before, no sounds came from Win while sleeping. Maybe feeling safer now. They've been hunting around here for about 15 hours. Found more than expected compared to floor 1. But since they went further, encounters with other adventurers started happening. All groups had at least 3 members, sometimes including races from other worlds. Hansu looked up at the sky, deep in thought. Of course, every time just passed by them, but even seeing them made alertness skyrocket. Adventurers were way scarier than goblins, especially now, with an extra reason to worry. Just as Hansu praised Win, eyes snapped wide open. The problem was, looking way too beautiful. Win sat up and asked again, am I really that pretty? Hansu got embarrassed by that move. Go to sleep. Doubts kept swirling inside. Wasn't that snoring just now? Win happily lay down again. Yes, sir. Hansu found those strange actions confusing. What's up with this one? The goblins known before weren't like this. Time flew fast, quickly reaching day 4. Hansu and crew were still grinding battles on this side. Yeah, then came day 5. This time, Win took the watch while Hansu slept. Time kept passing. Day 6 went by. Now, starting day 7, Hansu cheered happily. Finally time to leave the maze. The system also notified 2 hours 47 minutes left until floor 1 closes. Win was completely drained now. Too tired, we'll sleep right after we get back. Hansu understood and kept urging. All right, let's head back now. Inside, hoping to get back a bit earlier, Win didn't forget to complete the mission. Sir, be careful, there are new traps ahead. Hansu looked at the traps, guessing goblins must have respawned. At that moment, Win sensed something off and reported immediately. There's a goblin Lin group 70 meters away at 1 o'clock. 8 normal ones, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Will we hit them? Hansu kept the same stance as before. We'll fight. Right after saying that, a bunch of goblins appeared one after another. They charged all at once, weapons ready. But Hansu didn't hesitate and faced them alone, eyes blazing with fierce determination. The goblins felt overwhelmed by that aura. Without overthinking, Hansu officially entered battle. Win would handle the archers, so Hansu took care of the warriors first. Loud clashes kept happening. Goblins flew back one by one. Notifications popped up nonstop. After all those fights, became a brawling master, turning into a thousand-eyed Kuan Yin of fists. Also thought Win improved. Knew exactly how to handle things. She said there were 2 archers, but no arrows flew at Hansu. Time needed to kill all goblins shortened significantly. Hansu gave a thumbs up. Well done, Win. But also reminded, make sure to tell once all archers are down. Don't want to fight while worrying about them. Win felt a bit guilty. Sorry, not sure if the last one got hit by an arrow. Hansu was annoyed now. That's the reason? Silently judging Win. Exactly. Uncertain info is even more dangerous. If anything spotted, point it out immediately. Way more mature than a few days ago. Feeling so proud. Win reached out to point at Hansu. Look there, something awesome is going on. Hansu quickly recognized it. This is an essence of a goblin archer. But Hansu's mood wasn't chill at all. Damn, in a place like this, that essence is part of the skill system in Dungeon Stone. They grant active and passive skills, each with different attributes depending on the type. Only one can be received per level, but it's basically cheating. So it's considered more valuable than treasure to adventurers. But the amount that can be absorbed is limited, and the essence's power changes depending on the goblin, so the character's fate depends on the essence obtained. Drop rate is almost 0. Never thought to see it here. So that's the essence? Hansu frowned, thinking. Crazy lucky. So much that it doesn't feel right. Win asked blankly. If you eat it, will you turn into a goblin? No way, luck's that good. Hansu answered straight up. No, only part of the goblin's power will be gained. For example, the one chasing us on floor 1 got a sharp mane wolf essence and tracked us by scent. Hansu politely asked, "Want it?" Win hesitated, unsure how to answer. "Well, not really." Her next sentence made sense. "But I'll take it if you don't want it." Hansu looked down on the other person. Feels like she's getting thicker-skinned. Anyway, Hansu clearly knows which essence is needed. Would have to spend a fortune if only using essence without thinking about the future. Goblin Archer essence isn't something a man race like me needs. After some hesitation, a decision was made. "All right, Win, if you promise me one thing, you can take the essence. I'll tell you when we reach floor 1. Win got pissed hearing that. Suddenly, a group appeared in front of them. "Don't move. Man race and goblins, what the hell are you doing here?" "Hamph." Win worried but stood up first. "What do you mean? We're just hunting." Hansu seemed to have predicted this. "I know we've been way too lucky." Suddenly, Hansu put a hand on Win's shoulder, surprising Win. "No need to answer them." "Win, yeah." Right after, Hansu pushed Win toward the essence. Then, a blinding light appeared. The others covered their faces in disbelief. "What the hell? She ate it? What did you just do?" They shouted angrily, refusing to accept it. "The essence is ours." After swallowing it, Win led away. Hansu had to support. "Thanks." Hansu's not unfamiliar with these types, always run into them. They rushed over immediately after spotting the essence. But what can they do? Win already ate it. Hansu wasn't afraid to challenge them. "If you want to fight, bring it on." The opponents all glared at Hansu with pure anger. Outnumbered, but the more disadvantaged, the tougher to be. "They'll look down on us if we lower our guard." Hansu wasn't backing down. "Ready to fight, come at me. If you're scared, then scram." After who knows how long, the battle was still fierce. Hansu sprinted hard toward the gate. Win nodded, following along. "Yeah." And Win asked with some doubt, "We lost those 4 earlier, right? Do you think they'll chase us to floor 1? Hansu recalled what the guy said. "You'll pay for this." Confidently said, "Even if they don't chase, we'll meet again." Win looked puzzled, still processing. "What do you mean?" Hansu explained, "They're a 4-person team, just enough to hunt monsters on floor 2, and they were stuck at the entrance then. Meaning they might head down to floor 1 and return to the city on Saturday." Added, "In other words, they're doing the same thing as us." "Got it." Win immediately looked impressed. "You're really awesome." Suddenly, a weird noise made her alert. Win quickly reported, "Boss, there's a group of goblins 5 meters away. But Hansu's plan isn't like before. This time, we'll avoid fighting them." However, Win wasn't totally on board. "We can't. They're running right toward us." Hansu was shocked to hear that. "What? We haven't been found by the goblins first these past few days, all thanks to Win's tracking skills." Doubt crept in. Was this just a coincidence? Hansu didn't say much and immediately turned around. "Then we'll run the other way." Just as Win was about to turn, something zipped past from the side. "Got it." Hansu quickly pulled Win, who was still frozen in place. Sharp eyes caught it immediately. That wasn't an arrow from a goblin archer. Win tried to explain after being yanked away unexpectedly. "I can dodge it myself." Hansu ignored that and focused on observing. Win had also frozen after hearing that earlier. What's the plan? Hansu silently guessed the enemy's strategy. They'd lure the goblins here, probably waiting for us on the other side. After thinking it through, Hansu figured they wanted to use the goblins to wear us down. Shouting loudly, "We have to fight. Use your power." Win looked confused. "My power?" Hansu finally explained clearly. "I mean use the power of that essence. Each essence has its own effect. Win absorbed the essence of a goblin archer earlier. According to the game system, it boosts stats. Speed +2, vision +6, interruption +6, poison resistance +4, agility +4, intuition +2, accuracy +8, focus +7, plus active and passive skills. Passive skill P, poison-coated arrow. Using arrows causes extra poison damage. Active skill A, stealth step, which makes the user invisible. Win was still very confused and didn't know how to use it. Hansu glanced at Win and said, "All right then." A white aura started rising from Win's body, activating the stealth step skill. Hansu frowned suspiciously nearby. The skill activates automatically without chanting or anything. Even though Win's skill was activated, still looked clueless. "Huh? All right." Not wanting to waste time, Hansu handed Win a pouch. "Here, hold this." Before leaving, Hansu reminded, "I'll go defeat the goblins myself. Meanwhile, you find that crossbow guy." Win's still worried. "Huh? Isn't it dangerous to go alone?" Hansu couldn't care about that now. "No time, just transform and when I signal, shoot the crossbow guy. You have one chance." After saying that, Hansu dashed off. "Don't act rashly until then." Win was anxious. "Wait, what signal?" Hansu ran a bit, thinking, This should be enough. Soon, sounds of goblins appeared. Goblins were on the left. Hansu didn't dodge but faced them head-on. Those lame goblins hadn't revealed themselves after shooting the first arrow. Hansu raised the hammer, ready to fight to the end, but figured they'd show themselves once all the goblins were wiped out. The goblins got knocked back like that. Hansu quickly assessed. About 10 goblins. More goblins were coming, armed. 2 looked like swordsmen, but Hansu stayed determined to attack. No arrows were shot at Hansu, meaning no archers. Just then, an arrow flew toward Hansu's shield. Here it comes. Gotta be careful with the goblin archer's arrow. Suddenly, pain shot through the body. A goblin took advantage of Hansu's distraction to sneak attack. Angry, Hansu slammed it to the ground while blocking attacks from other goblins. Can't let my guard down against the crossbow guy either, and no wind to back me up. Wounds piled up. The hammer's sound echoed again. After the fight, Hansu was exhausted, panting. Things were getting a bit more dangerous. Suddenly, a noise startled Hansu. Attacks came non-stop, 2 arrows at once. Hansu easily recognized one arrow from the goblin archer and the other from the crossbow guy. Can't block 2 arrows at once. Hansu decided to raise the shield to block and planned to switch the crossbow guy's arrow. But an arrow still wounded Hansu. Angry, Hansu thought. The goblin's arrow must have hit the elbow. It seemed poisoned. The arm won't move. So Hansu didn't hesitate to drop the hammer. Only the right hand works now. Gotta choose between the hammer and the shield. Hansu gritted through the pain, pulling out the arrow stuck in the arm with all strength. Decided to keep only the shield as a weapon. Injured, but Hansu's will didn't waver one bit. The real enemy now is those damn goblins, not the minions. Easy to conclude, hammer beats minions, but then can't dodge the crossbow guy's arrows. Hansu used all strength to swing the shield, tossing the minions away. But this ain't over yet. Seeing the scene, Hansu couldn't help but curse. Still more, now, a terrifying energy aura radiated around Hansu's body. The goblins saw this and ran off. Hansu didn't bother chasing either. Furrowed brows, thinking no need to chase those who ran, already strong enough. Meanwhile, from the shadows, the others slowly stepped out, taking down those goblins themselves. Why is the leader pointing the sword at Hansu? Didn't expect that, you impressed me. No surprise at their appearance, knew it was them. But after watching a bit, noticed something different, no crossbow guy. He sneered mockingly. Yeah, it's us. Where's that elf girl? Hansu didn't want to waste time, ready to charge in. Seeing no fear, the guy got more interested. You're a savage, beating all those minions and still standing. Suddenly showed a sly grin. But looks like you're pretty hurt. Tell me where that elf girl is, and I'll let you go. Hansu found that laughable. Let me go? Thinks this guy's dumb? Seeing no fear but a smile made them furious. You just smiled? Crazy bastard. Right? Hit first, ask questions later. The leader stayed calm, warned not to lose focus. Imagine hunting a giant monster. As soon as the order came, everyone charged at once. Hansu's hand was shaking uncontrollably, left hand still useless. No clue if Win found the crossbow guy yet. Now got a signal. A unique sign only people in this world would recognize. Suddenly, an idea hit Hansu. Smiled smugly. Gonna use this. Suddenly raised the middle finger, confusing them. What are you doing? Actually pretty worried inside. Did Erwin catch that signal? Couldn't hear anything. She was too far. But Hansu had no choice but to attack, had to trust her. Collided head-on with the leader, who sensed the struggle and called Elias. Got the order. Rushed in to attack and rescue the captain. Hansu was amazed, thinking Elias was strong, but couldn't back down. Needed to distract them to give Win a chance. Under attack from all sides, still held faith in Win. She won't lose to the crossbow guy, right? Suddenly, an arrow shot in at lightning speed. Everyone noticed. Even Elias was shocked, amazed. One arrow at the same time. Hansu and the leader both looked toward the incoming arrow. Hansu couldn't be sure if it was from the crossbow guy or Win. When the arrow attacked, finally confirmed it was from Win. Black, leader, immediately regrouped the team. Focus on that savage. I'll handle the arrows. Arrows flew but were blocked by another shield. The leader laughed smugly. Think you can do whatever you want? Hansu was pissed off. Damn it, the shield guy planned to block all of Win's arrows alone from the start. Right then, Hansu was ambushed from front and back. Even with great power, this was super tough for Hansu. Can't take down all of them alone. Sensed Elias was about to attack from behind, quickly made a plan. Suddenly turned around to strike him. Guess gotta give up some things now. Hansu was thinking to himself, anyway, the left hand is useless now. If it were possible to trade this useless hand with that redhead, that would be a totally fair deal. The leader got beaten by Hansu until coughing up blood, constantly cursing the monster. But right now, Hansu's gaze was even more ruthless than before. Elias was also in danger at that moment, realizing not being a match for Hansu and wanting to escape. Elias widened eyes in surprise. A shield guy suddenly appeared, blocking right in front.
Focus. Gonna block those arrows. However,
It seemed that guy was struggling against Win's attacks too. Hansu saw this and felt pretty satisfied. Good job, Win. Hansu got pumped, charging forward to attack them. Your turn now. Think you can block all the arrows? Damn, the archer, who's also the shield guy, recognized Win's identity, a spirit archer. Elias and Hansu were fiercely fighting, while the wounded leader sitting in a corner felt worried. This is bad. He hurriedly turned and ran away. I'll go handle that fairy brat. Even while fighting, Hansu kept watching the situation here. Damn, he's too far. Hard to catch up. Elias clenched teeth and challenged. Give up, man. Hansu was full of worry but couldn't do much. Only could trust Win. Hansu got hit and staggered back several meters. Elias took the chance to press the attack, but something appeared that made him freeze. Hansu gathered all strength and took down both of them at once. Elias saw the shield guy thrown far away and cursed. Damn, he got angry and decided to counterattack. That bastard Hansu showed no fear at all. Now it's just you left. Hansu was a bit cautious inside. That guy was strong. Not sure why he was in the same squad with those losers. No time left for thinking, so Hansu charged into battle, which turned out to be the biggest mistake of life. So you plan to keep retreating forever? Surely you're stalling until that redhead comes back, right? But I won't let that happen. I'll fake a shield swing. Hansu's shield slammed straight into Elias, then got thrown away. Hansu grabbed the collar, lifted him up, coldly glancing at the pathetic figure. Now Hansu pulled Elias with all strength, screaming wildly. You think I'll die in a place like this? Elias's saliva flew everywhere like a firework. Hansu casually wiped blood off the face, panting and looking at Elias lifeless on the ground. Win suddenly rushed over. Hey, worriedly asking if Hansu was okay. Seeing the opponent, Hansu guessed Win had won too. Win held the bottle and said, Your wound's bad. Hurry and drink this. Hansu frowned suspiciously. Drink it, Win nodded. Drinking is better than pouring it on the wound. Plus, you're poisoned. Hurry. Hansu reluctantly obeyed. All right. The bottle was quickly emptied. A burning sensation rose inside Hansu's body. Felt like everything inside was boiling. Pain spread through every vein, skin hot and itchy. Win kept cheering nearby. Come on, you got this. Hansu then asked, What time is it? She looked at her watch and said, 11:20. Hansu started calculating. Lost 10 minutes already, so 40 minutes left until the first floor closes. No time even to rest. Hansu directly ordered, Take it off, Ewan. She blushed like a tomato, seeming to misunderstand something. Win took off the shirt while having naughty thoughts. So sudden? No way. He must have a reason. Hansu corrected. No, not you. I mean the corpses of those adventurers. The watch showed 39 minutes, 59 seconds left. Hansu immediately assigned clearly. All right, no time left. Just grab the magic crystal pouch and their backpacks. I'll get the stuff from the redhead and the crossbow guy. Okay, hurry up. Time flew fast. 34 minutes, 27 seconds. 26 minutes, 48 seconds. 13 minutes, 37 seconds. 8 minutes, 33 seconds. With 2 minutes, 15 seconds left, they finally reached the gate. 50 seconds left. Let's head straight inside. Only a few dozen seconds left. They rushed in at 0 minutes, 48 seconds. Right now, the clock shows remaining time 0 minutes, 40 seconds. The system sound also rang out, signaling success in storming the first floor. Eowyn is super happy right now. Really happy. But Hansu is totally different. Basically, both got thrown out. How does she always land perfectly? Suddenly, she walks over to give a compliment. Hey, you did great. Hansu returns the favor, doing the same. Yeah, same here. But thinking about what just happened still brings a little fear inside. Wasn't it just 30 seconds left? That was dangerous. Win continues speaking. Oh right, the essence Hansu asked for just reminded me of the essence. Win nods in confirmation. Yeah, you said I had to promise something to get it. Hansu turns to look back. Right, but talk about that later. We don't have much time now. That thing? At this time, the clock is still ticking, with remaining time less than 10 seconds. Damn. Hansu scratches the head in frustration. What was the name of that tavern again? 0 minutes, 8 seconds. Only a few seconds left, but still can't remember. 0 minutes, 4 seconds. Finally, at that moment, Hansu remembers. Black Fang, let's meet at the Black King Tavern. Win happily agrees immediately. Got it. Just as she finishes speaking, the countdown ends. 0 minutes, 1 second. The maze is closing. You are being teleported to Raphidonia. Hansu sighs deeply upon landing. Now, serious announcement time. Back again, Raphidonia. Hansu silently observes the people in front. Knowing all the adventurers have gathered here, but this many people is seriously intimidating. Time inside the maze is different from the city. No matter how long spent inside, when coming out, the time is always noon the next day. so the clock must be adjusted to exactly noon to match the time. Right then, someone loudly calls out Hansu John, son of the Black Blade. Looking at the person, suspicion arises. Who the hell is this guy? Seems the name starts with V. After a moment, Hansu reacts. Second son of Venong Kara. Kara quickly corrects, third son of Venong Ko. Very quickly, someone steps forward. Kak, third son of Venong. Huh? Seeing you still healthy like this, I'm glad. Kara immediately turns to look. Fourth son of Senik Serum here, still alive and kicking. More and more people come over quickly, making Hansu panic. Son of Fama from Naren here. Looking pretty good too. Kara, how's the maze? This general has crazy connections. Those sharp mane wolves are nothing. Using equal level power but still speechless, thinking inside. What's going on? Lost brothers from all over gathering. Where did these maniacs jump out from? No idea. They keep talking enthusiastically. Hey, want to test strength at the checkpoint? Awesome. I'll show everyone what true warrior courage looks like. Let's go, brothers. Looks like almost all magic crystals ended up with me. Someone turns to ask Hansu. Bien, you coming too? Hansu nods in agreement. Yeah, sure. After counting, results come in. 24,476 pieces, 28,420 pieces, 41,496 pieces. Everyone cheers wildly after hearing. Over 40,000 pieces. Epic beyond belief. Kak, third son of Venong, is truly the warrior of warriors. At this time, countless red bags are placed on the table. All of these are magic crystals. Hansu nods in confirmation. That's right. Then the counter counts at lightning speed. Let me try counting. Hansu watches, amazed at the speed. After a while, the person reports back. Done. 182,413 pieces total. Others cheer excitedly. 180,000 pieces. John, son of Jandon, got as many as 180,000 pieces. That's the record so far. Not just magic crystals. He also has a carrier. Thick supplies and bags too. How is that even possible? So jealous. John, son of Gender, truly the warrior of warriors. Hansu says nothing, silently observing them. BN. Their excitement is understandable. Smirking, thinking inside, anyway, always been the first maniac to enter the maze, empty-handed and come out as a legitimate citizen. Hansu feels proud as hell, the greatest warrior ever. Everyone there keeps cheering non-stop. John. John. They get so hyped they keep tossing him into the air. Pretty wild, no joke. John, no losing control here, okay? Sorry about that. But their actions got called out, so please keep it down. Fine. Outside people must be shaking their heads too. Has the checkpoint always been this chaotic? Damn fanatics again. The street is packed with people now. Hansu silently watches the scene. Probably should follow those fanatics. There's got to be something going on that's not known yet. So, gonna sit here and wait for them to come back, then tail them. Suddenly, a familiar figure catches the eye. Humph. None other than Hansu's teammate from Win. Two others are chatting nearby. Think you know how to handle the spirits now? Oh, really? Heard the fire spirit is super impatient. Guess you gotta. Hansu's face darkens, thinking hard. Knows exactly what kind of people she usually hangs with. Around here, only tall, black-smelling dudes. Seriously jealous. Win waves at Hansu. Hey. She's looking this way. Awesome. Hansu signals her, catch you tonight. Win nods quickly. Got it. The girl nearby suddenly pays attention. Win, you know that guy. Win immediately denies it. No way. Kara notices Hansu's weird reaction too. John, Jandon's son, what are you staring at? You know those fairy girls? He shakes his head fast. No, but he's loud enough to let them hear. Probably true. No way a top-tier warrior like him knows those weird long-eared freaks. The girl gets pissed hearing that. Hansu's at a loss, feeling all tangled inside. Getting stuck with these fur-eating losers is a nightmare. What the hell? Romeo and Juliet or what? After who knows how long, some people finally come out. Finally done. Hansu grabs the stuff and stands up. Everyone's here now, let's roll. Kara agrees fast. All right, let's go. Just like that, they hit the road. Hansu has to change the plan. Trying to talk to Win in this vibe is impossible. Better wait till tonight to meet her. Suddenly, a childish voice rings out. Dad, nearby, a father and child hug emotionally. Miss you so much. You miss me too, right? Behave at home, okay? Hansu suddenly remembers. Right, even in the game, scenes like this happen. Brother's back, mom's happy seeing the kid alive. The joy of reuniting with family, friends, and even Romarian. My husband, where's my husband? I'm so sorry. A little innocent girl sees her mom crying. No, Dad's not coming back. All the pain and loss feels like my fault. Mine too. Back then, all of us were helpless. Played Dungeon Stone 1,000 times already. Cries kept echoing non-stop. Robin, why? Why? But actually walking past these mournful faces, not just 2D graphics, feels weird. Yet the scene changes fast. They arrive at 100% tavern. Everyone drinks freely, like a way to blow off steam. Cheers. Glasses keep clinking non-stop. Roar. Hansu sits in a corner, pissed off, losing it. Like said before, the reason for hanging with these fanatics is thinking a crucial step got missed or something. Seeing their noise, Hansu can't hold back the anger. Damn monkeys, all you guys do is pour booze down your throats. No clue about anything else. Just wasting time here, can't take it anymore, so stands up. Gonna step outside for a bit. Kara nearby instantly notices something's off. You're leaving already. Quickly, everyone nearby turns around. What? Today's main character wants to bail? Why? Hansu curses inside. Main character, my ass. These guys won't let me leave. Even if Hansu walks off, they wouldn't blame. Can't blame them either. Good luck, man. The strongest warrior, John, Jandin's son, the Dark One. Their laughter echoes all over the tavern. Walking down the street, Hansu watches the surroundings. Wait for me. Can't help but think, so peaceful. No monsters or people trying to mess around here. What to do tonight? Go grab some drinks. This time, my husband's in that maze. This place has its own order and feels super chill. Even if stumbling on this land, it's still possible to get back up like nothing happened, because surely someone will reach out to help. This place is another world and probably not as advanced as 21st century Earth. Hansu quickly entered a room, but still decided to take a thorough shower after those tough days. Hansu seemed to no longer reject this place, still feeling very peaceful. Maybe living in this city isn't as bad as imagined. After showering, quickly stepped out, feeling refreshed. Hansu just lay flat on the bed, eyes open staring at the ceiling for a while, yet the sadness inside kept rising. Honestly, Hansu loudly said, still want to go home, really want to go home, even though no one is waiting there. Time passed quickly. Soon it was evening. Hansu then slept a very long sleep. Currently 21 hours 18 minutes, observing the sky outside to estimate. Left the maze at noon, so must have slept about 4 or 5 hours. Time to meet Win at the Black Wolf Tavern. Upon arrival, an old man reported to Hansu. The Black Wolf Tavern? That place disappeared 10 years ago. Shocked with mouth wide open. Disappeared already? The man nodded in confirmation. Yes, the owner's son was into drinking and gambling. The tavern has changed both owner and registered name now. That tavern holds memories of many generations. Truly a pity. Hansu frowned, thinking silently. Though expected, the game world must have passed long after that event. Still unwilling to give up, asked, so what's the new tavern's name? Let me see. Ah. After some searching, finally got there. Bonnet Poohan kept standing outside observing the place. Is this the old Black Wolf Tavern? Looks so different from the game. Luckily, at least can still read the writing of this world. Probably need to hit the library someday to catch up on knowledge. Inside space was very lively now. Welcome to this lady, another guy. Hansu started scanning around, chaos everywhere. Where's Win? A familiar voice called out. Hey bro, Win waved. Here. Hansu glanced over and saw another person sitting beside. Over there? That woman was the one from noon? Her attitude seemed not very good, so that madman is the guy. Hansu didn't care much and introduced himself. Bon, son of Jandin, and she spoke nonsense. This girl's sister. Erwin next to them shouted, Sis. She refused to introduce herself, so Hansu teased. Her name is this girl's sister. She remained cold without expression. Just call me Teresia. From that, easily guessed, Win's full name is Win Foracy. Teresia probably doesn't want to reveal real name. Hansu still pressed. So Teresia, what wind blew you here? Teresia got so annoyed, slammed hand on table. Hey madman, got a question for you. She bluntly challenged. Why did you want to meet a young girl at a shady tavern this late? Teresia kept questioning Hansu. Last night you called Win to this disreputable tavern and didn't show up, making her wait all night. And you dare ask me again? She scolded without mercy. Thick-faced demon. Hansu's face darkened. What do you mean? Teresia frowned and yelled. You're playing dumb. Hansu immediately turned to ask. Erwin, how long have we been out of the maze? Win calculated, then answered. About 30 hours. Hearing that, Hansu relaxed. 30 hours, only then realized, not 4 but 30. No wonder waking up felt so comfortable, because already slept through a whole day. Win saw Hansu's guilty expression, also confused. Sorry, Win. Didn't hesitate to admit fault. Very sorry, overslept. Win and Teresia both widened eyes in shock. Bro? Seeing them like that, Hansu also doubted. She was very surprised. Has she never seen a demon apologize? Teresia still didn't let go, kept interrogating. Because you're a demon. I didn't expect you to be on time. So what's the reason you asked? Win out here. Hansu was confused by this question. Well, could give many long reasons. Hansu frowned, annoyed, but not obligated to explain to you. Curious, go ask Win. Teresia wasn't surprised by that reaction. Knew it. Demons are interesting. You speak well. Hansu didn't hold back and continued talking. What does that have to do with this? Better ditch that attitude. Ever since deciding to protect Win for life, getting poked by that guy almost drove crazy. That loser and seeing them so tense, Win wanted to step in and advise. Hey, big bro. Teresia pulled out a bag and placed it on the table. Here, take this. This is 350,000 stones, the money Win earned from the essence. Hansu watched this scene and suddenly got reminded. Seems like this happened in some Korean dramas. A vivid imagination kicked in, thinking about grabbing that cash and ditching Win. Teresia noticed Hansu still refusing to move and got suspicious. Why not take it? Could it be what I suspect, that he has other plans? Hansu didn't answer but turned to ask Win. Do you agree with her? Win stammered, unsure how to respond. Only then did Hansu explain. The price for the essence I gave you is that you'll help until I collect enough essence and complete the mission. Win's mouth dropped in shock. Huh? Is that how it is? Hansu nodded to confirm. Yeah, we'll split it 5 ways. Her eyes sparkled like a fallen star. But Win's expression changed immediately after, bowing head, full of guilt. Sorry. Hansu felt utterly confused then. Why did it seem like we were cooperating fine in the dungeon? Teresia finally spoke to clarify. From now on, Win will go into the maze with me. We just followed tradition, letting the kid go out alone this time. Because it's the first exploration. I never intended for the kid to go into the dungeon solo. Hansu felt really annoyed then. Got it. Now she has an older sister to go with. The bond barely formed, just shattered. Teresia pushed the money bag again. If you understand, please take this bag. Hansu wasn't so easygoing. Wait, I think 350,000 is only half the essence money based on current sale prices. Right? She nodded without hesitation. Of course, you got a lot too. Yet he still felt unsatisfied. Then this is missing 280,000 stones. The promised share was 91, right? Teresia laughed out loud. Oh right, almost forgot. She pulled out another bag. Here's 280,000 stones. Hansu was stunned. What the hell? Planning to trick me if I forgot. He kept cursing inside, that petty little sharp-eared thing. Now he knows why demons hate fairies. Hansu tried to hold back feelings. If you're done, can you step outside for a bit? I still have things to say to Win. Teresia stubbornly refused. You still have things to say to her? Win begged. Your sister's putting on that innocent, pitiful face again. Thanks for worrying and coming with me. But now you can leave first. You have to thank and say goodbye to him. Teresia couldn't resist that expression and agreed. Fine. I'm not a kid anymore. Suddenly, she turned and pointed right at him. Then go. Demon bastard. Hansu was dumbfounded, clueless. What the hell? Teresia shouted. Then you won't sleep with Win and I'll leave immediately. Win's face instantly turned red like a tomato. What the hell? What are you saying? Hansu thought silently. Not sleeping with her, but other options are okay? Teresia wouldn't let go. Fine then. Hansu didn't hesitate to agree loudly. That's me. He slammed a fist on his sturdy chest with warrior pride. But Hansu knew deep down he never cared about that stupid warrior pride. Win was deeply moved then. No, big bro. Teresia was satisfied and left. All right, I'm off now. Win anxiously turned to ask. She only remembered because you asked her to call. Almost forgot. Teresia turned back and thanked Hansu. Thanks for saving Win, John, son of Janin. Win was helpless and buried face in the table, sad, looking up at him. What should I do? Never disobeyed her before. Think she'll be mad? Hansu thought silently. With that smile, she doesn't seem too angry. But all he could do was reassure, didn't know what else. Don't worry. Win seemed to remember something. That's a relief. Oh right. Win shyly avoided looking at Hansu. Thanks for your earlier offer. But already decided to help sister before, so sorry. Yet Hansu didn't scold. No need to apologize. Hansu thought, if a high-level spirit offered help in dungeon exploration, wouldn't refuse. Win then pulled out a bag and said to him, and here are exactly 63 magic crystals from blood claws and bows. I've taken my share, so no need to worry about that. The girl added cheerfully, and I've already packed your stuff neatly, but there's still quite a lot left. I think you should prepare more things yourself for tomorrow. Hansu frowned, feeling extremely annoyed inside. The girl had guessed what was about to be asked before the words even came out. The invitation to join the team had been given up on, but what a pity. Suddenly, Win asked, how should I repay you? Hansu felt a bit confused after hearing that. Repay. The girl had clearly told that gratitude would be given for the help received. At that moment, Hansu finally realized why his sister had warned not to sleep with her. She must have feared some weird request would come up. Hansu sighed deeply. Pay. Huh? Looking at the waiter bringing food at the next table, Hansu asked, Nothing comes to mind right now. But one thing, do you want to eat something? Win also looked up following the gaze. Not very hungry. Hansu didn't bother paying attention to that. Then I'll order by myself. Win nodded without emotion. But then excitement sparked as a suggestion was made. Then I want to drink alcohol. Yesterday I had to force myself not to take a single drop. Hansu was a bit surprised. Drink alcohol? Win said excitedly. I want to have a drinking duel with you. The phrase used made Hansu recall something. Drinking duel, if remembered correctly, is a cultural thing in the game, for spirits living only in the shrine until adulthood. The first drinking duel carries great significance. Hansu blinked and said politely, Win immediately corrected. You should say thank you. So Hansu followed and said thank you. Hearing that, Win was very happy, smiling brightly like a flower. Of course, we went through the dungeon challenges together, so naturally we should experience the first drinking duel together. The girl shyly turned away. Maybe this isn't your first drinking duel, but Hansu frowned in annoyance. What are you saying? This is my first time too. Win was very surprised to hear that. Huh? Hansu got angry at the doubt. I said I'm only 20 years old. Win still didn't believe it, asking if this was a joke. Hansu laughed to confirm. This is also my first time entering a dungeon. After a while, the table was full of food. Win kept praising. Brother, you did very well. Hansu raised the cup looking at her, and she did the same. Just like that, the two drank together until the cups were empty. Soon, the food on the table was almost gone. Win rested her chin looking very cute. Brother, wearing that shirt today with that style, Hansu secretly complimented. Yeah, and you look pretty in that dress today. Hansu drank the wine without saying anything, thinking that private talk was enough, wondering if it was time to get to the important matters. Finally, Hansu spoke. Win, you said you wanted to repay me earlier, right? I figured it out. Win gently tucked her hair back. What is it? Hansu stood up and whispered. But not here. The guards will notice us. Win's face turned as red as a tomato. So shyly, the girl made a suggestion. How about we go to your room? Hansu didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Okay. Good idea. Murmurs full of innuendo came from the room. Win stretched out. Hansu, with hot breath, seemed ready to do something. Although saying that, Hansu was actually adjusting Win's shoulder, making her cry out in pain. La, that thon. My shoulder, you're dislocating it, making it hard to control my strength. Tears flowed from the pain, constantly complaining. At this rate, my bones will deform. Are you sure you can't take it anymore? Win had no choice but to agree and swear to Hansu. Yes, I swear on my family's honor. All right, take a break. After Hansu let her go, the girl recalled her trembling and felt scared. Still alive. My hand is intact, right? It seemed that in the real world, the agility stat was only +4. Not really outstanding. After calming down, Win basically questioned Hansu. Did you invite me here just to test my abilities? Hansu didn't deny and directly revealed the reason. Yes, using powers in the city is not allowed. I just wanted to check the difference between the essence in the game and in the real world. I don't know. A game created with extremely high difficulty. Dungeon Stone is not a user-friendly game. Just looking at the stats table, one can tell. Body, mind, power. Also, this game contains tons of information. Those three are the main parameters. But if you press the plus button next to them, thousands of detailed stats appear. From what the game offers, players can gain extra power. For example, stamina points help boost endurance. Carrying heavy items and landing physical attacks better becomes possible. Every character in the game is a totally different version with unique strengths. That's why even if characters have similar stats, they can still do different things. Maybe all that was learned by spending thousands of hours on this game. Some stats have insane effects that even after 9 years of playing, still remain unknown. Hansu is seriously curious about Win's skills. One stat not well understood is Obsession. It's a stat linked to the essence Win absorbed. Really wanting to know about this skill. Meanwhile, wondering why no info exists except it's considered a low-tier stat in the mind category. So, are we doing anything else now? Did Erwin feel any changes after leaving the maze? Hansu tries to recall hints like overthinking or impatience. Not really sure. At this point, Win remembers eating cookies and shares the experience. Cookie snacks, never had this many before, but right after returning, ate a whole bunch. After hearing that, Hansu guesses a bit inside. Got it, obsession boosts desire. Now I get why it doesn't work in the game. While focused on these thoughts, a hand reaches out to grab a shirt, but maybe there are still new stats unknown. Should think carefully when. Hey Win, with innocent eyes explains, I'm sleepy now but still want to check some stuff. Alright, let's go to sleep. Then the candle in the room flickers out. Han finally lies down to sleep, but then eyes snap open as if remembering something. Wait, Hansu looks at Win sleeping peacefully and recalls what her sister warned. Her sister told not to sleep with her. but then reassures with a different thought, probably no big deal. Thinks she meant a different kind of sleeping together. Lots of weapons gathered and laid on the floor. So this is the loot? Win seems excited seeing those items. Exclaims, so many. Coming to my inn was totally the right call. Now, should we sell all this? Sell everything except a few pieces. With sparkling eyes, picks up an outfit and asks Hansu, can I take this outfit and this belt? Sure, but I'll deduct them from your share. Okay. Hansu sells the sword to a town shop. I'll pay you 350,000 spirit stones for this. Use those weapons to exchange for spirit stones. Total loot is 180,000 spirit stones. Seems like the stuff Hansu got sells for a good price, 250,000 spirit stones in total. Looking at the big bags of spirit stones on the table, Hansu silently praises, earning a total of 150,000 spirit stones. While Win is still stunned by the amount earned, Hansu starts calculating. Hey, this isn't a dream, right? How much is this exactly? After deducting Win's share, about 1,400 spirit stones remain. Never earned this much money early in the game before. After finishing calculations, finally smiles with satisfaction. Good start. Suddenly, a greeting echoes through the castle. All right, let's part ways here. Why so sudden? We don't have anything else to do now. Win looks gloomy about parting with Hansu here. Since we're on the same path, let's go to the central square together. Okay. Want to stay with you longer. On the street, a big crowd gathers. Win and Hansu can't help but wonder why so many people are standing there. Why is there such a big crowd over there? Now they realize something's happening. A soldier stands up and shouts loudly. It's an execution. Everyone step back. A man with his mouth covered is brought in, unprepared for execution. Those people didn't commit serious crimes like murder, rape, or arson. Nearby are the man's family, also caught here, and their crime is not paying taxes. As the announcement sounds, someone pulls the rope down. We will begin the execution. This city is where humans and otherworldly beings coexist. Raphurnia is the last city left in the otherworld, a place sealed by a witch's curse. The only source of resources in this tiny area is the labyrinth. Because of that, an unbreakable rule was set here. Anyone who can't pay taxes simply gets executed. Executing tax evaders has a deeper reason. It's meant to reduce the population. After the executions are done, people rush forward, pushing and shoving, fighting over scraps. Move aside, me first. They dive in, dipping bread rolls into the dirty blood on the ground. They eat those rolls like they've lost all humanity. Damn. Erwin watched that scene, horrified by their actions. What the hell? Why dip bread in blood? There's a legend saying that drinking the blood of the executed grants blessings of wealth and luck. Hansu finally wonders, how much was the first year's tax? 700,000 spirit stones for non-human races. Hearing that number, a thought crossed the mind. This is a bit beyond the game, but still kinda similar. For the second year and beyond, Win explained fearfully, 800,000 spirit stones plus extra fees for transactions, just like in the game. Because taxes increase yearly, Hansu's determination grows. Taxes will keep rising, so this year needs to be stronger than ever. It's clear what happens if things are just watched passively. If that happens, there's no going back to the old life or whining about fate. The blood will eventually become the kind those others know. That's why Hansu silently pondered. To avoid that, saving money is necessary. From there, calculations began for everything needed on the 6th floor. At least becoming an adventurer capable of conquering the 6th floor is a must. To survive in this world and avoid execution, Hansu went alone to the library. Looking around, the thought struck. The library is huge here. The one in the game is still under construction. Stepping inside, everyone glanced over. Why the hell are they staring so hard? Must be rare to see a demon at the library. Inside, Hansu spotted a sleeping statue of Na. Seeing Na, the identity finally clicked. The second or third daughter of some faction. Approaching. A gentle poke on the shoulder. What is she doing here? Anna, sensing someone calling, shyly sat up. She seemed surprised to see Hansu. The black-haired son of John was glad to see her alive and well. Anna happily shouted, drawing attention. You too, black-haired son of John. Ignoring others, she laughed loudly, then lowered her voice. Sorry, didn't expect to meet a fellow demon here. Her tone shifted. Whatever. What are you doing here? Anna finally explained why she was at the library. You told me to think before acting, so I figured I needed more knowledge to think properly. That attitude earned respect in Hansu's eyes. She was definitely different from other demons. After thinking, Anna reached a conclusion. I also realized while wandering the labyrinth that monsters aren't the only enemies. Something must have happened in the labyrinth. Other demons just brag about their labyrinth experience. She closed her book with a sigh. Yeah, that's why I decided to study, but reading is so hard. That's the problem, right? Anna stood up, revealing her next plan to Hansu. So I'm thinking of visiting the temple to learn reading and writing from the elders. The two chatted back and forth in the library. You're going right away? If I don't do it now, I'll forget. The more I learn, the more pitiful the demon race seems. Before leaving, Anna reminded Hansu of their earlier promise. I just remembered I promised to repay you for your advice if we both survive. She declared with full confidence. If you need help, come to the Angry Bull Inn. I'll do my best to assist. Though agreeing out loud, Hansu secretly hoped, all right, don't forget this promise in the next few days. Watching Anna leave, Hansu thought, I think I'll need her help soon. Looking at the vast library, inside, frustration brewed. How the hell was it possible to find the book needed in a place this massive? Seriously, this place was gigantic. Instantly, attention locked onto the girl sitting at the table ahead. Hansu slowly approached and started chatting with her. This girl had to be the librarian, right? She was even dozing off while working. The other girl, upon hearing someone call, slowly lifted the head. Luo Na cracked a voice and asked Tian Yao, what's going on? Luo Na wants to know what Hansu is desperately searching for. What's the deal? I'm looking for books. Where are the history books? After hearing the reason, she immediately cast the CTF spell. Seeing the magic slowly flying toward Hansu, curiosity sparked. Did she just cast a spell on herself? While still doubting, Luo Na began explaining. But nothing really changed. Now if Hansu took a walk around, finding the needed books was possible, but borrowing them was a no-go. Please put them back exactly where they were after reading. While Hansu remained skeptical, she had already fallen asleep. Just wandering around, looking at Luo Na in front, confusion grew. She was dozing off again. What was wrong with this girl? Hansu followed Luo Na's advice and took a stroll through the library. Quickly grasped how this magic worked. Right after starting to wander the library, finally found the book needed. Probably, this magic made the books related to the keyword in mind glow. While Luo Na was still asleep down there, Hansu slowly examined the book in hand. This explained why there was only one librarian in such a huge library. Time to start with this book. The book recorded mysterious things about the old world. The first book, The World Collapse, thousands of years ago. No life could survive in this land due to a witch's curse, and the last remaining fortress, Raftronia, was the only place that escaped that disaster. The royal family opened a portal to another dimension because people were dying of hunger due to limited resources. That was the maze of today. After studying the book, Hansu realized the early history of this world was different from the game's prologue. So, started reading the next book to understand more about that land. The second book, A Brief Commentary on Alchemy 4. It talked about how magic crystals from monsters were refined into bread, water, and steel. Couldn't grasp the theory no matter how many times it was read, but from now on, this would be remembered. Hansu silently read through book after book. Thoughts wandered to the next book, Holy War 3, which explained the reason behind the hatred between the man race and the fairy race. Alright, now on to the fourth book, the one that really needed reading. Each book Hansu read contained a different story. The fourth book, The Demon Soul of the Abyss. Demon souls in this world referred to those from other dimensions who possessed the bodies of natives. Calling them that wasn't wrong. This book helped understand one thing. It didn't explain the cause, but clarified how the royal family and the church struggled to end this phenomenon. Closing the fourth book, Hansu sighed softly and finally grasped the survival principle. In other words, as long as forbidden words weren't spoken, everything was fine. A neat trick since Hansu was also a demon soul. Continued reading the collected books to find the key point. The fifth book, The Death of the Emperor. This book talked about the first king, the one called the Immortal Emperor, Lavion III. He died 150 years ago. After studying this book, the problem was understood. The game started right after Lavion III's death. Since Lavion III passed away, it was now 150 years after the game's timeline. That probably explained why the knowledge in the game conflicted so much with reality. Looking at the book in hand, Hansu felt a bit puzzled. The next book was the Observation Report on Dimensional Instability. Was this the book the blonde guy who saved Hansu had read? May Hansu recall the meeting with Draus. What was experienced was rare, just like the blonde guy said. After finishing this book, Hansu realized one thing. This book mentioned a theory that when entering the gate, the very moment it closed might cause some kind of instability. Those books made Hansu torment himself. So basically, dying here is his own fault. Seriously, depressing. Time to stop thinking about this crap. Finally, Hansu decided to stop reading for now. It's dark outside. The rest can wait. Heading back home, lying on the bed, hands behind the head, lost in thought. 3 days have passed since escaping the maze. Hansu started calculating the days ahead. 1 month here means 30 days, right? The maze opens at midnight on the first day of the month, so 27 days remain. Eyes closed, a decision was made deep inside. Starting tomorrow, time to find a new team member. But suddenly, a loud noise jolted Hansu awake. Someone outside keeps banging on the door, calling out, "Hey, wake up." Annoyed, Hansu went to open the door and spoke. It's early morning, and she's here for something. But suddenly, a strange light blasted right into the face. Win happily showed off a new achievement to Hansu. "I finally succeeded in making a contract. Check it out. I tried 10 times with the spirit stone my sister bought me. It worked. Plus, the spirit in her hand has another power, and its wind combined with fire works really well." After a moment of silence, Hansu spoke. "Lucky." By now, a rough guess about Win's identity formed. The spirit stone is an item that lets one make a contract with a spirit with a 10% chance. It's pretty expensive, and she tried 10 times. She must come from a rich clan. Hansu immediately made a request to Win. "Got it. You can stop summoning it now, but I haven't even shown you what I can do yet." Both looked inside the house to find a mess. Angry, Hansu questioned, "How much more mess do you want to make in my house?" Win, on the other hand, was surprised by the chaos caused. She panicked and immediately apologized to Hansu. "Sorry, I'll clean it up right now." Finally, the room was cleaned by Win. Seeing the room, Hansu sighed. "Done already?" She said she's good at cleaning, but didn't expect it to be this fast. Now, genuine praise for her talent. "Congrats on making a contract with a spirit. Thanks." Hansu returned to his serious tone, questioning Win. "But you don't need to waste time coming to see me. Shouldn't you be using your time smarter before heading back to the maze?" Hearing that, Win froze. "True, but with a sad mood," explained. "I ran all the way here because I wanted you to be the first to know." Hansu then realized how close the two were and thought, "Is it because I'm her first teammate? She seems pretty attached." "Look, first teammate, I just got the wind spirit. How much stronger are you now?" This relationship is better kept professional. But Hansu reached out to shake Win's hand, declared, "I plan to stay here forever, so if you have any problems, just come find me." The marketing maniac said, planning to keep being friends with Win. Hansu's words touched her. "We're comrades after all." Win smiled gently, accepting the offer. "Okay. Some relationships are good." Time flew like the wind. Hansu went to the place where the demon clan lived 26 days before returning to the maze. That's a long or short time depending on perspective, but knew how to make the most of it. "Is this the Angry Bull Inn where the demons live?" A demon clan member saw Hansu. "Who's this? The strongest warrior?" "John, son of Janin." They kept noisily talking about his arrival. "What, John? I've heard stories about you." The chatter continued. One of them led Hansu inside, introducing while walking. "But what brings you here? You want to stay here too?" "Not bad. It only costs 300 spirit stones per night." "What? 300 stones? That's cheap for a room crammed with demons." Seeing the scene, Hansu understood. 5 warriors sleep in one room. "But if it were you, we'd give you a bed." "So that's why it's cheap? You're only now revealing why you came here." "No, I came to meet Fenelline, Anna's 3rd daughter. Anna is Fenelline, John's 2nd daughter." Just then, Anna appeared right before Hansu. "John, son of Jandin." "Yan, Fenelline's 2nd daughter." Perfect timing. John, son of Jandin, came looking for her. Anna looked surprised when John came to find her. "Me? Why?" Hansu didn't hide anything and directly made the request. "Got something I want to ask you. Want to spar for practice, huh?" "Yeah. Need to train. Since still weak, that's why this decision was made. Can't survive with just basic close combat skills. No need to ask for favors." Anna led Hansu to where the demon was training, explaining the situation. "Just head out to the courtyard, that's all. Seems like it's not really a favor." Anna also made a request before sparring with Hansu. "Just not in the morning, can fight anytime else." "Then let's start right now." Anna immediately got into stance, both ready to face off. Anna and John are gearing up for a showdown. Hansu quickly charged. Thinking came to learn, but not planning to lose. Anna gripped the sword tight, raised it ready to strike. With a sharp gaze, Anna thrust the sword forward. After a while, Hansu got injured and lay flat on the ground. They declared total domination. Anna is now the strongest warrior. The fight ended. Time to check on the great warrior Anna, 2nd daughter of Fenelin. "You okay?" "Fine. Really skilled, best way to spend time." But Hansu didn't give up, kept pushing. Once again, Anna swung the sword and knocked Hansu's shield away. Again, both struggled for a long time. Again, Hansu still refused to quit, wanting to keep fighting Anna. Again and again, they fought until the moon rose. Anna stepped forward. Hansu was exhausted. Anna started sweating, questioned. "Still want to continue? Now want to rest." "Anna's too strong." After a long day of fighting, Hansu finally decided to stop. "No, that's enough for today." "Got it, well done." Plus, Anna's smarter than ordinary demons, and not thinking Anna would betray since also a demon. Suddenly Hansu approached, curious. "Anna, planning to enter the maze alone next time?" "Maybe. no money to form a team. Hearing that from Anna, Hansu made an offer. Then my best choice is this. Want to be my teammate? While Anna was still stunned, added a condition. Teammate, yeah, I'll take 80% of the profits, but I'll cover the team fees. Hansu's cold gaze cut in. Enough, no need to explain more. Seeing that, Hansu got worried inside, doubting. Damn, she doesn't like the terms? Listen, I'll pay for the gear, but suddenly Anna reached out to shake hands. That handshake showed Anna agreed to Hansu's request. No matter what you explain, I won't get it. I'll trust you, John Janin. Hansu clenched the hand happily inside, looking forward to working with you. Great, now got a friend. Next day at the Man Tribe Temple, Hansu and Anna arrived together. The chief was waiting to greet them. Welcome Anna, second daughter of Finlayan and John, son of Jandin. Didn't want to come because of him, but no other choice. He looked puzzled seeing you here. Rare for a warrior to leave the temple, then come back. You here to learn reading and writing like him? The chief questioned Hansu when hearing the purpose wasn't as expected. So why are you here? Want the spirit seal? Hansu declared confidently. Or more precisely, want the soul spirit seal. It's an overpowered skill needed to conquer the maze. Long ago, every species on Earth had different traits. Each race in this world has unique characteristics. The fairy race can make contracts with spirits to borrow their power. The dwarf tribe is no exception, having its own trait. And the dwarf tribe has the blessing of armor that enhances item effects. Even the beast tribe isn't left out. The beast tribe can make contracts with ancient monsters called spirit beasts. Even the mighty berserker tribe has its own trait. And finally, the berserker tribe possesses the spirit seal. The chief sternly questioned Hansu. How do you know about it? His eyes showed clear malice, threatening Hansu. This isn't something a young warrior like you should know, right? Getting suspected again. Turns out everything Hansu knew came from searching the library before, but that's fine. That's why I came to the library to find info about the spirit seal. The guy didn't hide it and revealed it to the tribe chief. The info was read from a book. Heard that curriculum had a huge impact in the battle against the celestial tribe. After hearing that, suddenly the chief laughed out loud, patted Hansu on the shoulder, and praised. So that's how the kid knew about it. Reading interesting books, huh? The chief regained composure and exclaimed, proud of both of you and Anna. Definitely. No reason to refuse a warrior and spirit mark when they ask for it. Hansu, with determined eyes, spoke up. But before the guy could finish, the chief interrupted. But at such a young age, around 800, already having a spirit mark, he gave that condition, mocking Hansu, wondering if the kid could afford it. Faced with the mockery, Hansu didn't lose spirit and assured the chief, we'll pay in full. Really serious? Yeah, that's why it's hard to get it early in the game because the price is too high. Deep down, the guy understood the current issue. Especially higher ranks require rarer materials than money. But Hansu held a money pouch and declared, this pouch has 500 stones and 3 pouches of 100 stones each. I'm the money guy. After taking the pouch, the chief questioned John, son of Jandin, where did so much money come from? Already had a plan in mind. Hearing the question, Hansu smiled silently, feeling satisfied. Would be disappointed if the chief didn't ask that, exactly. Started telling a past story experienced. Lucky to meet an injured fairy tribe member on the first floor. Hansu made up a perfect story to fool the chief. Used her as a slave and got a lot of stones. Caught up with her. Also took the chance to mock the sisters and got money from her sister as ransom. Those fairy tribe members are really weak. After hearing the story, the chief laughed heartily and exclaimed, can't remember the last time laughing this hard. The Man tribe people nearby also laughed loudly, cheering for Hansu. Awesome, son of Jan and John, you insulted that long-eared coward. Maybe the first to do so. That's epic. Others started gathering around. Are they really that fairy tribe? Not too bad. The chief placed an item in hand and explained, this is a gift for showing your talent. Hansu looked at the coins in hand, feeling suspicious. Returned 200 stones. Oh man, earned 200 stones just with a story. Standing in the middle, raised hand and shouted to everyone. He's generous. We'll keep stomping on those long ears and become a stronger warrior. Really happy to be with the Man tribe. Starting to like these people more. They have more charm than expected. The marks on Man tribe members come from deep inside. The spirit mark is a type of enhancement technique, working by absorbing essence from magical materials to create special power. Everyone in the tribe has this mark from a young age. The tattoos on berserkers at birth prove their souls are still pure, so they remain visible even after growing up. That's why all berserkers have tattoos. Before the ritual for Hansu, the priest advised, I'll give you one more chance to reconsider, young warrior. You won't be able to get any other type of spirit mark if you choose this path. No problem, a high-level immortal spirit mark is essential for tank berserkers. The priest held a needle, ready to start. Here it goes. Other skills are already strong, so choosing the immortal path is an obvious choice for any veteran gamer. The needle pierced Hansu's back, Immediately, those spots glowed. Tried to endure it, but it really hurt, making Hansu grit teeth in pain inside. Gotta endure this every time leveling up? This hurts like hell. At that moment, a notification appeared about leveling up. Activated Immortal Mark Level 1. Natural regeneration significantly increased. Strength stat increased by 13. Before leaving with the mark on the back, Hansu turned back to thank the priest. Thanks. The priest's smile made the guy suspicious. Why is he smiling? The priest's smile was truly because of Hansu's thanks. This is the first time witnessing a true warrior actually thank a shaman. After leaving the shaman's tent, Hansu didn't get what was going on, feeling pretty annoyed inside. What did I do wrong? Better get out before suspicion arises. The next morning, the plan was to hit the trading area to buy some necessary gear. The town was bustling with people. What became clear after training with Anna was that becoming a swordsman wasn't the right fit. Hansu calculated the next moves. The plan was to focus solely on skills after getting that soul seal. So, spending time upgrading sword skills now would just be a waste. Welcome. What would you like to buy? One-handed weapons, please. The weapon seller enthusiastically showed off the weapons at the stall. From here to there, these are the heavy weapons favored by berserkers. They definitely match the berserker's taste. But none of these weapons fit the criteria you mentioned. I want something more ordinary. Weapons like these pack high damage, but they're overkill for the monsters on the first floor and could even hurt me easily. After some browsing, Hansu picked a weapon that suited well. How about this one? It's a mace, not too big, priced at 220,000 stones. The character equipped a spiked mace, raising total gear level to 85. Also grabbed some armor for protection. A helmet was bought too, crafted to fit perfectly. Because what they had might not fit my head, priced at 170,000 stones, and the upper body armor fit snugly, costing 360,000 stones. The character equipped a cheap helmet, total gear level rising to 47, equipped slightly tough armor, total gear level increased to 57 points. Everything needed was bought, leaving 50,000 stones left. Hansu headed back to find Win. She waved happily. A lot of time had passed since leaving the dungeon. Hey bro, naturally, my daily schedule adjusted itself, so the two went out for breakfast together. Around 7 a.m., breakfast was had with Win. Isn't it quite far from her place? The food here is cheap and really good. Next. Hansu hit the library to continue research. Stayed there reading until 4 p.m., and she dozed off again. Also revisited old eateries to gather news. Then tried a new place, collecting info not found in the library. The monsters there sounded pretty dangerous. Enjoying the food, Hansu couldn't help but criticize inside. This place is pricey, but the food isn't that great. At sunset, it was time to return to the berserker's spot. Around 5 p.m., arrive at the other berserker's place to train. Hansu trained alongside them. On the 7th day of training, sparring with other berserkers began. Even though exhausted, the drive to keep fighting to improve skills remained. Also, no combat skill system like hoped for, but fighting relying purely on instinct was still good practice. Repeated training boosts reflexes. Continuous practice improved movement skills. Continuous training enhanced eyesight, and attack stats increased by 1. Finally, a match was held and Anna was defeated. With regular training, a few wins over Anna were achieved. Jandenbrand's son won. Thanks for today, strongest warrior John. After training with Hansu, Anna praised the progress. You're stronger now, John. She's strong but fights with a rigid style. Told her about it, but it's become a habit. Don't think she'll change easily. Just as gear was set down, Win's voice was heard. At 9 p.m., returned home and showered. Then, Win showed up again. Hey bro, let's go have dinner. Seeing her here, Hansu wondered. Isn't it tiring to spend an hour every time coming here? No worries. Let's go. The day went on quietly. Around 11 p.m., after dinner, Win headed home. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye. I'm off now. Sleep well. With eyes full of trust, she wished Hansu luck. Good luck with the dungeon tomorrow. Hearing tomorrow reminded Hansu suddenly. Is tomorrow really the day? Time flies. Same for her. After repeating this daily routine, a month passed quickly. Only 24 hours left before the dungeon opens. Now Hansu's skills have improved a lot. John is level 1, physical 66 plus 41, spirit 37, agility 1, skill level 218, newly added 146, combat stats 158.5 plus 77.5, 8, 10. The Adventurers Guild. Everyone takes turns entering inside. Hansu and Anna are also present here. We want to use magical positioning. The receptionist wants to confirm with the two of you. Only 2 people? Yes, please place your hands on the orb. After confirming the rank of the two, the receptionist announces the price for a rank 9 adventurer. It will be 15,000 stones. Hearing that number, Anna can't help but complain. The price is pretty high for a one-time use, but it's a necessary thing, worth as much as some beef. The starting point is random when entering the dungeon, but with magical positioning, it lets you start at the same spot as your teammates. They keep asking questions, wanting the receptionist to explain. What determines the rank of an adventurer? We evaluate based on the energy in the adventurer's soul, so the price will increase if my rank is higher, right? The receptionist hears this and explains further so they understand. Of course, then it's settled. And it only lasts for 24 hours from now. If so, please watch the time. Let's go eat. Anna is surprised seeing the feast in front of them. John, what are these things? I got the most expensive meal at the tavern for 800 stones as a feast before entering the dungeon. Hansu confidently introduces, this is an 8-stone meal. This can't be a dream, right? Na hears this and immediately takes a bite to try it. After tasting the dish, can't help but be mesmerized and exclaim, it's so good. What is this? Feels like a dream. So keep stuffing food into the mouth while declaring, I'll work hard from now on. I'll earn a lot of money and eat this again. Sure, good luck. What does she usually eat? After finishing, the two are at the dungeon entrance. 10 minutes before the dungeon opens, no one is allowed in yet. Hansu glances back, thinking not paying attention last time because of the rush, but really this gate is huge. Everyone outside is cheering happily. Stop, I can see the gate now. We arrived just in time, Patoon. We made it. Patoon is truly an elite warrior. Hansu looks around, feeling suspicious. Maybe they just finished the coming-of-age ceremony. How can they come here every time? I told you to trust me. Anna witnesses everything here, recalling memories that remind of past victories. It's only been a few wins for us. Immediately, someone announces to everyone. Now everyone can enter. While Anna wants to excitedly go in, Hansu stops. BN, let's go. Wait, seems suspicious about the gate here. But Anna casually insists. There are a few things I want to check. I read that if you enter when the dimension is unstable, it's okay. Anyway, I think I won't understand what you say, John, so I'll just follow you. After hearing Hansu's answer, a bit of fear shows. 1 minute left until the gate closes, but shouldn't we go in now? Hansu's face calculates inside. It's definitely smaller than when it first opened. I think it was about that size last time. We'll go in when he says so. The guard at the gate announces the gate will close soon. Hansu immediately pulls Na inside, ignoring the guard's objections. Right now, let's go, Na. Okay, wait, dangerous. Closing eyes tightly when entering, Hansu opens eyes and sees no obstacles, thinking, knew it. Anna seems scared entering such a dark place. I can't see anything, John. Calm down, this is a dark area. Hansu immediately lights a fire to brighten the place. Got it this time. This time points at something in front, wondering, what is that? B is still here as I thought. Hansu smiles, seeing it and explains, it's a memorial pedestal. We can open the gate to the second floor with it. We'll go to the second floor now. A pro gamer must know how to use those steps. Hansu moves to touch the pedestal. Immediately, it lights up. Despite Na's surprise, Hansu speaks. Let's go. You're the first to pass floor 1 to floor 2. Experience +2. Character leveled up, max essence capacity increased by 1. Anna was wondering on the way with Hansu, how did you do that? The dark ball sinks deeper with every step, so the stone architecture is now just ruins. Facing that curiosity, the answer came. The village chief said it takes at least several days to reach the second floor. The book says so. It's surprising you managed it. Anyway, this foster place is now nothing left. Both stepped into the dark land together. Amid faint groans, this place officially became a dead zone. Suddenly, Hansu asked Na. You feel it too, right, Anna? What? Hansu placed a hand on the chest, revealing the feeling right now. Something seemed to run through the bloodstream, spreading all over the body. Anna heard that and excitedly congratulated. That means your soul status has been upgraded. Congrats. Soul status upgraded just like that. Turns out everyone here levels up skills. Dungeons and stones have their own levels. Player vitality used when casting skills also increases with each level. The amount of essence players can use also grows with each different level. Thanks to that upgrade, Hansu gained a new privilege. Now at level 2, 2 essences can be used at once. Anna liked that but noticed something odd about the upgrade. But it's weird. Your soul status upgraded without killing monsters. I thought completing a floor and reaching the next week first counts as an achievement. I knew that, so I did it. Turns out leveling to floor 2 gave Hansu experience upgrade. In this world, it's called an achievement, but only achievable once per monster type. Moving to a new floor is a stepping stone to add experience points to the player. But after reaching a certain point, achievements become really hard. There's one way to break the limit wall, which is to reach the next floor first at the fastest speed to gain experience. Because that isn't limited like monsters, if used well, experience points can be gained easily. Hansu sighed in relief, secretly planning to keep this trick a secret and maximize benefits before others find out. Hansu also instructed to keep this secret. Anna, keep what we just talked about secret. If anyone asks, say it takes several days to reach floor 2. Alright, got it. She won't say anything now. Hansu knew what to expect and planned ahead. Soon, experienced explorers will find this place. If they see newbies like us here, they'll interrogate, so it's best to pretend to know nothing. After thinking that, Hansu called Na. Anna, leave here first. I'm afraid of those explorers more than the monsters. Hansu came up with a clever idea to tie a torch on the head, tie the torch to the helmet and fix it with a thick string. Called it torch-carrying mode. Other explorers have used this method, but still felt awkward. Na saw that and praised. Looks cool, not too hot. Of course, these torches are magical potions, useful tools that can be used continuously all day once activated. And this land is even more dangerous than what Hansu experienced before. That area has more strong monsters dying on average than the Goblin Forest. But along with that, it also has an easier point. However, unlike the Goblin Forest, this place has no traps, so it doesn't require much skill. Hansu and Anna now fought side by side. In other words, this place suits 2 torch-carrying warriors to get through. Anna saw something ahead that surprised her. Many ghouls appeared before them. She warned Hansu, ghouls, John. Today is only the first day, so just 3. By the 3rd day, monster numbers will multiply. Anna was quite excited to use her power against the ghouls. Haven't moved for a while, so my hands and feet are itching. I'll show them. She stepped forward and used her sword to kill them. After defeating them, Anna confidently declared, too easy. Floor 2 should be just as easy. Suddenly, a sound appeared again, turning her face pale. John Anna heard that scream and fearfully grabbed Hansu's arm tightly. The scream sent chills down the spine. What is that? You're big but such a coward. They were the female guardian banshees. Most of the time, they don't attack first, so just ignore them. The fear was so intense that tears streamed down, constantly wondering, got it. But are you sure there's no need to kill them? They won't threaten us, right? Anyway, attacks don't work on Ben. Plus, if attacking first, a curse will fall on us. Just then, Ben appeared. Hansu even threatened Anna, saying they'd haunt us until leaving the maze. What? Haunting? That's terrible. My, you're truly a wise warrior. Choosing to go with you was the right call. After seeing Ben, Anna was startled and rushed to hug Hansu tightly. Bon, what's going on? Let me go. Suddenly, a group of skeleton soldiers appeared before them. Look, skeleton soldiers. But Anna seemed to realize something and froze, then charged fiercely to smash those skeleton soldiers. I'll take care of these. Anna attacked directly at their weak points. Just a light touch from Anna shattered the skeleton soldier's bones. Anna then wore an innocent face and asked, did you say something? Nothing, just freaking out. Just defeated a level 1 experienced skeleton soldier. After that, the two continued deeper inside, then spent about 1 hour moving northward. As expected, new monster species appeared. Ahead, a group of adult ghouls stood guard. Adult ghouls are twice the size of regular ghouls. Also, mutated skeleton soldiers appeared as archer skeletons. These mutated skeleton soldiers are called skeleton warriors or even skeleton archers. Anna and Hansu faced them without fear, but difficulty was low. On day 1, only a few appeared, and combat skills slightly improved. Hansu quickly charged to attack them. First, the staff was in the perfect state for size and weight, making it easier to smash their skulls than wielding a hammer. The staff smashed straight into the ghoul's head. Another ghoul tried to attack Hansu from behind but failed. Next, the armor was designed like a vest but trimmed so a shield could be used for better defense and combat efficiency. Hansu noticed the skeleton archer behind. The helmet might not protect well, but the equipped helmet easily shielded the head, blocking the arrow shot from the bow. Hansu immediately stabbed the skeleton soldier. I'm back and stronger than ever. Looking sideways, admiring skills in destroying enemies, but another demon was just as skilled. On the other side, a fierce fight against skeleton soldiers continued. Hansu praised that one. Vel is considered the ancestral goddess of demons, right? She fights really well. While thinking, a skeleton soldier appeared behind Hansu. At first, didn't understand why she shouted during fights. Then Hansu imitated Anna's shout to attack the skeleton soldier. Turns out it was just a catchphrase. They coordinated perfectly in this battle. This was fresh compared to battles with Win, so that's how the demon feast goes. Defeated a level 1 experienced adult ghoul. Defeated a level 1 experienced skeleton warrior. Defeated a level 1 experienced skeleton archer. Anna noticed a wound on Hansu's arm. Reminded, your arm is injured. But the wound was healing fast and would recover soon. The wound was closing. Anna was surprised. It's hardened already. Is that the death seal? Turns out the death seal on Hansu's back could heal wounds quickly. The death seal's effect is better than natural healing, taking only 1 minute to heal a half-centimeter deep wound. Also, essence can self-heal, increasing endurance. It hurts to complete but definitely effective. Hansu placed a hand on the ground, silently checking it. The ground was no longer damp, and the terrain changed. Hearing distant screams warned Anna. Moreover, Ben's howls grew louder. Get ready, Anna. Based on that song, Hansu guessed an 8th level monster would appear soon. The sound scared Anna. What was that sound, John? The demon keepers called to Diana's position. A reaper appeared right before them. That was a reaper. Heard it swallows the light of the labyrinth, but seeing it with my own eyes now. Damn, Hansu thought, and it looks even scarier than I thought. Hansu quickly told Anna how to attack. Aim for the head like I said, hitting anywhere else won't work. All right, I trust you. Even as the reaper roared, Anna wasn't scared and charged forward, but the attack got blocked. Even Hansu trying to sneak up on the reaper from behind got noticed. Damn it. Feeling a bit worried inside, this is tough, like hitting a brick wall. The reaper slammed its fist into the ground, shaking the earth beneath Hansu's feet. It's super strong, but Hansu tried to draw its attention. Anna needs to strike when it's not paying attention. Something made Anna hesitate. Turns out her last slash couldn't hurt the reaper. The blade didn't even scratch it. The reaper tossed Anna away, making her fly back. The sword slammed hard into the ground. She looked worried suddenly about the reaper's strength. John, this guy's seriously tough. Looking at the reaper, Hansu thought, for players really good at defense, the reaper's nothing, but didn't expect it to be this hard. Noticed it can heal wounds too. Nei's ultimate sword only scratched it, but the wound closed right after. That's the reaper's ultimate defense skill protecting its body. Suddenly, the reaper opened its mouth wide and roared. Both Hansu and Anna got scared by that move. Damn, what the hell was that? Suddenly, huge arms burst out of the ground, the reaper's attack skill. The reaper used its power to summon ghouls from underground. Summoning ghouls, the reaper's call is seriously hard to swallow. The reaper aggressively charged at Hansu, summoning ghouls. Reaper's song, he raised the spiked mace in front, standing in a defensive stance. This is seriously hard to swallow. Hansu frowned, opened his mouth to give orders. Anna, deal with these ghouls first. With that, he charged straight at the reaper, while Anna replied, meanwhile, I'll hold the reaper back. It counterattacked, but Hansu raised his shield to block. The reaper hissed fiercely, attacking Hansu nonstop. Hansu crouched down, gritting teeth with the shield creaking. Suddenly, eyes widened, staring ahead. When did the reaper get so close, throwing continuous strikes? Hansu raised the shield to block deadly blows, shouting. Anna dashed past it, loudly replying, I took out all the ghouls. Instantly, the ghouls lay sprawled on the ground, then jumped up, offering, let me give you a hand. Her eyes lit up, aiming the sharp sword at the reaper. Anna decisively slashed down on its head. Hansu looked at the reaper, then turned to her, shouting, where are you looking? Taking advantage of its distraction, he stabbed the spiked mace into the reaper's head. Damn bastard. It let out a painful roar, red liquid spraying from its head. The reaper glanced at its wound. Hansu saw this and smiled brightly, thinking, that hit seemed good. Bleeding this much means it must have taken serious damage. Lightning fast, the reaper threw a punch at Hansu. Hansu's knee buckled, bleeding from the mouth due to severe injury. What the hell? Still okay after that hit, frowning, sweat dripping down the tense face. Thought that last hit could kill a goblin in one strike. Hansu watched the reaper's wound heal instantly, feeling confused. It heals right away, eyes locked on the reaper, not blinking, trying to figure out how to attack faster than it's healing. What now? Should the plan to kill this thing be dropped and focus on the level 9 monsters instead? Suddenly shocked seeing Anna rush over, lifting the reaper's whole body. Na grimaced, struggling with all strength to hold its leg. Now Hansu understood Anna's plan, smiling. She's throwing it off balance. Immediately, he moved in and stabbed the spiked mace into the reaper's leg. Not a bad idea. Yeah. Hansu watched as it lost balance and fell backward as planned. The reaper lay sprawled on the ground, dust flying everywhere. It roared furiously, raising its arm high. Hansu pointed the weapon behind, voice turning dangerous. Looks like you can't get up on your own, huh? Suddenly, a laugh with squinted eyes popped up, thinking about old times. This was no different from smashing rice cake bags on a childhood trip. I was just as thrilled, no less excited. This move was to make up for the psychological trauma from back then, when the kid chosen as a playmate cried and begged to go home. Hansu quickly swung the spiked club at the Grim Reaper, mocking. This game's actually fun, huh? Anna raised the sword high, chiming in, I think so too. John then kept hitting the creature's body nonstop. Is this the real hunting method of a maniac? The system board flashed info. You defeated the Grim Reaper. Experience 2. Anna spotted a sparkling pink crystal on the ground and exclaimed, John, look at this. It's a magic crystal, and it's huge. Hansu glanced at her and gave a measured reply. In a dark place, dry leafless branches appeared at the dungeon's start, where the drop rate for essence was super low. Most people equipped and upgraded based on the essence they picked up. Hansu's voice broke the silence. That's enough for today, I think. Sitting next to Anna, who was sound asleep. Hansu tilted the head back, staring at the sky. That's why targeting the Grim Reaper's essence was smart. It fit perfectly with the immortal seal and had a pretty sweet passive skill, Hansu pondered. But we haven't found any yet. Gotta find one soon. In the following days, the number of Grim Reapers appearing together increased again. On day 2, they showed up in pairs, but we'd learned how to handle them, so killing them wasn't as hard as expected. Hansu slammed the spiked club on the ground, watching a defeated Grim Reaper. I pulled one down and teamed up to topple the other. Then, Hansu and Anna attacked nonstop. Suddenly, a horde of ghouls appeared, chasing after Hansu and Anna. Of course, if we couldn't kill the Grim Reaper fast enough, the ghouls would surround us, putting us in danger. Turning, Hansu slung the weapon over the shoulder and shouted, "Anna, run fast." Hansu and Anna didn't have to try hard since the ghouls couldn't chase outside their territory. Grim Reapers don't chase enemies beyond their domain, so just escaping was enough. Hansu hid behind a broken wall. Starting in the afternoon, Grim Reapers stopped appearing in pairs. Hansu stared tensely at 3 Grim Reapers, whispering, "3 Grim Reapers are too many for just us." Wide-eyed, Anna commented, "A smart warrior knows when to run." Hansu suggested looking elsewhere. Time passed, and as day 2 ended, we stopped hunting Grim Reapers. Anna bent forward, eyes looking ahead, asking, "How about here?" Beyond thought it was pretty cozy. Hansu shared the opinion, "I think it should be fine." Suddenly, footsteps of many people echoed, eye to eye with 3 men who just appeared. The group around the guy with blue parted hair all looked tense, lips trembling. Hansu squinted, wondering, other adventurers? Voice sharp, "Hey, you guys." So taking them down wasn't as hard as thought. Hansu slammed the spiked club into the ground, standing to watch the Reaper just taken down, pulled one down and teamed up to take the other one down, then teamed up with Anna to keep attacking nonstop. Suddenly, a horde of ghouls appeared, chasing after Hansu and Anna. Of course, if the Reaper couldn't be killed quickly, getting surrounded by ghouls was very likely, putting in a dangerous spot. Turning around, slinging the weapon over the shoulder, shouted back, "Anna, run fast." Hansu and Anna didn't have to try hard since those things couldn't run outside their territory. Reapers didn't chase enemies outside their domain, so just escaping that area was enough. Hid behind a broken wall. Afternoon started, Reapers began to stop appearing in pairs. Hansu stared tense at 3 Reapers, whispering, "3 Reapers are too many for the 2 of us to handle." Eyes wide, made the observation. "A smart warrior knows when to run." Suggested looking somewhere else. Time passed, as the second day was about to end, stopped hunting Reapers. Anna bent over, eyes looking ahead, asked, "How about here?" Thought it was pretty cozy. Hansu gave an opinion, "I think it should be fine." Suddenly, footsteps of many people echoed. Locked eyes with 3 men who just appeared. The group around the guy with blue two-tone hair all looked tense, lips trembling. Hansu squinted, wondering. Other explorers, voice hissed, "Hey, you guys." Before the sentence was finished, Anna cut in fiercely. "What the hell are you all staring at? If there's nothing going on here, then get lost." The 2-Tress group got scared by Anna's intense pressure and immediately turned tail, waving their hands as they ran away. "Sorry." Anna frowned and quickly made a demand. "John, we need to move now. They already know our location. We have to find another place to camp. Humans can't be trusted." Hansu followed behind, deep in thought. Looks like Anna didn't like humans last time either. What happened during the last maze exploration? Hansu watched Anna's back closely, promising to ask what was up. The scenery ahead was gloomy, with withered branches and broken walls lining every path. Anna glanced around and said, "I don't think we'll find a good spot like last time." Hansu turned left and spoke, "We'll have to settle for a decent place." Eyes widened when cries for help reached Hansu's ears. "Help? Please." Frozen in shock, mouth agape, Hansu looked at Anna, who said in a low voice, "John, that's not the sound humans make when attacked by monsters." Gritting teeth, Hansu replied, "I know." Quickly realizing the situation, it was definitely someone killing another. Danger was in the air, time to run. Hansu and Anna gripped weapons tightly, following the figure ahead. "Who's there?" Eyes scanned over bodies still warm but now cold. 4 fresh corpses. Hansu searched everywhere for the cause of their demise. No monsters, no campfire signs, no poison. Both Hansu and Anna eyed the woman cautiously. Hansu observed her hair, then face, then the hand holding a weapon dripping red liquid. Arms crossed casually, she asked Hansu and Anna coldly, "Rookies?" Immediately, Hansu suspected she was a highway robber. Fierce hunters attacking each other. They were professional hunters, who, instead of collecting magic crystals, grabbed gear to sell. Hansu turned pale as he was pushed to the ground. Obviously, robbery was banned in Rifdonia with death as punishment. Hansu frowned, looking at the fallen, unlike when investigated for killing 6 adventurers, even if it was self-defense. The man with the headband punched forward hard. As long as no one outside the maze noticed, no one cared about their actions. Emilia tossed a knife up, casually watching Hansu and Anna, asking, "First time seeing robbers?" She clenched her fist and said something. Berserker Hansu paled, tense, shouting, "Not good." He silently judged he'd never seen robbers look this professional. Hansu sized up Elia from head to toe, over 5 feet 7 inches tall, slim, quick-looking, red hair falling on shoulders, wounded right hand. His eyes caught the tattoo under her eye. That mark was easy to identify, meaning she must be a skilled assassin since no one outside knew her. Hansu grew uneasy. In other words, she left no witnesses when acting. Anna's eyes widened, gripping the sword's handle tightly, saying, "I think she's strong." "John?" Hansu glanced at the 4 corpses, all with high-grade gear. There was a mage among them, so they were probably adventurers operating at least on the 5th floor. 3 had no external wounds, likely poisoned. The last one wasn't here. Elia looked surprised at Hansu's question. Once their teammate. She casually grabbed the guy's collar and replied, "Who knows?" Elia gestured toward the weapon at the man's hip and added, "I guess they thought the same." Hansu watched her every move thoughtfully. She turned her back and started looting. Guess she thought 2 rookie berserkers weren't a threat, so she was pretty cocky. Hansu slipped the big sword into his bag, surprised to realize such a large sword still fit in the bag. Must be a pricey space bag. Hansu felt uneasy, unable to imagine how strong she really was. Elia suddenly spoke, confusing Hansu and Anna. Berserker frowned, scowling, trying to find an escape route. The only way to survive now was to turn to Hansu and ask, "Do we fight?" Hansu spun around, running, shouting back, "No, run as fast as you can." Only one thought filled his mind, run. Elia silently glared at the back of him and Hansu, eyes scanning the distance, running with all strength, no stopping. Managed to buy some time, but no clue when she would catch up. Sweat dotted Hansu's face, eyes glancing back to assess the situation. The X mark he left on the tree caught the eye. Starting to recognize the marks left on trees to navigate, Hansu gritted teeth, focusing on making a decision, following those marks to the teleport gate down to the 1st floor. Suddenly, eyes widened in shock. Hansu froze, seeing the road bandits. Shocked and thoughtful, 4 human adventurers, the spearhead gripped the cold blade tightly, asking coldly, "Madman?" Raising an eyebrow, cautiously watching the bandits, thinking humans are hard to trust, but no other choice left. Sweat trickled down the face, hesitating before speaking. "We are being chased by bandits. We need help." The spearhead glared, questioning, "What guarantees you're not bandits yourselves?" Mouth open wide, confidently replied, "I swear on the honor of a warrior that I'm telling the truth." The spearhead arrogantly crossed arms, observing Hansu, and said darkly, "If you say so," thinking silently, the warrior's oath feels like a cheat code in a game. He sternly made a demand. "If we defeat the bandits, we take all the reward." Hansu immediately agreed. "Fine by me." The spearhead slightly raised a hand to suggest. "Great, you guys go this way first. I'll use the dwarf god's skill to hide here." He knelt, hands touching the ground, casting magic. "No one will notice if I use this." The system displayed the dwarf god's skill. In a moment, the spearhead was surrounded by a dark magical aura, then transformed into a dwarf. The skill camouflages the user with the surroundings within a 3-meter radius. It's an extremely powerful long-range invisibility skill. Hansu watched him disappear from sight, thinking the downside is no movement, but with it, unnecessary fights can be avoided. Feeling somewhat relieved, thinking, "We got lucky." Before finishing the thought, the spearhead's sinister voice cut in. "Too lucky." Eyes wide, mouth wide open in a crazy laugh. "2 madmen just walked right into our trap." Immediately after the system's announcement, both Hansu and Anna were immobilized. Character affected by control status. The spearhead looked at the pale face, mocking. "Surprise? Can't move? Huh, madmen. What now? Can you answer?" "Yeah." Hansu angrily cursed silently. "Damn it, we got tricked. These bastards are bandits too." Eyes wide open, sweat pouring down, quietly realizing the essence possessed had triggered their urge to steal. That's the active skill of the stone golem. Control. Just need to take a little damage and this control effect will be removed. The helmeted guy approached Hansu, rummaging and taunting. "You must have gained a lot in these 2 days, huh? Well, now it's ours." One guy lifted Anna's chin with a hand, clicking tongue. "Tease. Shame. We need women to sell as slaves, but this one's a madman. That's a pain." The black-haired guy smirked, tapping his chest, asking, "Better than nothing. Don't you know how much a madman's heart is worth?" Hansu felt disgusted, sensing their vile desires. "Scary." The helmeted guy mocked Anna. "With that scary look, what can you do? No matter what, you won't escape this control skill." The guy next to him hurriedly ordered, "Take them down now. This is going to be a big mess." He raised a sharp knife, questioning, "Don't worry, I never make stupid mistakes. Okay." Hansu pressed lips, questioning himself as danger closed in. Are we really going to die like this? The helmeted guy got serious, aggressively slashing the blade toward him, sneering, "Goodbye, madman." Hansu grew more anxious as the weapon got closer. No, just need the blade to quickly reach the neck, taking a hit. Hansu was stabbed, red liquid splattering everywhere, head tilted back, surprising the helmeted guy who thought movement was impossible. Planning to lean head back to avoid fatal damage. Standing frozen, Hansu felt relief as things went according to plan. Plan succeeded. The helmeted guy's face turned pale, staring at the flaming head, reaching back to grab a spiked mace, exclaiming, "What the hell? How can you do that?" Before finishing the sentence, the guy got the full weapon from Hansu smashed into the face. The black-haired dude froze stiff, stammering out orders. "Not good, that bastard. Move fast." At that moment, Hansu quickly pulled the knife stuck in the neck out. The knife was thrown toward Anna, shouting loudly, "Anna." She frowned, eyes scanning the shoulder, pierced and oozing yolk-like liquid. Hansu struggled to stand in a defensive stance, mind growing hazy, silently thinking, "I'll leave the rest to you." Then the whole body collapsed to the ground, quietly calling her name inside. Anna, just freed from control, clenched fists and raised them. Her eyes lit up fiercely, decisively slashing the sword at the brown-shirted guy. Then, she pressed feet firmly on the ground to keep momentum. The black-haired guy lying on the ground begged Van for mercy. She didn't bother listening, finishing him off with a straight cut. Next, Anna glared back. The head stabber, seeing her move, immediately screamed and ran away. She gritted teeth, voice low and sharp with each word. After finishing, eyes widened at the sight of Hansu lying in a pool of red liquid. "John Ko-huk, bleeding so much, don't die, John." She shouted loudly as John was dying. His whole body trembled, struggling to tell Anna about medicine. Anna cried silently, ignoring Hansu's whispered words. "Those bastards killed John." "All right, I'll avenge you, don't worry," he kept trying to say. Medicine. System displayed info. Achievement conditions met. Life dropped below 0, 1%. Spirit reward permanently increased by 3. Anna looked at the glass vial rolling on the ground, then spoke. She gently touched the wound on Hansu's neck, assessing, "This will probably scar." He sighed a bit. Good news was the immortal seal activated then. Would have died for sure without it. Anna half-closed eyes and laughed teasingly. "Awesome, John. You're the only maniac with a scar on the neck." Hansu was helpless at her words. She treats that like an achievement. He put a hand on his head, guessing. "Guess there aren't many maniacs here. Maybe some have scars on their throats and still live, even if they're as tough as bulls." Hansu didn't hesitate and suggested, "If you've picked up all the gear, let's chase that guy." He hadn't gone far. In a flash, the head stabber was caught by Anna, begging, "Don't kill me." Hansu quickly stopped her. "Anna, let him go. We need his stealth skills to escape that road-robbing assassin." Suddenly, a sharp weapon flew from afar, instantly stabbing the head stabber's neck. Hansu and Anna stared wide-eyed as he dropped dead on the ground. Poisoned dart. Amelia stayed still, casually throwing another dart, commenting, "Hey, maniacs, that fight was pretty good." Hansu's face turned pale, confused, wondering, has she been watching all along? He called out loudly to Anna. Anna frowned, tense as well. She understood Hansu's meaning, no hesitation, gripping her sword tightly and lunging at Elia. If we can't run anymore, he felt a bit nostalgic seeing her stand still without a move. Then it's time to fight. Hansu and Anna raised weapons simultaneously, crouching toward Elia. Chanu and Anna charged at Elia with weapons. "We'll have to fight her." She struck but quickly ducked to avoid. She glared warily at Anna. At that moment, Hansu also rushed in, wielding a spiked mace at Elia. He watched as she raised an arm to block his strike, impressed. "She's strong. How much essence does she have?" Hansu suddenly dropped the mace, intending to sneak inside her defense. No other way, must knock her down. Elia suddenly turned when seeing him wrapping arms around her. "I'll push." Hansu frowned, gathering all strength to hold tight. "Anna." Right then, strength drained completely. Knees buckled hard to the ground. Hansu was shocked, feeling a sharp pain surge up the spine. Why did the whole body suddenly lose power? "She pierced through my armor and stabbed my side with a game knife." How? Only then did he realize under Elia's murderous glare. "She's an aura user? Then we don't stand a chance." When did she sneak behind ambush? Quick as lightning, Amelia slashed a knife across her body. Pale-faced, eyes looked down at the mouth leaking red liquid. Hansu frowned, gritting teeth, watching that scene. Damn, she's so cocky, throwing the knife in hand, signaling him to give up. "Basilis's poison has already seeped into your body." Hansu sweated profusely, breathing hard, assessing her. She was clearly superior in strength, speed, and everything else. Damn it. Really gotta die in a place like this. Elia suddenly pressed a sharp blade against the chin, but kept a serious face while emphasizing every demand. If that's the case, won't tell anyone about what happened today, we'll let you live. Hansu was a bit surprised by Elia's request. What? The question came out confused. What? Amelia still held the sword on Hansu's chin, replying, I was planning to do that anyway. Really don't want to kill any demon. Furrowing brows, explained, weigh them. At this point, Hansu started to piece things together and think. So that's why she just stood there, watching us get attacked earlier. That means she wouldn't have to kill us herself if the group killed me first. Anna lay on the ground, struggling to remind. Blonde, don't trust her. Reaching out toward Hansu, warned suspiciously. She's just playing with us. Hansu stayed calm, staring straight into Elia's eyes, probing. What if I refuse? She immediately answered, then of course I'll kill you. That's a promise, huh? The question lingered. A promise? To whom? She suddenly growled angrily. None of your business. Seeing that attitude, Hansu stopped asking and accepted. Fine then. Seriously planted both hands on the ground, declaring, I swear on my warrior's honor. She retracted the knife, leaned closer to Hansu, and gave an assessment. You're really something special. Gritting teeth, stayed silent. Only then did she turn to the dying figure on the ground, coldly asked, What about that female demon? She clearly answered, I refuse. Elia showed no surprise. Understood. Pointing the sharp blade toward the gloomy one, said, Then no other choice. Farewell. Her face turned dangerous, voice harsh. The female demon saw the situation. Hansu grew anxious thinking, No way. At this rate, Na's gonna die. Slamming hand on the ground, hissed, Go ahead, Na. Anna breathed heavily, weakly calling Bien. She seemed flustered, reminding, But a warrior's honor is. Hansu gasped urgently, demanding. She said she'd do anything I said. Swear it, Anna, trust me. Cursed silently inside. What the hell is that damn pride for? Keeping honor when lying 6 feet under? Anna rolled eyes, looking away, thinking for a moment, then shut eyes tight, deciding. Fine, I swear. Hansu watched, putting the knife away, suddenly spoke up. Hey, can I ask you something? Resting hands on thighs, hesitated. Which floor? She silently turned, eyes following Hansu. Elia took a few steps forward, then called back. 8th floor. Heard the answer and was shocked.
6th floor. She's an adventurer on the 8th floor.
We survived thanks to that promise. Hansu stood watching her back, firmly thinking. But next time will definitely be different. The female thief. The system screen appeared, then he and Anna were pushed outside by a blinding light. You have entered the 1st floor of the Jade Cave. She lost balance and smashed face straight into the ground, kicking up dust everywhere. Hansu helplessly asked, You okay? Complained. It hurts so much. Anna turned face, still lying on the ground, said gloomily. But as someone who's not a warrior, I'm not even worthy to talk about my pain. Speechless at that. This looks worse than thought. Begging for life by swearing on personal honor really that shameful? Hansu raised hand to head, trying to reassure. A warrior who lasts longest is the strongest. We still have a chance to win next time. Anna propped hands on thighs, complained. I won't understand if you talk that much. She lowered eyes, looked away, hesitated. But maybe I get what you're saying. Hansu was silent after Na's words, enduring humiliation and craving self-questioning this time. I guess that means I'm a strong warrior like you. But unlike her thoughts, Hansu said inside, there's no feeling like that. I'm not a demon, really. I'm not Aryan Barbarian. Then confirmed to self. One day, we'll definitely get revenge for this shame. Hansu sat on a rock, deep in thought. We haven't slept for 20 hours straight. And with all the trouble we've been through, my spirit's messed up, but still can't sleep. Face sweating, hand on chin, pondering. Don't feel the guilt like Anna. But that feeling is still damn awful. In a flash, Hansu glanced over and was already fast asleep on the ground. Memories flashed back of the Druss gang right in front, feeling like being saved by that blonde dude. When treating Hansu, that guy tossed out a bottle of medicine. When the holy maiden refused to heal, the swordsman handed over the bottle like pity was dripping from every pore, crawling painfully on the ground, struggling to grab the bottle to stay alive. At that moment, the bottle was clutched like a loyal dog. Hansu clenched a fist tight, never forgetting that scene. Happiness came from just being alive, but that feeling? Impossible to forget. Never gonna taste that despair again. So, what's the deal now? A beam of light shone down on Hansu. The best choice was made given the situation. Hansu's face darkened with thought. In other words, focus was on the present, but what else could be done? Muong Tuong woke up to a horrifying scene. Eyes open to a beheaded guy right there. Hansu rolled away from a deadly strike by a man, and things beyond reality kept unfolding. No choice but to prioritize survival first. hands propped on knees, sitting in a corner of a pitch-black soul, but surviving like this wasn't enough. Hansu looked up, brows furrowed, silently deciding. All right, change of plans, eyes locked on the armor, calling out firmly. Anna, Hansu seriously looked up and said, what if I told you there's a way to get wings and become stronger, but it's insanely dangerous? Without hesitation, she answered, of course, I'll do it. We'll die anyway if we don't get stronger. Hansu already kinda knew Na's choice. It's a life full of unavoidable chaos. No matter the path chosen, that was the final thought. So, it's worth the effort up front. Hansu watched Na closely and spoke. All right, Na, let's move forward. Grimacing seriously, stepping into the danger zone. Hansu firmly thought, gotta dive headfirst into chaos first. Realize the truth. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Right after, the two monsters in front triggered the system display. You defeated Dwarf X-Puan. You defeated Thunder Wolf X-Puan. Confused, Hansu commented. 4 monster types at once? Didn't expect this on the first floor. Anna replied. That's why this area isn't famous. Hansu and Anna kept weapons ready, moving forward. It's tough here with 4 monster types at once, and you gotta learn to use torches because it's pitch dark. No reason to come here unless you want to take shortcuts to save time, Hansu said excitedly. But that just means this place is perfect for hiding stuff. Anna looked at a monument ahead, curious. What's this blonde? Hansu put hands on hips and explained. A memorial for the first person who discovered this maze. The inscription on the monument slowly lit up, revealing the last wise man, Deflin Grondel Gabrielius, honored for taking the first great steps. Hansu went quiet, pondering like the game quotes. Hidden conditions probably the same as before. Turned to Anna to remind. Anna, I'll open the dungeon here. But whatever happens next is a secret, she declared seriously. I swear on my honor as a warrior. A question mark popped up overhead, confused. But what's a dungeon? Hansu helplessly explained it's a maze inside a maze, recalling every game played, judged. In games, it's called an instant dungeon, unlocked by chosen members. Hansu pondered again. The first dungeon floor forces placing magic stones from the 4 monster types onto the memorial stone. Place each stone on the monument, muttering. Magic stones of goblins, dwarves, ghouls, and thunder wolves. Finally, the magic stone of the death monster. Hansu thought silently. And with a magic stone from an 8th level monster on the 2nd floor, instantly, the monument burst with massive magic. The dungeon will open. Seeing this, Hansu suggested moving forward. Nah, Hansu explained. The death monster's magic stone opens an instant dungeon that can hold up to 5 people. The dungeon's difficulty depends on the number of participants. A mix of worry and anticipation stirred, wondering what might be waiting ahead. The system displayed information. The character had entered the first floor of the dungeon. Each floor of the labyrinth appeared as a maze nested within another maze. In the game, these were called special dungeons. A new realm randomly opened on each floor. A patch of wall cracked open, revealing a stream of blazing red magic. The dungeon gates also had cooldown times. Hansu placed each crystal onto the stone tablet. On average, it took at least 3 months of city time for a first-floor dungeon gate to reset. But just sitting around waiting for the gate to reopen was a painfully long and inefficient task. So humans began finding ways to force the dungeon gates open. On the first floor, there were 4 gates, including the one just entered. A classic building under a blood-red sky appeared before Hansu and Anna, the sky glowing like fresh blood as if the apocalypse was near, with flocks of crows flying toward a dark castle, the blood-stained castle. Anna's eyes widened, mouth agape in shock. Hansu furrowed brows, staring thoughtfully at the building, knowing that was the blood-stained castle, thanks to a magic crystal from a lost friend. A bead of sweat trickled down, silently assessing the situation with tension on the face. Seeing it in real life showed just how overwhelming its presence was. Luckily, on the first floor, no matter the difficulty, the cooldowns were still manageable. Hansu thought to self, the important thing now was who would show up next. All members who would raid this place with the team had already been selected. Anna turned back and noticed the wall cracking open again. Someone was coming. A foot stepped forward in front of Anna and Hansu, the brows slightly furrowed, a wave of worry rising inside. Who could it be? Win jumped, spinning around at Teresia's complaining voice. Win, you used spirit magic again. The spot where Win and Teresia stood was the first floor, the crystal cave labyrinth. Win gripped the knife tightly, flustered, offering an excuse. It's just that only this knife is available, so it's tough. Teresia put hands on hips, reminding firmly. Told you to practice self-defense without relying on spirit magic anymore. Win rolled eyes, crossing arms in reply, but the older brother said to focus on what one's good at. Plus, an explorer's mission is to trust the team and give everything to fulfill their role. Teresia placed a hand on Win's shoulder, offering advice. He's not wrong, but life isn't always a dream, you know. Looking straight into Win's eyes with conviction, Teresia lectured, "Teammates are often just people on the same team, don't overestimate them," then glanced away, hesitating before saying, "Yes, ma'am." Inside, Win argued back, but the older brother wasn't a bad guy. Closing eyes slightly, Win removed Teresia's hand from the shoulder, puzzled. "Can I go up to the second floor yet? Bet that uncle is making a ton of money up there now." Smirking, raising an index finger to voice the opinion. "Just hunting a bit on the second floor won't speed up my dungeon climb much, so we'll go inside and help with the cooldown." Win was confused. "What? But I thought you had to be lucky to get in there," Teresia explained while walking. It's true, some veteran explorers weren't lucky enough to enter the cooldown even once in their lives. She clarified for Win, but the last time it opened was 8 months ago. The longest open-close cycle of Rear lasted only 8 months, so maybe the first floor Rear was about to open soon. Walking ahead, she called back a scolding remark. "Really? And that uncle never told me about this." Teresia's face turned serious, not answering immediately, already understanding the reason well enough. After all, that madman was just a newbie, inexperienced, so the dungeon climb journey was probably still inefficient. Then, where no one could see, she curled lips into a dangerous smile. Teresia waved confidently, declaring, "Trust me, I guarantee in just 1 year, you'll be stronger than that madman." Eyes wide, she shouted in panic. That sound, Teresia pointed at the large crack ahead, horrified, saying it was RER. She hurried forward, shouting back to Win, "Let's run, Win." Win scrambled after. Yes. Teresia and Win didn't hesitate, rushing to the crack. She reached out to touch the red wall, spewing powerful magic. Both widened eyes in amazement as the crack suddenly began to close. She clicked tongue, regretting, looking at the unchanged scene ahead, saying, "Am I too late?" On the other side, Hansu frowned, trying to remember. The first member of our team, Hikirod, gripping the sword handle behind the back, stepped forward, looking super excited. Finally, 2 people made it all the way here. Madman? Not bad. Hansu stared at Hikirod, evaluating the short guy in disbelief. Nervously, Hansu glanced toward the crack, where another person was stepping out. The second one, and Lua, struck the staff on the ground with awe, wondering all along where this person was from. Turns out, from Bloodstained City. Observing closely, Hansu concluded silently that Lua was a mage. Hansu focused all attention on Lua, wondering. Still a mage on the first floor, there was some praise. Looks like this team is pretty solid, huh? Hikirud twitched lips, unbelieving. Never thought to see a mage here. And Lua pulled the hat brim down to hide the face. Hansu once again admired the team formation. "No, it's actually awesome." And Lua scratched the head and turned to Hansu, asking, "John, are all mages always this awesome? Wasn't that librarian the other day also a mage?" Hansu searched memories about Lakna and seriously explained. That librarian was a rank 9 mage named Ven. Mages are an important force in the city, so only those whose skills have been verified can enter here. Adding more, meaning just being here already shows considerable strength. And Lua smiled brightly, placing a hand on the cheek, praising, "This madman really knows his stuff." Then, happily, the index finger went up to introduce. "Now it's time for self-introduction. I'm a rank 6 mage, Anua." And Lua, Hansu reluctantly commented. Though the attitude seemed a bit arrogant, well, almost every mage in the game is a jerk anyway. This attitude is already pretty decent. Then Anlua gestured toward Tajin. "Over here is the hired pack carrier." Tajin bowed and greeted, "I'm Tajin." Hikirod pointed at Hansu and spoke, "Nice to meet you. I'm Hikirod Murat, with 3 years of experience as an explorer." Hansu looked over the guy, thinking no wonder the gear is so legit. Hansu shook hands with Hikirod, introducing himself. "I'm the son of Jan and Bron." Anua stood beside, adding, "The second daughter of Fenelon, Anua." Suddenly, Hansu fell silent, reevaluating the situation, then bluntly asked Hikirod and Anua, "You two don't look like you're lacking experience on the first floor or have business here, so how did you get here?" She laughed, hinting at an explanation. Though not detailed, basically because I heard this area recently might have a withdrawal waiting to appear. Hikirod agreed with Enlua's answer. Same here. Hansu sighed in frustration, failing to extract any info. So they refused to reveal how they got here, probably keeping their secret weapon. At this point, Anlua arrogantly got to the point with a proposal. The money earned from this mission will be split evenly among all except Tajin, provided everyone listens to me. Hikirod immediately looked at her and agreed. Sure, following the mage's orders is the unspoken law in the labyrinth, and Lua smiled warmly hearing that. Hearing this, I'm really happy. Hansu thought, since there's a mage in the team, must follow her orders. After all, mages are recognized by the royal family and have contributed to exterminating evil spirits. Closing eyes slightly, Hansu reluctantly answered, "I agree." Anua frowned, clenching fists in protest. "I disagree." Hansu was surprised by her agitated attitude. Manhwa angrily spoke nonsense. I. She slammed a hand on Hansu's shield to express her opinion. I want John to be the leader. Hansu's face turned pale, stammering to question. What did you just say? Manhwa opened mouth wide, loudly continuing. Not an ordinary madman. He's a wiser warrior than anyone else. The more she talked, the more Hansu got confused, sweating cold like rain, stuttering. Please, stop talking, I beg you. Manhwa added reasons for choosing him. He even reads books 6 hours a day. Manhwa grabbed the hat brim, grimacing in comment. Madman reads books? This guy is really something special, but I've already decided. She frowned fiercely, acting extremely determined. He's not special, he's amazing. Manhwa loudly praised Hansu under everyone's gaze. Amazing warrior, calling John's name. Hikurod was stunned, speechless. Manhwa beside was no better, so confused, frozen stiff. Hansu slapped the face, not knowing how to stop the nonsense. Damn, stop using kids' stuff. After a while, Hikurod laughed nonstop, teasing with a mocking tone. Being worshipped by a wife like this must feel great. Are you a maniac? I'm really jealous, you know. Aina jerked back, objecting. Wife? What wife? I never married anyone. The guy kept teasing. Come on, no need to be shy. Na grumbled. Damn it, I already said it's not true. And Lua looked at Hikurod and the girl arguing, then cut in, suggesting, stop arguing. Let's go. Hansu saw the topic had shifted just in time, feeling relieved and silently thanking the dwarf who changed the subject at the right moment. Luckily, and Lua didn't seem to care much. And Lua stepped forward, then turned back to remind, we'll have a lot of investigating to do. The guy silently prayed, hoping from now until the end, she wouldn't pay any attention to him. Seeing in Lua's eagerness to start, Hikurod suggested taking it slow, saying, let's go now? But we only know each other's names so far. Introducing skills is unnecessary. She refused at first. And Lua pointed seriously behind herself and said, all the monsters in the blood-contaminated city are from rank 7 and below, so just me and Taj Jin are enough. Hikurod gritted teeth at her arrogance, and Lua squinted, stating her decision. Oh, and I'll take the escort fee too. Only with that can I do research. The guy trembled with frustration, repeating the question. You want to take all the escort's loot? Hansu wasn't surprised by this scene. Dungeon disputes like this happen all the time. Hikurod, burning with anger, shouted loudly. Do I look like a fool who can be easily led around, sorceress? The guy and Anlua stood face to face in a super tense atmosphere, and the cause of these disputes was 100% money. Hansu and A were confused by Hikurod's situation. Escort fees are the commission for waiting. For a financially savvy sorcerer, research is the top priority. But for an explorer, the biggest priority is money. Anlua tightened the staff and fired back. But I already said I'll give you all the magic crystals from the waiting. Hansu watched her, silently thinking. Anlua just lit the fuse for the money argument. Hikurod furrowed brows and firmly declared, so you're basically telling us to eat leftovers. I won't let you run wild like that. And Lua didn't want to lose and snapped, but splitting like that is fair, isn't it? No guarantee we'll get any money anyway. Hansu saw her pursing lips, unimpressed and thoughtful, looking pretty shocked. Maybe didn't expect to be twisted like that. Is she really that naive? Finally, Anlua gritted teeth and concluded, fine, I'll leave the ultimate item to you, but the protective essence definitely belongs to me. Hikurod temporarily agreed. Okay, let's say we're even for now. And the magic stones from this weight are just luck. Hansu was annoyed when the two deliberately excluded himself and Anna. Oh, just the two of us, so they don't even bother counting us in. Immediately, he couldn't help but roar. Wait a minute. Hansu thought hard. No way would he go home empty-handed. He pointed his thumb at himself decisively. I don't care about essence or items, but I will take the magic stones from the weight. Hansu said just that was enough. And Lua gave a sharp glare, looking down on him and said, don't be so greedy. Thought this team needed two maniacs badly. Hikurod complained about Hansu's demand. Asking for the magic stones from the weight is too much. He cursed silently. It was useless. Until just now, she was still pretending to be decent. Hansu was helpless. Whatever, just testing the waters. Then he raised two fingers and proposed. Fine, then I won't take it. Leave us two essences that aren't from the escort. And Lua and Hikurod exchanged looks and thoughts. Quickly, she changed attitude and agreed. Fine. Agreed with both hands and feet. Hikurod also agreed. Me too. Hansu exuded a gloomy aura, thinking, looks like this is all we can scavenge. Considering their level, there really aren't any essences worth taking here. And Lua cheerfully waved her hand, saying, then it's a deal. Hikurod coldly reminded, remember to keep your word. He looked down on the two in front of him but now smiled as if nothing happened. She excitedly said, let's go now, right? Hikurod responded enthusiastically. Sure, I'm itching to get moving. Hansu gritted teeth, trying to swallow his anger. Damn those two-faced bastards. After the show from Enlua and Hikurod, he firmly accepted the truth. Today, once again, he deeply realized the need to become stronger. Hansu calmed down and exhaled a long breath. Screw those bastards burning bridges behind them. Head tilted up, staring at the distant sky with a solid plan in mind to build a bridge of one's own. The system flashed a notification as the characters stepped into Bloodstained City. A drawbridge appeared before the old castle. Bloodred City was divided into 4 parts, a drawbridge at the castle's entrance. The whole city was covered by an eerie crimson sky, with fortifications outside the walls. A massive prison, each corridor lit by flickering flames. An underground prison inside the walls, with a demon statue worshipped in the huge chamber. The demon worship room inside the Lord's Keep. The Hansu crew slowly entered the castle to start their journey, facing the Gagoi statue. Observing the Goi statue along the way, an 8th-level monster statue. Usually, these look like statues with special features. The Hansu group froze, eyes fixed on the huge demon statue ahead. But enemies only needed to get close to their sight range. The Goi's eyes flashed dangerously, locking onto Hansu. They would attack instantly. That's why they were tough to deal with. Gritting teeth as the legs slowly turned to stone, the main skill was petrification. Hansu calculated mentally, if one person took the petrification skill's hit, the others had to kill the monster to break the curse. Usually, that's how it went. But Anna worriedly shouted to call back, only to be stopped by Enlua. Bean smiled slyly, pulling the hat brim down with cunning. With a mage around, this was a whole different story. Enlua raised the staff straight toward Hansu's legs, chanting the Atina via sigil. Hansu stared as magic wrapped around the legs, a spell breaking the curse. Eyes flicked to the fierce Goi flapping wings toward Anna. A Gagoi couldn't petrify enemies. Then, Hansu and Anna quickly grabbed weapons to attack, but it was nothing. Hikurod shouted after Hansu's thought, only one left. The dwarf grabbed a hammer and leapt high, ready to strike. At that moment, the Goi's legs cracked in a large chunk. Hikurod took the chance to swing the weapon at it. The Gagoi froze, eyes flashing the image of the hammer closing in. You defeated the Gagoi statue, gained 1 experience. Hikurod's attack completely wiped them out. He put a hand over his mouth, laughing triumphantly after the fight. You guys are pretty good. Hansu silently judged Hikurod. The dwarf clan was as skilled as expected. The way he took it down was like a real man. Suddenly, a glowing red crystal appeared. Anna looked confused as it flew automatically into Tajin's bag. The magic stone moved on its own. Anna, hands on hips, explained it was a magic tracking core stone. From now on, I'll keep this stone and occasionally give it to all of you. Hikurod didn't object and suggested, sounds good. Let's keep moving. He slammed the hammer hard on the door ahead, then led the group inside. Frowning at the dark, lightless scene, he muttered, it's dark. Looks like we need some light. And Lua heard that and said, if that's the case. She raised a hand, creating a bright magic stream. The light revealed a fat zombie. Zombies, low-tier monsters that didn't drop core stones and obviously no experience unless they lost their souls. Otherwise, the corpses wouldn't disappear. And Lua watched them approach without threat, then decided. Their attacks are like ant bites, so I'll save my magic power. Hikurod agreed with her choice. Same view, using magic on a corpse is a waste. The zombies opened their mouths wide, growling fiercely. Hansu, Hikurod, and Anna quickly took battle stances. We'll handle them fast. Anna swung the big sword, slicing through each zombie. On the other side, Hikurod hammered their heads. Hansu gritted teeth, raised a spiked flail, thinking hard. It's over. Then decisively struck down the zombies with a critical blow. Suddenly, Hansu's eyes widened in shock. A horn blasted straight into the eyes. It was the zombie commander's horn. Kneeling, watching the horn closely, wondering, a horn? That big? How do you even use that? Hikurod dumbly replied, she'll find out soon. He glanced at the massive door ahead, grimly commenting, this time it's a steel gate, my hammer won't do a thing. And Lua stepped forward, suggesting, leave it to me. She raised the staff, lips moving to chant the Akender prison sigil. Instantly, magic from Lua's weapon blasted out, making the door explode, sending dust and smoke everywhere, causing everyone to cough violently. Hansu's eyes widened, holding the pose while covering the nose. And Lua smiled, standing in the middle of the doorway, lightly moving an arm. A cheerful suggestion came, let's go now. Hansu silently judged. This mage is badass. The group crossed the bridge, heading straight toward the castle. The first part was the drawbridge at the castle gate. And Lua paused when the path was blocked, speaking up. I knew it. The drawbridge got cut right at the castle gate. Turning back with a low voice, a signal was given to enter, blow the horn now. She immediately understood and responded, got it. Then she grabbed the horn, took a deep breath, preparing to blow. Quickly, the head tilted back. The horn's sound instantly echoed throughout the area. The dormant water magic circle awakened. Anna frowned in surprise, stammering, "What is this?" Horror struck when the castle-side bridge started lowering. The bridge was lowering. Anna accidentally bowed the head and jumped in shock. Confusion grew seeing the bright red water rising. Blood was rising beneath. The situation got tenser when countless hands emerged from below. Wait, something was under the water. The name of this place was true to its reputation. Red blood, water, and dark red sky. That's why this place was called Blood Castle. Calmly, and Lua reassured, "They're zombies, so no need to be scared." Anna was awkward but still boldly retorted, "What? Who's scared?" Suddenly, a wet hand placed itself on the bridge. The purpose here was pretty straightforward. Quickly, the zombies surrounded Hansu's group, surviving until the drawbridge lowered. This part was tricky because there were countless waves of zombies to face, but Hansu's group remained calm without hesitation. That kind of situation was only for an average team, and Lua spoke slowly. "I guessed this would happen, so I prepared magic." Raising the hand high, a loud command was given, "Everyone move toward me." The group immediately stepped back closer to Lua. The difficulty dropped drastically with a mage capable of wide area magic. Without delay, the staff was raised seriously to cast the Woe-2 spell. In a blink, Lua's magic slipped through Hansu's group, striking the zombies directly. In moments, they collapsed to the ground, ascending to death. Hikaru watched the scene and praised, "Awesome," and Lua turned to him, replying, "They're just zombies anyway." Hansu paled, secretly realizing the power gap between Lua and self. Already knowing she was strong, but not expecting such a huge difference. Lua pulled down the hat brim and guessed, "I think now we just have to wait for the drawbridge to retract." A bit surprised by this thought, who would think we finished already and just chill? A while later, after the castle-side drawbridge fully lowered, Lua led the group forward step by step, now entering the castle. Hansu's group quickly finished the battle here, completing the first part of Blood Castle. Silence fell, the face turning thoughtful. Hansu glanced at the backs of the group, casually saying, "Ridiculously easy." Hansu's group easily crossed the drawbridge and entered the castle. The team smoothly passed the drawbridge to enter the outer city area. Normally, countless enemies should have appeared here, and Lua raised the staff to cast magic forward. Thurna dirt, in waves, skeleton soldiers and zombies were sent to death by the spell. Hansu frowned, observing them, and quietly commented, "Not like last time." This time, she couldn't wipe out all the monsters with one strike, even though the spell was still powerful. Then, skeletons and zombies growled from afar, approaching Hansu. With just one incantation from her, nearly 90% of the monsters were sent to death. Hansu gripped the weapon tightly, focusing on the Grim Reaper facing them, but still couldn't do anything to the death spirit, probably because it was a monster with creation powers. Lua waved and proposed, "Then I'll let you handle the remaining monsters," loudly calling, "Anna." Anna understood, grabbing the sword's sheath and charging forward. "Got it." Hansu and Anna stood side by side, ready to strike the Grim Reaper. Hansu and Anna quickly teamed up to bring it down, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. A madman combo attack. Hikaru paled, sweat pouring down at the fierce appearance of Hansu and Anna. "Do you usually hunt like this? They look like they're having a blast." At that moment, Lua used the magic staff to cast a spell on the Death Knights Lavios and Henton. Hansu was stunned to see their wounds worsen after Lua's attack, a spell that makes wounds more severe. On the other side, Hikaru raised the hammer high and struck the Death Knight. The advantage of a Death Knight is a passive skill that protects the body, allowing wounds to regenerate. With that skill disabled, Hansu and Anna relentlessly swung their weapons, attacking continuously. The Death Knight was nothing more than a walking chunk of meat. Suddenly, Tajin's backpack glowed. After a long fight, Anna rested the sword on the shoulder and exclaimed in surprise, "John, now I get why people praise mages so much." Hikaru watched Lua's back and laughed, adding, "Having a mage on the team makes us way stronger." Hearing the admiration, she immediately turned around, placed a hand on the chest, and said, "We study hard for exactly that reason. Of course, natural talent is needed too." Hansu saw Lua lift the head slightly, eyes half closed but full of pride, judging. Now the real face is clear. Pretends to be humble but loves to show off, and also spends a lot of time researching and studying. She happily shared her plan and asked for help gathering materials around here for research. "Everyone will help, right?" Hikaru agreed without hesitation. "Thanks to her, we have plenty of free time now, so of course, we'll lend a hand." Hansu agreed too. "I'll help as well." Calculations ran through the mind, knowing how to deal with her now. Lua opened the backpack full of materials and spoke. "That was fast. All thanks to everyone's help. Let's head to the next spot." Na drooled, looking at her stuff, craving. If these were sold here, how many cakes could be bought? Lua pulled the hat brim down, urging, "Hurry up." Hansu glanced away, puzzled by her action, wondering, strange, she researched this whole area but never took the right stuff. Why? Watching the statue holding a spear behind, curiosity grew. Didn't she know it was there? It's simple. Just break the wall to find it. Hansu imagined being in a fighting game. Some players have the habit of spamming the interact button when encountering unique objects or suspicious walls. Same here, so many hidden things were found. In 9 years playing dumb and stone, the brow furrowed, face turning thoughtful. But if a maniac like me claims to know something a lifelong researcher like her doesn't, it might hurt her pride. Better avoid anything that might raise suspicion. Then Hansu pushed aside those thoughts and followed the team. The sky remained a blazing red. The atmosphere grew gloomier. Hansu's group stopped, eyes on the pile of ruins inside. So this is the inner city. And Lua frowned, scanning ahead seriously. I've heard about this place, but honestly, there seems to be nothing to collect. Hikarud put a hand on the forehead, gazing into the distance. I don't even see a single monster. She clasped hands, resting a cheek excitedly, suggesting, let's quickly move to the next location. Hikarud held the torch, leading down to the basement. Hansu's group glanced around, inspecting every corner before the system announced, you have entered the first floor of the underground prison. Hikarud turned to Lua, asking, Miss N, what kind of monsters appear here? She quickly listed skull rats, death sirens, death knights, chimera wolves, ghouls, and corpse golems. The guy grinned widely, saying, except for corpse golems, I've fought all of those because corpse golems only appear in the Blood Fortress. Hikarud cheerfully added, a fresh experience. And Lua waved a hand gently, reminding, just watch out for exploding corpses. Their blast isn't strong, but the bodily fluids are corrosive like acid and can be deadly if standing too close. But before that thing could hit her, of course, I blocked it. He kept praising Lua. What's there to fear with a mage around? She feigned humility in reply. We can do everything thanks to a brave warrior like you. Hansu stood behind, face dark with anger, screaming inside. What the heck? They already forgot how to split the loot or what? Anna suddenly pointed her thumb at the skeleton on the right, wondering, are these blondes some kind of monsters? The guy quickly explained, they are. Hansu barely finished answering before Lua cut in. Those are skull rats I mentioned earlier. She eagerly raised her index finger, sharing what was known. Skull rats are like zombies. They have no ranking and aren't good fighters, so just stepping on them is enough. Anna grumbled angrily. Not asking you, Lua the mage puffed cheeks, annoyed by that attitude. Anna paled, eyes watering in fear at the sound just heard. That sound was her panicked sobbing, quickly grabbing the sturdy arm of Hansu when seeing Benny. Those are death harpy demons. And Lua grinned, seeing Na's weak stance. Careful, touching one means no second chances. She circled behind Na, threatening in a dangerous tone. Not super dangerous, but they'll give one a horrifying and creepy experience. Her face turned pale, screaming loudly. Horrifying, huh? Hansu sighed helplessly. Too childish. Anna hugged him tighter, demanding, what do you mean? Tell me more. And Lua closed eyes, palms facing each other, summoning magic. Not sure. Hansu struggled a bit under Na's hug. Heard mages have ways to deal with death harpies, and Lua was surprised by his knowledge. You really know a lot. Without waiting for Hansu's reply, she stepped forward seriously. Enough joking, I'll handle those death harpies. And Lua pointed her staff at Ben, unleashing a powerful magic strike. The Westran hissed, growling fiercely as she took a hit from Lua. Suddenly, 5 Ben flew toward her, and Lua seemed to anticipate this, using fire magic to take her down. Yeno stood amid roaring flames after putting the Ben to sleep. Then she gestured toward Hansu's group, smiling invitingly. So, can we move on now? Everyone on his side froze, only one thought popping up. She's insanely strong. System notification when Hansu's group encountered chimera wolves and a snake pack. The characters entered the second level of the underground prison of chimera wolves. Next were vampire lords wielding staffs, flicking long tongues. Hansu scanned the creepy items inside the prison. With all these monsters and disgusting stuff, the underground prison looked like a mad scientist's lab. Of course, the real fun was just starting. Hikura glanced at Lua, complimenting then asking, anyway, you're awesome. Miss Lua, aren't you scared? She touched the gloomy wall, answering, not exactly scared. I also like anatomy, so this is nothing. Ah, here it is. And Lua mentioned what was known. According to the map I memorize, there's a hidden door behind this wall. Behind this door is definitely a corpse golem. Hansu silently admired her.
Usually, we'd have to find the map in the guard room.
But she's really thoughtful. Quickly, everyone dropped backpacks and stuff on the ground as Lua said, we should leave our gear here. Hansu immediately lit the torch above his head after her reminder. Gladly, light the torch. Jan Black agreed. I'll open it right now. Anlua's group stood ready to attack right after the door swung open. The pungent smell of red liquid filled the air. A terrible stench hit their noses. Countless ascended bodies flooded Hansu's sight. In front of them were piles of corpses stacked like mountains. He stepped forward following Anlua's directions. If it were before, fainting would have happened immediately. Hansu frowned, face tense, but with the berserker's strong body, it had no effect. He glanced at Jin, bent over vomiting. The first to react was that weak gear carrier. Then Hansu looked at Anlua covering her mouth, fighting nausea. He carefully watched Anlua's bent back, pondering. She had seen similar things before, having experience dissecting corpses, but probably it was the stench. Hikaru nearby gently gestured. Glad at least two are okay. Let's keep moving. Hansu agreed. Let's go. Then footsteps echoed from him and teammates. Moments later, piles of rotten bodies appeared before Hansu's eyes. His group froze, shocked by the scene. A mountain of corpses? A cold voice echoed. Hello? Liu Yifei felt confused as countless voices slipped through. Is it talking to us? Suddenly, a terrified child's scream rang out. Dad, save me. Hekarod's face turned pale as the voice cried out. What the hell? The desperate plea begged for rescue in broken words. A terrifying image burned into Hansu's eyes after the first boss system announcement. The corpse golem had appeared. The corpse golem kept uttering chilling, mournful words. It hurts. It hurts so much. Pain. Pain. Kill me already. A surprise curse formed silently in the mind. Damn it. Isn't it supposed to be that these things don't make sounds in games? It kept screaming nonstop. Save me, Dad. Hansu's face drained of color with countless black streaks. As the thought crossed, no more time could be wasted. Turning to Hikaru, a calming voice said, Everyone, calm down. Hansu helplessly watched the guy trembling all over, thinking, Damn it, this damn dwarf is frozen in fear. The corpse golem opened its eerie mouth, saying, Where is this? It hurts so much, Dad, Dad. It hurts, hurts, so much, hurts, 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 hurts. Hansu glanced at Analua, who was frowning coldly, commenting, These jerks just act like they're so great. Then turning back to Hikaru, who was stunned stiff. Hansu clenched teeth tightly. Probably. They can't help here anymore. The corpse golem's eyes followed, cursing, Die, die. Hansu quickly made a decision inside, having to rely on self-power. A game title flashed on the computer screen. Dungeon Stone is the pinnacle of games targeting a small player base but also has features satisfying many. The image of the corpse golem was extremely creepy. One of its features was vivid, realistic graphics looking like a photo. Its shape was often enjoyed by people as a hobby. Those images were often used as memes. So many recognized that meme even without knowing the game. Hansu gripped the spiked mace tightly, grinding teeth as the corpse golem was watched, realizing that even with realistic graphics, focusing on it without blinking was nothing compared to seeing it in real life. The whole corpse golem kept uttering different voices. Help, it hurts, it hurts. On the other side, Analua had had enough, collapsing to the ground with tears welling up. The wizard was supposed to be good at killing. Hikaru trembled stiff when seeing the corpse golem. The dwarf had faced countless monsters in 3 years of exploration. Tajin turned pale, gripping the sword handle after bouts of vomiting. He looked quite strong despite being a scrawny guy. Hansu held the spiked mace, coldly thinking they treated like trash just because of being a newbie. But now, the only ones ready to attack the corpse golem were the demon warriors, including Hansu and Anna. She frowned, watching Analua and Hikaru's expressions. What are you guys doing? Anna anxiously warned. Run fast. Hansu stepped back slightly, observing the corpse golem flying toward. Anna clenched teeth, raising the weapon to rescue Hikaru when it charged at the dwarf. Hikaru's eyes widened as green liquid splashed straight in. The guy covered his eyes, screaming in pain. My eyes. Hansu took in all of Hikaru's actions, realizing the dwarf became helpless in a blink. So what about the wizard who always acted reliable? Eyes shifted to Analua, who was covering the mouth after vomiting, still retching. Then Hansu shouted orders, Anna, take the dwarf to the back and protect the wizard. A silent curse formed. Damn it, gotta strike fast. If not quick-witted, the whole group will die here. Lightning fast, Hansu tightened grip on the spiked mace, charging straight at the corpse golem, quickly raising the shield to block the corpse golem's attack. The golem's attack was simple, throwing corpse bombs at distant enemies. It stretched its twisted arm toward Hansu. For those nearby, countless corpses reached out as if trying to drag the whole body in. They would pull victims in to devour. Hansu crouched, reasoning not to get too close to the corpse golems. Deep in thought, if too close, the corpse golems would focus on the wizard instead. That would be worse since the wizard was still unconscious. Hansu stood up, using the shield to block each strike with calculation. Need to keep distance until the wizard calms down. leaning back slightly, plotting to lure the golem this way to buy time. On Analua's side, still in shock, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down the face non-stop. After a moment, Analua regained composure, threw a powerful fire punch toward the corpse golem. Both Hansu and Anna were stunned by the fierce attack. Is this the power of a star witch? The corpse golem, burned by the flames, screamed, "Too hot, man, way too hot." Hansu was dumbfounded, eyes fixed on the scene. The first form of a corpse golem should take quite some time to burn to death with a torch. Now it was destroyed with just one spell. The outer body of the corpse golem lost its strength. Suddenly a hand emerged from the flames. Hansu observed the skeletal form left of the corpse golem, thinking deeply. Phase 2, Bone Golem. Immediately, Hansu stomped down, shouted loudly, "Not done yet. Come here." Hansu and Anna charged simultaneously, aiming for its chest. Hansu looked at the corpse golem, gestured toward himself and commented. The corpse golem was a level 7 monster. Hansu and Anna charged fiercely toward it, but if its outer shell was gone, just 2 men could take it down. The system displayed after Hansu and Anna struck the corpse golem together. You have defeated the corpse golem. Experience 1. Hansu frowned, breathing heavily after the fight. Anna stared at the glowing magic essence accumulating in front, saying, "Bon, isn't this?" Hansu excitedly looked at the newly appeared crystal and replied, "Yeah, this is the essence of the corpse golem." The image of the corpse golem appeared on a notebook page along with sparkling jewels nearby. Runes basically were a treasure trove. High-level monsters rarely appear in normal lands. For explorers, chances to find experience points were like sudden rain during a drought. Loot stolen from guards was what every explorer craved. But the most tempting thing waiting was a pure white crystal surrounded by magical energy. The essence droplets increased rapidly. Hansu stared at it without blinking, puzzled. Thinking back, this was the first time the group found an essence. Strange indeed. Hansu placed a hand on the sword hilt, wondering what to do now. Quietly answered, "We are the ones entitled to take it." Hansu turned to Analua, who was holding the mouth, fighting nausea. Since this time Hansu did the most, it was agreed from the start. Then, Hansu observed Hikurode, who raised the head and slapped the forehead. Hansu pondered, actually wanting 2 essences. The shadows of the death god and chimera wolf flashed through the mind. A death zombie with incredible regeneration combined with the power of a chimera wolf. Hansu felt excited, recalling the fight with Anna against the corpse golem. Didn't expect to get essence from a level 7 monster like the corpse golem. It only appeared once in the Blood City. Hansu placed a hand on the chin, thoughtful. Moreover, the stat boosts were perfect for a system stat display of the crystal. Essence of the corpse golem. Endurance plus 78, poison resistance plus 12, intuition nearly 5, weight plus 21, bone density plus 55, strength plus 15, desire plus 9. Hansu thought about the bones in the hand becoming stronger, but the body would slow down due to reduced intuition. But other stats compensated. Bone density was very useful for defense, now increasing by 55. Weight was very helpful in blocking enemy legs or absorbing weapon damage, now increasing by 22. Hansu reflected on the body becoming more complete with a crystal. Endurance was also very useful. Strength and poison resistance were also very beneficial stats. Hansu hesitated a bit, but the problem was the skill. The system showed active skill, physical explosion causing explosion to a body part, dealing area damage. Hansu began to consider the downside. This skill could cause massive damage, but at the cost of the character's life force. The system then displayed passive skill P. Body fluid had acidic properties, blood would be corrosive acid. Hansu imagined the armor quickly being destroyed. Furthermore, because the body fluid was acidic, if a character was injured, the acid blood would stick to equipment and significantly reduce its durability. Hansu sighed deeply, full of tension. In other words, the soul of the corpse golem was awesome, like it would corrode weapons and consume a lot of magic medicine for recovery. Hansu put a hand on the head, suggested, "Leave it be, go heal the dwarf first. This soul will last about 30 minutes anyway." A glass bottle lay rolling on the ground. Hikurode leaned on the thigh, back against the wall, awkwardly muttering, "So embarrassing. Without you two, things would have been way worse." Hansu sat beside, saying, "Good, you know that. Otherwise, you'd be dead already." Hikurode helplessly continued, "I know. I'm really embarrassed." The moment that thing showed up, the whole body froze. Then a wide grin spread, thinking all kinds of disgusting monsters had already been seen. Hansu looked bored at Hikurode's expression. The whole crew almost died at the hands of a mid-tier monster lord just because of some mental issue. Even if strong enough to beat it, a reminder hit hard. This is reality. Anne, Lua, pale and weak, spoke up, "I'm really sorry." Hansu glanced at her, wondering, is she back to normal? Quickly thinking, then let's talk about splitting the loot. Hansu subtly moved hands, getting straight to the point. "We took down the corpse golem. And Lua looked up at him, immediately bragging. I know, lucky I forced myself to cast that spell. Hansu cursed silently. Explorers are such jerks. Instead of thanks, the first thing she does is brag. Also guessed on Lua's intention. If silence is kept, no ally gets a single share. Hansu darkly questioned. We save you all. That's beyond individual responsibility, right? She hesitated, agreeing cautiously. I agree. So what do you want to say? He leaned on the thigh, stood up suddenly. Hansu clenched fists, stating bluntly. We're taking the stone as payment. As soon as words ended, silence fell over the space. Hikurad-covered mouth coughed once, breaking the quiet, then grinned, thumbs up in agreement. I agree. Without this demon girl, I'd be dead. And Lua grabbed the brim of the hat, expressing. I don't agree, but here's the condition. If we really have a Ruchu stone, I'll be fair with you. Hansu tapped the thigh, tentatively accepting on Lua's terms. All right then. Suddenly remembered something, Hansu said calmly. And Lua and Hikurod gaped after Hansu's declaration. The corpse golem left behind in essence, he pondered. What about this? And Lua, shocked, covered mouth, exclaimed. The corpse golem's essence is even rarer than the Guardian's. Heard it's scarce. Even the Explorer Guild doesn't fully understand its use. She bit nails greedily, saying, but if I get it, I can research its properties. Hansu smirked at Enlua's attitude. Knew she'd react like that, now the real negotiation begins. He extended hand to Enlua, starting serious talks. Enlua. Got a proposal? If you want, I'll give you the corpse golem's essence. She hesitated at Hansu's offer, but if we get the Guardian's essence, I'll take it. Enlua frowned, hands on chest after his question. What do you think? Enlua looked at Hansu, darkly asking, you want to trade corpse golem essence for Guardian essence? She seemed confused, questioning back. Not sure if Guardian essence even drops. Hansu watched Win's expression closely, answering seriously, I'll take full responsibility. She relaxed, excited, clasped hands. If that's the case, fine. Corpse golem essence is way more interesting than Guardians. Hansu smirked, turned back, chuckling quietly. Hikurod watched Enlua's back, wondering, is Enlua giving the essence to the transport side? Heard mages can't use it. She raised a test tube in reply. No, I'll research it. Hansu was stunned. Test tube, shocked to see it in Enlua's hand. Too expensive for anyone to bother putting essence below level 6 in. Hikurod's eyes widened, amazed at the test tube. That expensive and she has one? She cheerfully said, only one test tube though. The corpse golem essence was quickly put into the test tube by Enlua. She actually put a level 7 essence into her only test tube. She seemed to value the corpse golem essence highly, probably just because it's rare. If the Guardian essence is obtained, this trade is super profitable. After finishing, she turned back, saying, all right. And Lua excitedly raised the staff, proposing, now let's get out of here. Hikurod led everyone forward. That's all I was waiting to hear. Hansu silently prayed. Guardian essence, you better show up. Later, the crew froze in front of two statues. Hikurod looked up at them, then dropped a comment. Doesn't look like summoning statues. What the heck is this? After a moment of sensing, Enlua spoke up. Can't feel any mana at all. Probably just regular statues. Suddenly, a hand touched one of the statues, guessing the boss room might be upstairs. If it hasn't collapsed, then let's go check it out. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and a book fell straight into Enlua's hands from above. Hikurod put a hand on the chin, looking at the book with admiration. How did that happen? Enlua half closed the eyes, smugly saying, books are treasure troves of knowledge. Hansu grumbled inside, always saying that if it's in a book, it must be good. She opened the book, titled Necronomicon, a pretty expensive dark magic grimoire. Hansu watched closely, complaining. Damn, I was planning to grab that later, but she probably knew beforehand, feeling pissed off. Now gotta watch her scoop up all the loot. Enlua immediately claimed, I found it, so I'm taking it. Hikurod waved a hand and agreed right away. Take it. We don't have variant magic, so can't bring it outside anyway. Hansu looked at her, unable to hide a grin, thoughts swirling. Look at that sly smile, she definitely knows its value. Necronomical counts as an item, so it can be taken outside even without magic use. Suddenly, Hansu got puzzled, remembering when Enlua skimmed past the fountain statue. But why didn't she notice what was hidden behind the water spout? She raised the staff high and cut off Hansu's thoughts with a suggestion. Let's keep moving. Next scene showed Anna, Hikurod, and Hansu wielding weapons, attacking obstacles non-stop. Then the crew roamed the room, hunting monsters. A chimera and a starving skeleton appeared amid thick dust clouds. The second mini-boss, Skeleton Knight and Lua, stood behind, pulling the brim of the hat excitedly shouting. Lucky, not only did we get the undead golem essence, but also the Skeleton Knight. Hansu frowned, doubting own luck. Weird, why am I this lucky? Thoughts ran through the types of skeleton knights, level 7 monsters with 3 random types: vengeful, sorrowful, and starving. Sorrowful is a pain because it emits a gas that messes with enemy nerves. Then there's the red magic burning vengeful skeleton. Vengeful is the hardest to deal with since it can use soul swords to lower opponents' levels. Hansu focused on the starving skeleton in front. This one was starving, able to use life-absorbing moves to heal, but the staff in Onlua's hand flashed after a reassuring statement. Don't worry, I'll cast a spell to inflict deep wounds, making its skill useless. Hansu and Anna saw the skeleton surrounded by Onlua's magic and charged in. Both hacked repeatedly at the starving skeleton. Yeah, this one's the easiest to handle. When it fell, a crystal immediately appeared. Skeleton essence. Hansu grinned wide, pumped up, wondering. Just got undead golem essence, now skeleton essence too. Finally, luck is on my side. Hikurode reached out, congratulating. You guys gonna use that essence? Congrats. Hansu turned to reply. Thanks. Then quickly glanced and suggested. Anna, you use this. She was surprised, saying, Really? Hansu recalled the crystal's stats and made the call, not really wanting that either. But from a player's perspective, using essence makes more sense. The sword appeared in thoughts. Life absorption fits a swordsman, and someday won't even need a weapon. Hansu remembered when she chatted happily, especially when entering the maze. Seriously believed after battles with Anna that trust was earned. She was touched, eyes shining at Hansu, firmly saying, Thanks, John. I'll definitely repay you. Hansu smiled at Anna's straightforward honesty. Sure, she wouldn't ditch. Then Hansu watched Anna absorb the crystal into the body, thinking patience is key since it's easier to find essence that fits if boosting Anna. A glow enveloped her whole body, Hansu thought, but there was something forgotten to tell her. After a while, when the light faded, Anna moved a hand and said, Done. She stood still. Anna looked down at the palm, confused. I don't see any change. Suddenly froze, eyes wide in shock. Anna approached Hansu, puzzled, asking, Huh? Something's off? Why is John so huge? Then Anna pointed at Hikurode and commented, Some people got less short. What did they do? Hansu helplessly explained the situation to Na. You're the one who shrank, Anna. Anna was stunned. Huh? He evaluated Anna's appearance. Now she must be about 170 centimeters tall. After Anna's shock, Hanwha raised 2 fingers to explain. This is the basic effect of the night essence. The skeleton is compressed, so the body becomes smaller too. Since Anna looks confused, let me explain the essence's effect. Hansu thought about the crystal stats. The basic stats are as follows. Night essence, 12 damage, 55 bone compression, 15 agility, 15 endurance, -7 flexibility, -25 height. Passive skill disinfects all wounds, reducing bleeding by half. Active skill absorbs vitality after killing monsters, temporarily boosting recovery speed greatly. That's it. And Lua reassured, Don't worry, only height decreases, power doesn't drop. Na couldn't take it anymore and screamed, I'm doomed. She held her head, crying and kept complaining. If I look like this, no one will respect me. They already look down on me because I'm a woman. And Lua stepped closer and praised, But now you're way prettier. Anna observed Na's face and guessed it was because the face looked smaller. Using you as a beauty trap could work too. Anna froze, stopped crying, and stammered. Quickly, Anna dismissed Lua's words and shouted loudly. That means I look even less like a warrior. Hansu looked at her helplessly, sat down, and encouraged. No, everyone knows you're a strong warrior. He silently argued in his head. Actually, without the neck tattoo, you look like a normal girl, but gotta calm her down first. Hikurode threw back his head and laughed loudly. This essence is really interesting. If I drank it, I'd probably shrink and disappear. And Lua waved a hand and suddenly suggested, Anna, if you don't mind, can I check you when we get back to the city? Anna was rich, just that, I'm doomed. Hansu helplessly cursed these crazy talkers who babble nonsense in this situation. He awkwardly tried to soothe Anna not to be like that. Hansu looked toward Death and suggested, First, check the essence effect. Then he hurriedly called Anna's name. Anna's face drooped with countless black lines, hopelessly accepting. Okay, even if Nea doesn't look like a warrior anymore, I still have to do what needs doing. Anna sighed deeply, stepped toward Death. She quickly drew her sword and slashed straight at it. Hikurode was stunned by Na's strength. Just one hit, huh? Hansu approached Na excitedly and said, See, you're much stronger now. She wiped tears, moved emotionally. So, I'm still a warrior? He raised the thorn club high and cheered. No, you're not just a regular warrior, but a super strong one. Hikurode turned and left, exclaiming, They really get along well. Hanwha agreed with the guy. Yeah, let's go. In a flash, The whole gang stood before a door. Behind this door was the guard's room. Hikura enthusiastically shared thoughts. Almost over. Going with everyone is really fun. And Lua placed a hand on her cheek, regretfully adding, sad. I still want to go with everyone more. Hansu quietly sunk into his own thoughts. All right. Hikura mentioned he was about to get the guard essence, and Lua chatted with him. Right, today we were really lucky. Hansu squinted in agreement. Really lucky to get an essence and defeat the corpse golem. He suddenly recalled sitting on the sickbed, listening to the doctor's advice, wondering if life had ever gone this smoothly before. Scene of Hansu hiding behind a wall, holding a bouquet, watching a couple laugh happily. He imagined just arriving here and thought, if something bad happens now, what should I do? At this moment, Hikura enthusiastically grabbed the door handle and suggested, let's go in. Hansu sensed something off. Wait. He carefully observed the door handle, feeling uneasy. Was the door handle this color before? Hansu secretly realized and motioned to Hikura, urging, no, close the door quickly. The guy looked confused, turned to Hansu, and asked, what do you mean? The system displayed a notification after Hikura opened the door. The Red Blood Castle's owner had awakened from sleep. Hansu was helpless, too late already. And Lua raised a hand to cover her face against the massive aura blowing onto her. No, no way. Eyes wide, deeply shocked, stammered. Why? The image of Kampu Minin resting chin on hand sitting on a chair hit on Lua's eyes. Not a night again. The guy stuck out a long tongue, revealing delight. It's been a while since seeing another creature like this. Hansu was all tangled up. The guards had been switched. And Lua turned pale with fear. Vampire. Eyes followed Kambumin's moves. Usually, after the 6th floor, it wouldn't show up. But this wasn't just any vampire. It was a high-class type, a monster with superior intelligence. Coldly asked, where are you from? Hansu vaguely recognized Kambumin as a vampire duke, Kambumin. Hansu used 3 examples to explain. Monsters are divided into 4 main types. Mutated monsters, like goblins, archers, and swordsmen. Same species but different ranks. Imagining facing a gloomy death god with ranked tiers. High-level monsters include those stronger than normal ones. This classification method is only relative. An example for this species is the death god from the Deadly Land. Next, Hansu recalled the corpse golem. Rare species like the corpse golem that can be found in certain lands. Thought about Miix sticking out a long tongue, drooling on the ground, pondering. Mimics are extremely rare and hard to spot in normal places. Hansu's eyes glued to Kampumin, full of fierce focus. Finally, the names of monsters with unique memories, smart thinking, and distinct titles, superior mutated species. Hikura ran alongside, nervously asked, what are those monsters? Why would a vampire suddenly appear? Hansu frowned, warned, run, stop whining. The face tensed up, teeth clenched, constantly jumping to Kambumin's identity in the mind. Vampire Duke Cambia, a high-ranking subordinate acting alone and a level 5 monster, not only skilled in close combat but also proficient in dark magic. Anua, held by Taijin, scared speechless. A superior mutated monster appeared here. This was unprecedented. Han stared at her pale face, deep in thought. Why is this happening? Aren't superior mutated monsters supposed to not appear on the 3rd floor? The whole group pushed all strength to run. If the 1st floor was an example, saying this never happened wouldn't be true. Even for someone who played this game 10 times, never encountered a vampire duke here. Hansu remembered sitting in front of the computer watching others play, only knowing about its existence after seeing others play. At that moment, shocked, exclaimed, what is this? Suddenly, Lua tightened the staff in hand, looking at Hansu for an explanation. But how did John know something was off? Told me to close the door before opening it. Slightly stunned by Lua's eagerness to learn, still thirsty for knowledge even in this situation, Hansu didn't answer but ordered, just run, she replied. But I'm being carried, no need to run. Angrily couldn't hold back a curse. Damn it. Hansu frowned, briefly explained, just had a bad feeling behind that door. Recalled grabbing the bright red door handle. The door handle's color was very special. Hansu rummaged through memories, watching the video on the phone about the level with Kambumin. Tried playing that level hundreds of times but it never appeared. So rewound the video repeatedly, recording the vampire duke appearing many times. Checked for anything special. Discovered a small change, the door. It was the only thing in the video different from the times playing that level. Clenched teeth, a thought popped up. If not interested in the video and didn't watch it repeatedly, would the door have been noticed before opening it? Hikura, scared but bold, suggested, if we don't take him down, we won't get out of here. Isn't fighting better? Hansu quickly replied, at least run to a place with sunlight first. Suddenly, a magic blast from Kampuin appeared above the group. These guests were really rude. His form quickly revealed, a guardian spirit. Hansu helplessly thought this was why hating monsters using magic, Physical strength was useless against him in spirit form, called out loudly to Enlua. Enlua, eyes pale, pointed the staff at the magic user. Everyone closed eyes, a dazzling light burst from Enlua's weapon. Demon fire unleashed. Hansu felt a bit nervous, squeezed eyes shut, waiting for the outcome. After a while, eyes snapped open to scan the surroundings. It was gone. Na gawked wide-eyed at the fading black streak ahead, said the demon dragon vanished. In a moment, Camumin was fully healed, no wounds left. One of the common spells vampires use is the Vengeful Spirit type. It can move fast, but the main body can't leave its original spot. Instead, when needed, it can swap bodies with the Vengeful Spirit's location. Hansu stared hard at that expressionless face, pondering. Dealing with this was tough, but the mage managed to shatter that spirit form in time, stopping the main body from swapping here. Now 3 more minutes bought. Eyes darted around. Sure, the enemy must have woken up after that hit. Nay screamed in terror. Bon, the mage got attacked. Hansu froze, shouted, "What?" Tane looked at the unconscious girl in his arms, panicked. Enlua. Enlua's brows furrowed slightly. A red liquid dripped from the corner of the mouth. Eyes widened, suspicion rising. Internal injury? From what's known, vampire magic doesn't have long-range attack effects like that. That's a backlash or attack from some other unknown magic. The game screen flashed the character's sleeping image with the message, "You died." Press A to restart the game. Delete game. Hansu got confused, thoughts piling up. Even in the recorded gameplay, they hadn't done anything before dying. No clue what other spells this vampire duke had. Then came the final decision. Thought of every possibility, but gotta get out of here first. Hansu waved hands urgently. Let's get out first. Hikuro panicked at the scene. What now? The mage knows the way, but she's unconscious. Hansu stepped closer, hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I know the way out." Hikuro jumped at Hansu's confident stance. "What, isn't this your first time in Blood City?" Hansu hesitated, explained, "Still remember the path. Follow me." No time to care now, only one wish. Get out alive. Damn it, even if treated like some freak vampire for being smart, survival comes first. Hansu led the way, rushing forward, relying on memory. Yeah, I still remember the path. Hansu watched the distant streets, thought, how could I forget a corridor I've walked hundreds of times in the game? Hikuro suddenly spotted the exit ahead, exclaimed in shock, "The exit's there? You really remember the way?" Hansu's eyes widened, glanced back. Camumin was still chasing fast. Urgently said, "Damn it, it's on our tail again. Hurry to the exit." Hansu climbed the stairs, ran straight outside. At that moment, Camumin accelerated the chase. Anna seemed slower than the others, already left far behind by Hansu. Anna gasped nervously, staring at Camumin closing in. Suddenly sunlight hit, making it vanish. Now Hansu and the group stood where the light source was, catching breaths. The vengeful spirit weakens under light. Luckily, it wasn't dark yet. Hikuro wiped sweat, placed hand on chin, praised. "Unbelievable you remember the way after just one pass. Smart man Dio, huh?" Hansu stayed silent at that question. "Really had your coming-of-age ceremony just last month. Weird as hell." Anna clenched fists, proudly declared. "Obviously, because John's a smart and great warrior." Hikuro looked at her, said, "One day he'll be a great warrior, but not yet." He glanced outside, wondering, "So where do we go now? It's almost dark." Hansu moved hands slightly, urged, "No time to rest, let's go. Carry the mage on your back." Tane was confused. "Huh?" But Hansu explained, "Outside the city walls is better, easier to hide and camouflage." Tane looked at Anna's pale face, hesitated. "I think it's better for Enlua to rest here." Hansu snapped angrily, "You want us all dead here? If you want to live, get up and carry her now." Tane gritted teeth, face full of determination, shouted, "I have to protect the mage, even if it costs my life." Then eyes closed, agreeing. "All right, let's go." After a moment, the whole Hansu crew stopped outside the castle. Even after careful planning, this was the only way. Eyes scanned the surroundings, then a suggestion was made. Until the mage wakes up, the watch would be kept here. Hansu calculated carefully in mind, needing to grab the item missed earlier. The plan was to be cautious to avoid suspicion. In a flash, the weapon sliced the statue's head. Hansu stared at its neck, exclaiming, just as expected, "It's here." A vial of liquid appeared before the eyes. The goddess's tears, often called a trophy. It could only be used once and also serve as a healing potion. It could even fend off monsters. The character had obtained the goddess's tears. Hansu turned around to see Enlua waking up. "You're awake?" The head lifted to look at Hansu, asking, "Yeah, we got out." Quickly added, "But that guy, he'll show up again as soon as night falls." Enlua immediately understood. "Is that so?" Hansu frowned, voicing the question. "What kind of magic affected you?" The reply came hesitantly. "Not sure. but maybe it's shared pain. Surprised, Hansu pondered. Shared pain. Luckily, the spirit of an 8th level monster helps resist that damage. Hansu continued, how long until recovery? And Lua responded, 20 minutes, after which I can cast about 5 level 7 attack spells. Feeling uneasy, 20 minutes, that's trouble. Hansu seriously inquired, can you use any other fire magic spells? And Lua was a bit annoyed, replying irritably, do you know asking a mage about their spells is a losing game? Hansu ignored that, picking a nose with the pinky. I know that because I've read all the game guides. But is that question so hard for her to answer? A sly grin appeared as a defense. I'm a species that acts rude to everyone. She knows that. The peak of rudeness is a demon. And Lua's face darkened, mouth wide open at Hansu's rude act. Helplessly, eyes half closed, answered, no use telling you. I guess I can use that light orb spell. The image of a mage raising a staff to cast a spell appeared in Hansu's mind. The sunlight orb resembled a fireball, but it was a level 6 magic spell with the heat properties of the sun's fire. Hansu swung a hand, throwing out another question. Can you use any other enhancement spells besides power boosts? And Lua slowly stood up, answering, sure, if I have more mana. About M to recover more magic power. Hansu gripped the spiked mace tightly, outlining the plan. 30 minutes. I'll try to hold them off until then, so try to recover the mana you need to cast spells. And Lua's eyes widened, agreeing in surprise. All right, I'll try. Now I see something's off and nagging. But wait, why is he the leader now? Do I have to take orders from you? Hansu snapped back. Got any suggestions? I'm open to hearing them. And Lua clicked the tongue, giving up. Well, in this case, I. Hikaru laughed loudly, recalling the moment of serious guidance to everyone. Then remembered Hansu leading the way out of Kambumen. Hikaru gave a thumbs up, fully backing him. Sorry, but he's earned my trust already. I'm confident because I can see through people's true nature. Hansu felt a bit shy at that. Thanks for the support. Soon, sunlight faded, night fell. Kambumi appeared quickly, bearing sharp teeth, saying, strange, very strange. Floating in the air, expressing a desire. When I see you, there's an urge to suck all your blood I can't resist. Kambumi stuck out the tongue, drooling. Do you know why? Hansu tensed seeing him. It's here. The group immediately raised weapons, trying to follow the plan. 30 minutes before the spell is ready, we must hold it off at all costs. As Tambu Minin landed, he raised sharp claws. Kambumi lifted the head high, opened the mouth wide, roaring loudly. Hansu quickly told Taijin as Kambumi spread wings and flew up, get him Lua out of here. Eyes locked on Kambumi with pressure, just like before. No matter how much effort was made to negotiate, the talk only ended in deadlock. Hansu watched as Kambumi dashed like lightning toward, exclaiming, it's here. Kambumen raised a hand, revealing sharp claws, ready to strike. Hikaru quickly lifted his shield to block the attack. The guy started showing off arrogance, but there was some real skill there. Hansu stood behind, watching Hikaru firmly block Kambumen's hammer-like blows. The short guy didn't back down even under attack. Their endurance was impressive. Suddenly, a memory of a resilient monster flashed through the image of Hikaru. This was the first essence the short guy had acquired. The 7th level monster's balanced power. The guy didn't budge, stepping back only slightly while using the shield to block Kambumen's downward claws. Just by planting feet firmly on the ground, absolute stability and unyielding defense were true for them. An additional option, absorbing and monitoring damage taken, was like a valuable essence for them. Hansu shouted out loud. Anna charged with his sword toward Kambumen, shouting back, I'll handle the left side. She quickly circled behind Kambumen. The moment Anna swung the blade down, he moved to dodge. Suddenly, Hansu appeared behind Kambumen and attacked, hands clenched around a spiked mace. Then Hansu decisively struck the guy's body. Kambumen was pushed back by the punch. Hansu gritted teeth, eyes flicking to a numb hand, examining it carefully. The pain felt like an electric shock. Then, looking at Kambumen, shock hit. He wasn't affected by the attack at all. Hansu's eyes landed on a strange crow perched on Kambumen's shoulder. That crow blinked, and suddenly a flock of crows spread wings and flew straight at them, hitting the block. Hikaru seriously suggested, let me handle the front. His shield, just cracked, instantly healed. The second essence of the short guy, emergency recovery. The 3 of Hansu's group struggled to block the furious crow attacks. He frowned behind the shield, dodging their poison. Had to block them, but the poison splattered everywhere. Pretty dangerous. Eyes widened, seeing the red liquid from the crow forming a magic circle on the forehead. John, what the hell is this? Hansu looked at Anna and Hikaru's condition, cursing silently. Damn, all poisoned. The poison hit Hansu's helmet. The vampire bloodsucker's power activated, his face darkened, lips pressed tight, marking a sacrificial sign. The system displayed info. The marked character became a sacrifice. The vampire duke's power temporarily increased by the number of sacrifices within a 300-foot radius. That mark appeared between Cambuman's wings, a terrifying effect. The vampire's power-up skill through sacrifice marking boosted healing significantly, plus strength increased. He licked the thick liquid eagerly, the blood's master, absorbing part of the marked target's power by sucking blood directly. All vampire skills showed immense power in battle. Hansu swung a sword attacking Cambuman's crow swarm. The problem was, besides those skills, they also used dark magic or turned into smoke to dodge sword strikes, or transformed into black crows flying to the enemy to explode. Countless monsters summoned by him appeared, plus he could summon monsters using blood spilled on the battlefield. All showed cunning traits and high-level monster combat ability. Hakirad was flung far, screaming in pain. Anna pressed close to Hansu's back, shouting, "John." Hakirad got hit. He tried to stay focused, reminding, "Don't slack off." Hansu raised the shield to take Cambuman's blow. Damn it. At this rate, there was no way to beat this vampire. Is the game ending here, Analua? How much magic has she recovered? Analua's voice echoed telepathically. Can everyone hold on for 5 more minutes? He turned to the unconscious Hakirad, heart pounding. The plan was slowly falling apart. 5 minutes in battle, the short guy who took hits and shared damage was defeated, both himself and the short guy badly injured. If so, only one option left. Hansu immediately made a request. Nah, get the short guy out of here. Anna gripped the sword hilt, confused, but Hansu frowned, determined in the choice. Shouted urgently, I'll hold them off and buy time. Hurry. Anna didn't hesitate, carrying Hikirod's body away. Got it. Hansu glanced at Cambuman charging toward him, pondering. No need to pay much attention anymore. The face dripped with countless beads of sweat, bared teeth in a grin with a thought. From now on, what's planned isn't just defense. Hansu growled angrily. That damn bastard. Cambuman, hearing this, furiously launched countless strikes at Hansu. Sharp surprise flashed in those eyes. Hansu pulled out a vial of liquid and gulped it down in an instant. Keep hitting me then. Cambuman clawed at Hansu's helmet with sharp nails. Anua stared confusedly at Hansu's back. Pale and shocked, the question slipped out. What the hell is he doing? Anua watched Hansu, trembling in waves, and wondered, can drinking that elixir really endure continuous damage like that? A wide-open mouth screamed in agony. Never heard of fighting like this before. Drops of red liquid sprayed wildly from Hansu, astonishing to see. Normally, no one could pull that off. The pain from those punches was beyond imagination. Cambuman kept throwing moves at Hansu, and depending on injury severity and hit spots, the pain only got worse. The vial that was just in Hansu's hand rolled on the ground. At this moment, Anne's whole body was covered in wounds, head bowed, stubbornly enduring the pain. Across that man's body, white scars crisscrossed, blood gushing out. At this state, dying from shock or massive blood loss wouldn't be surprising, and Lua was stunned seeing Hansu still firmly blocking Cambuman's attacks despite the unstable condition. How could he block the vampire count's strikes in that state? Furious, Cambuman slashed claws at Hansu's shield non-stop, not even able to move properly, let alone counterattack. Cambuman's eyes widened, sharp and piercing, staring hard at Hansu. And Lua was bewildered by Hansu's persistence. Though unable to block all attacks, the whole body was riddled with wounds. Struggling, Hansu took many blows from Cambuman. The vampire count's attacks were all critical hits aimed at weak spots. Claws pierced Hansu's iron armor, but most were accurately blocked. Eyes flashed brightly, silently, realizing own strength. Recalled old documents read long ago. The true value of a berserker isn't just overwhelming power but mental strength. Anua clenched the staff tightly, bowed head, said, Now I get that saying. Tajin felt moved by Hansu's stubborn endurance, but Anlua thought, the current situation is too dangerous. How much longer can he hold on? Suggested running away seeing Hansu losing to Cambuman. Wouldn't it be better to get out of here now? Tajin turned to Anua, adding, With so many wounds, how long can he stay conscious? She helplessly retorted, Where would we run to anyway? Nowhere to escape. Only one way in this situation, and Lua's face darkened with many black lines, raising eyebrows at own actions causing this. Destroy the monster guards and strike the vampire count's weak points. What am I even doing right now? She seemed lost in her own world, even just a berserker who recently completed the coming-of-age ritual. Hansu's decisive figure unconsciously appeared in Lua's mind, able to coldly judge and act precisely. Then the resolute, unyielding posture flashed through Enlua's thoughts. Can a mage like me have no counter? Finally, the scene of Hansu grabbing the medicine box and boldly drinking from it, and Lua vaguely realized the outcome if he disappeared. If John died, everything would end. She spoke in a low voice, Quick, take Murad away fast. And Lua waved a hand, firmly demanding, Let Anna join the fight with me. Immediately turned to Anna, proposing, You follow my orders, okay? Anna looked confusedly at Hikarad, then back at Lua, replying, got it. Gritting teeth, hurriedly searched for something. Mages aren't just behind-the-scenes spellcasters. They analyze situations through diverse knowledge. Giving effective action plans for teammates is also a mage's job. Soon after, Lua picked up a vial with full determination. Even if risking life, must make a choice. Stood up, eyes fixed on Hansu and Cambuman, concluding, this is the best choice in the current situation. Anua raised the staff forward, creating countless small magic circles around thoughts, increasing the chance to hit targets, supporting the item's trajectory with magic, automatically adjusting the path toward the target. The potion was aimed at Hansu and then thrown. Bon, stunned, turned to Anne. Suddenly, the potion hit Hansu and shattered. Streams of water quickly seep into the body before the system's crackling notification, absorbing the golem's essence into the character's soul, increasing pain tolerance by 70, muscle strength by 15, bone hardness by 55, poison resistance by 12, damage absorption by 9, stamina by 21. Hansu stood silently before the transforming body. Moments later, eyes flashed with the image of the undead golem appearing behind with a surge in power stats. Bon, physical strength 111.4 new 45.4, spirit 95.3 plus 55.3, agility 23 new C plus 13, total combat stats 284.2 new C 112. 7 essence units obtained from level 7 golem. New blurry Campuman images flooded Hansu's eyes. Head throbbed like a hammer, vision blurred. At this moment, the aggressor wildly reached out toward Hansu. When facing danger, decisions must be made. Campuman gritted teeth and struck a sharp claw down. What must be sacrificed? Hansu clenched the shield, blocking the relentless hammer-like blows. And what must be kept? Eyes locked on Campuman, arm pulled back again, preparing to deliver another attack. No hesitation allowed. Hansu was pushed back by the onslaught. Not possible to block every attack. Knowing the inability to match Campuman, priority was to guard weak spots on the body. No energy wasted protecting hands or feet. Instead, weak points were the top priority. Right now, Hansu's whole body absorbed the crystal liquid, transforming. The undead golem's essence seeped into the character's soul. The glass vial slipped from the hand, falling to the ground. Hansu formed an X with arms in front of the chest, calculating. Vampire claws couldn't pierce the bones. Holding firm against Campuman's sharp claws, that potion was for absorbing the undead golem's essence. Hansu jumped back with a silent complaint, tiring to think about having to train differently in the future. Just because of this, pressing feet hard on the ground to maintain momentum, appreciating the crystal's effect in this case. But regarding its impact now, this was truly a welcome result. A sandbag that once only took hits could now move more flexibly. The battle grew more intense. When Campuman charged with an attack, Hansu dodged skillfully. Even if that was the only change, survival chances increased 100-fold. Furrowing brows, roaring loudly at Campuman's claws. If hit like this, it's game over, no way to survive. Hansu flinched as a glass object hit the back and shattered. Turning around, the wound began healing after the system notification. The high-level recovery potion effect was rapidly healing. Eyes narrowed on, and Lua's pale face, still trying to stand behind for support. The little mage sister finally woke up. Then, hands pressed to the ground, ignoring Campuman's approaching screams. With this recovery speed, Hansu looked up, watching every move closely. Suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Campuman's waist tightly. Opportunity seized. Holding on, ignoring the barrage hitting the back. An immortal demon. Despite Campuman's attacks, blood spat out a red liquid. Even if flesh was torn or muscles smashed, it didn't matter. The liquid from Hansu's mouth splattered all over Campuman. Campuman felt the pain, gritting teeth in rage. Acidic blood would harm the vampire. Anua threw another vial toward Hansu. The glass quickly smashed against the back. Then injuries caused by Campuman on Hansu healed, and wounds would recover shortly thanks to the potions and 2 essences. Furious to the extreme, growling nonstop. From afar, John ran in with a knife to support Hansu after Campuman's decisive attack. She frowned. The face showed clear determination and shouted, "I'll pitch in too." Without hesitation, Na swung the sword, but Campuman quickly dodged. Campuman glared at Na with furious, sharp eyes. The moment Campuman was distracted, Hansu rushed in and punched him. However, in an instant, Campuman countered the blow. Sweat dripped down Hansu's face, mixing the spit as a mouthful of red liquid was expelled. Eyes shifted to Anna, who was still stubbornly charging at Campuman, silently cursing. Damn it. Hansu and Anna kept pushing hard to buy time, wondering when the magic would finally be ready. Exhausted, Hansu lowered the head. But then, Anlua's voice rang out like a lifeline. The dark space, the fireball, was ready. Looking up, Hansu's eyes widened, filled with fierce determination. Gathering momentum, Hansu leapt high. Using every last ounce of strength, Hansu grabbed Campuman tightly. The face contorted, teeth clenched, each word forced out. With all focus, Hansu hurled Campuman into the wall, sending dust flying everywhere. Gasping, a loud shout came out, "Do it now, Murad." Hikarad stared seriously at Campuman, signaling Hansu, "Got it." A green magical aura appeared around the figure as the system announced. Hikarud Morat was casting lightning magic. Hikarud Morat unleashed the lightning spell. Then, Hikarud shouted loudly, launching a massive lightning attack toward Campuman. Campuman took the hit, head spinning, unable to process what was happening. The three vampire dukes were stunned by the effect. Immediately, Hansu lifted a leg, searching for something. The time had come. Pulling out a potion, thoughts raced. After all the dangers faced so far, now was the moment to use it. Hansu recalled finding it after smashing the statue at the fountain. Tears of the goddess, eyes gleaming, clutching the potion tightly. Swift as lightning, Hansu lunged at Campuman, snatching the precious item from the madman, clenching the fist tightly and swinging it at Campuman's face full of rage. "Take this, bastard." Suddenly, the spot where Hansu stood lit up with a system notification. Blessings poured down on the designated location. The light struck Campuman directly under Hansu's gaze. The blessing effect disabled the Duke's resistance and dealt massive damage. Exhausted, Campuman fell backward, face covered in wounds. Next came the system update on the situation. Due to the heavy shock, the Vampire Duke's stun effect changed into paralysis. And Lua's urgent shout rang out, "Black Jan, get out of there now." From behind, a giant fireball was conjured with a staff. Mage and Lua was casting a 6th-level attack spell, the Fireball. Summoning it drained and Lua completely. Weakly warning, standing there would cause harm. Hansu watched the fireball flying toward Campuman and self, frowning, unable to escape the incoming magic. Damn, should have moved sooner. In moments, the fireball flared, blocking everyone's view. At this moment, the system flashed countless notifications. Your character was hit by the fireball and stunned. The three vampire dukes used Share the Pain. Hikarodurat was stunned from Share the Pain. Anna Fenelin was stunned from Share the Pain. Takrang was stunned from Share the Pain. Hansu lay numb, crawling on the ground, seemingly unconscious. After a while, breathing heavy, asking, "Did we win yet?" Eyes gazed at the distant sky, a strange feeling rising from the silence. Why is it so quiet? That damn vampire, dead yet? Rolling over, pushing up, struggling to stand. Everyone's passed out. Too little info to know what's going on now. Suddenly, eyes widened in shock. Before stood the battered form of Campuman, still standing strong. Damn, how is he still alive? The face grew more terrifying with the system's mechanical beeps. Skill activated, active skill, eternal life, rapid recovery based on lost vitality. Campuman's body was badly damaged, but hearts remain intact to perform the resurrection move. Skill activated, passive skill, source of darkness. As long as the heart is intact, death is impossible. Watching the wounds heal gradually was shocking. The wound was healing at an insane speed. This skill was seriously broken. Anger roared out, grinding through clenched teeth. At this rate, full recovery would happen in no time. Hansu fought through the pain, standing up to battle while the teammates lay unconscious. The situation wasn't clear, but the only one still awake was Hansu. Only one thing mattered now. Legs trembling, stepped toward Campuman. Ignoring the body's warning signs of exhaustion, Hansu kept moving forward. Hands clenched into fists. Eyes fixed on Campuman, who showed no sign of waking, had to kill before consciousness returned. Pressing down hard on Campuman's body, the face showed tension and deep thought. Though the body was a mess of injuries, the heart remained untouchable. Hansu raised both arms high, ready to strike down Campuman. Had the heart been shielded by hands during the hit, targeting Campuman's heart, attacked fiercely. Damn bastard, die already. Rage flooded the mind, searching for a way to use the skill. Right. Placing both hands on Campuman's chest, muttered. The body exploded. The body exploded. Instantly, the entire body shattered. Furrowed brows, holding the heart in hand, silently cursed. God, this hurts like hell. The face was streaked with black lines, showing fierce determination. To survive, Hansu kept chanting spells to take down Campuman. The body exploded. The body exploded. The body exploded. Eyes bulged with veins, vision growing blurry. Instinct warned the limit was near, almost drained but still using magic. The body exploded. The body exploded. Hansu held on till the end. Even if killing this vampire required repeating this a few more times, a thick smoke rose from where Hansu and Campuman stood. The body exploded. The body exploded. System alarmed, warning that character's life force was below 1%. Hansu loudly recited the spell. The body exploded, sensing death looming behind, Death was coming. Eyes flared bright, pouring all power into Campumen. The body exploded. System kept alerting, warning that life force was dangerously low. Countdown started. Ignoring everything, magic kept being cast. The body exploded. The body exploded. Hansu told self not to stop. The system's ticking sound echoed, draining 3 stamina points every second, 43 out of 46. Rao furrowed tight, shouted, the body exploded, knowing stopping meant certain death anyway. Even if stopped, fate wouldn't change. System showed stamina draining 3 points per second, 37 out of 46, draining 3 stamina points every second, 34 out of 46. Black smoke billowed from Campumen's body ahead, draining 3 stamina points every second, 16 out of 46. Hansu was exhausted, sweat dripping down the face. Eyes glanced at blackened hands from overusing the skill. Hands were gone, pressing entire body down on Campumen, thinking, then using the whole body. A blinding light flared between Hansu and Campumen. The body exploded. Moments later, System announced the vampire Duke Cambia was killed, gained 5 EXP. Hansu's gaze dulled, feeling relief. Finally, that bastard was dead, survived to the very end. The system's ticking continued, draining 3 stamina points every second, 13 out of 46, draining 3 stamina points every second, 10 out of 46, bonus 1 EXP for killing a high-level mutant monster, bonus 3 EXP for killing a boss, character leveled up. A beam of light hit Hansu's eyes, blinding vision. Level up happened, but this game had no full health restore mechanic after leveling. The only thing aimed for since the start. System displayed soul power increased by 10. Maximum essence absorption increased by 1. A magic flow surged into Hansu's body, 33% drop rate. Vampire Guard's essence glowed throughout the body as System reported. Essence of the Vampire Guard was seeping into the character's soul. Passive skill. Origin of Darkness learned. Death was impossible until the heart was destroyed. Activated active skill Eternal Life. Your character is rapidly recovering. The character's vitality has been restored above level 1 and the countdown has stopped. Achievement unlocked. Permanent bonus of 10 willpower points for surviving after the countdown started. Hansu's power stats appeared. John level 3 increased by 1. Power 199.1 increased by 87.7. Soul power 105.3 increased by 10. Ability 152.4 increased by 129.4. Item level 114 increased by 100.1. Overall combat ability 485. 3 increased by 201.1. Absorbed essence of a level 7 undead golem. Absorbed essence of a new level 5 vampire guard. Hansu jolted awake in horror from the coma, not placing a hand on the chest, happily looked and asked, awake already? At this moment, Hansu realized lying on a lap, wondering if still alive. Immediately turned to ask about the situation. How is everyone? The reply came. After the battle, everyone left 3 days ago. Are you okay? Hearing this, Hansu's eyes widened in shock. You were unconscious for 3 days. Shocked, sat up abruptly, mind starting to get tangled. 3 days already? So today is the 7th day? Hansu looked at the intact hand, unable to help clenching it. Shocked to see the whole body without a single wound, the body after using that soul essence still seemed normal, no injuries visible. Hansu's face darkened with countless black lines, sensing something was off, frowned upon, noticing the pants had completely vanished. Anna, oh my god, where did my pants go? Anna stood behind casually with hands on hips, answering, huh? I tore them off because they were all ripped. She smiled with eyes squinted, giving a thumbs up. No need to be shy, you're a great warrior, John. Hansu's whole body trembled with sweat, so tired. Suddenly turned around to ask about the situation. So what happened here when I passed out after fighting the vampire count? Na frowned, describing the events to Hansu. After defeating the vampire count, some dwarves took some items, and the mage took all the items and stones obtained away. Suddenly thought about the crystal, pondering survival after fighting the vampire count, thinking the guardian's soul essence had already been absorbed. Hansu put a hand to the mouth, eyes shifting elsewhere in thought. So it seems the guardian's essence has merged with other essences in the body. Na noticed the silent expression and suddenly spoke up. But as you said, when many items drop from monsters, shouldn't dice be rolled to divide them? But that witch and the dwarf just took all the items away. No division at all. She imagined Lua holding the item bag while negotiating. Because I already spent too many support items on him, even lost a high-level soul for him. So I will take this place as loot. Then recalled Hikirod, scratching his head, not bothering to object. She just does as she pleases, I can't contribute much, so no opinion. She wasn't happy recounting this, the dwarf had no opinion on dividing items, but I felt that division was unfair. Then the mage reacted sharply because I disagreed. Na recalled, and Lua frowning, loudly complaining. Anyway, he already got a high-level soul from me, so how else do you want to divide it now? Finally, she summed up the story. That's how it went. Hansu was silent, suddenly recalling Cambuman's figure. Seems like she guessed that after defeating the vampire count, the vampire's soul had been absorbed. Thought about struggling to face in Lua, but gained nothing. The undead golem's soul was used. Recovery potions were all used up to hold on for her. What else is left now? She really is greedy, but not angry because of that. Being alive is already lucky. Now crossed arms in anger, continuously complaining. She took advantage of when you were unconscious to take all the items. Truly, teammates who risk life and death treat each other like that. Too greedy. Hansu was helpless, not knowing where to start to resolve this. Na's anger was understandable, but she couldn't do anything. Finally, Hansu raised a hand along with Anna's arm, happily grateful. Thanks for being by my side when I passed out. We're lucky to survive. That's enough. She momentarily forgot the unpleasant things and replied, no problem, we're friends. Anna watched Hansu with curiosity. Now that the dungeon is cleared, should we head up to the next floor or go outside? The suggestion came out decisively. From here, it's done, but there's still some stuff to handle here. Hansu's eyes widened, certain in mind. Even though that greedy little mage grabbed all the items dropped by the vampire count, the hidden items here were beyond that person's knowledge. Excitement surged, thinking about the loot about to be collected. Time to grab that stuff right away. Hansu clenched a fistful of energy and asked, but hey, do you have any clothes I can wear? A blue light flashed with a system notification. You have entered the first floor of the crystal cave. The maze closed. Instantly, a bustling scene appeared before Hansu, with people watching the castle. The character will move to Arfdadia. Walking down the street under confused stares from everyone. Back in the city again. This trip was pretty dangerous but brought lots of benefits. How about selling the headgear you got? In a shop, a black-haired girl placed a bag of items on the counter and spoke. Here's 231,520 stones for you. Hansu silently looked down at the exchanged stones, pondering. So, a total of 231,520 stones. Barely got this much after almost dying. That's way too much. But luckily, 2 souls were absorbed during this expedition. Immediately, the hand lifted the bag of items. Suddenly, the black-haired girl snatched the bag back in confusion. Hansu glanced at the black-haired girl, puzzled. What's up? She immediately suspiciously said, this amount of stones is too big for someone at your transfer level to earn. And what's that thing in the backpack on your back? Hansu frowned, a bit annoyed. Why are you asking that? Shocked, not understanding what was going on. Previous times never had this kind of questioning, is there a problem? Suddenly, a bunch of soldiers with spears rushed in to surround Hansu, standing still, the madman. The face drained with many black lines, mouth agape, wondering. What's going on? A soldier clearly declared. Any explanations come after you reach the city's investigation room. Win stood amid the bustling crowd, sweat dotting the face, hand on the forehead, exhausted. Exploring the 3rd floor is really tough. Win recalled the image of a monster wielding a bow that had fled. The power of a level 7 monster there was truly unbeatable. First time ever feeling so helpless, then had to fight terrifying beast-type monsters. Even with that sister's help, the level 6 monsters there didn't sit still. She had to be pretty distracted, dealing with them. The first time exploring the 1st floor was a bit dangerous, but after going with John, it was easier. This time was another life or death experience. Wonder how John's been lately. Win stood in line outside his shop, suddenly thinking about Hansu. Haven't seen that person in a while. Seems like pretty busy exploring the next floors in the tower. Smiled excitedly at the thought. Really wanted to show off the souls and stones earned to that person. Wonder if they could team up again? Win recalled the moment Hansu grabbed the arm and shouted, ouch, my shoulder. Couldn't keep quiet. Grinning, imagining meeting up. Definitely worried about that person. Probably okay. Looking forward to meeting again soon. Win faced the item exchange clerk. The blonde girl totaled up and responded, a total of 184,100 stones. From the inspection, looks like this amount of stones is a big catch, right? Win was stunned, then quickly explained. Ah, I explored the dungeon with my sister. The blonde girl searched through a notebook, asking for the name. The answer was Daria Wembergitia. Win's face brightened, taking the bag of stones after the girl spoke. Ah, you're a sponsored adventurer, so you're free to go. You're good to go. The faint sunlight shone down on every rooftop. Win, without a stitch of clothing, sang a song while bathing. After a while, closed the eyes, put on a green dress with a question rising in mind. Wonder if we'll meet that person here. Win happily skipped down the street in the brand new outfit. Today had enough money to buy new clothes, and if meeting that person, would have a really good meal together. Cheeks flushed with excitement. Really want to meet that person. Wonder if currently at that cafe. An answer cut through Win's desire. Looking for someone in room 302, because it still hasn't come back yet. The face went stiff, confused, repeating the question. Not back yet? Win frowned, eyes narrowing, looking down at the incredibly rich diary. Is everything okay? Hoping that guy is safe and comes back soon. Time flies in the city full of old houses. 1 week later, the man in the red shirt was walking into the studio right in front of the eyes. Y frowned, furious, shouting, "Hey, dude, why are you moving someone else's stuff without permission?" The man sighed helplessly and explained, "Please understand us, we've been waiting for that guest to come back for too long. The maze has been closed for a while and no one has returned yet. So what do you think the reason is?" Win clenched the arm tightly, hesitating. The man in the red shirt said a cruel guess. Maybe that guy died without a trace in the maze. Tiresias suddenly saw Win sitting in front of a house under the rain. She hurried over and called Wen. Win looked up, eyes glistening with tears, voice hoarse, asking, "Is that you, sis?" Tiresias reached out to her, gently comforting. "You've heard the news. Don't worry too much. Maybe it's not like that. That guy isn't that easy to die." Win clenched fists tightly, grinding teeth. "Sis, I want to become stronger to protect the people important to me." Meanwhile, Hansu sat alone in prison, face dark, lips pressed tight. It had been 1 week since being imprisoned, accused of theft. Recalling the first interrogation, during the first questioning, the inspector looked sternly at Hansu and asked, "Where did you get this crossbow? Have you fired any arrows?" Hansu answered bluntly, "This is the weapon of those who tried to kill me. Everything would be peaceful if they hadn't attacked me first." The inspector grinned maliciously, flipping through a notebook, saying, "Then we have to investigate who attacked first." Hansu frowned, unconvinced, questioning, "People get arrested just for that?" Thought silently, "Why is the Explorer Guild so messed up today?" Hansu sank into his own thoughts. Even if explorers bring anything, there's an unspoken rule not to interrogate without clear evidence. The inspector sat opposite, waving his hand to say, "The guild rules changed a few days ago. To reduce looting, we decided to thoroughly investigate level 9 explorers first." Hansu observed the weapons on the table, lost in thought, feeling miserable carrying such a lowly identity everywhere. Carrying many magic stones and holding others' equipment, maybe they chose people with unremarkable backgrounds like him for interrogation. The inspector kept digging for information. "Come on, tell the truth. Where did you get these items?" Hansu firmly repeated his previous answer. "I already said, from those who attacked me." Recalling the moment when a group of 4 bandits blocked the path, a group of 4 robbers stopped and robbed him. The image of the man drawing a weapon flashed before Hansu's eyes. Of course, he eliminated the lead bandit. Then he recalled the moment throwing a dart that knocked the leader out cold, because that guy was sent to hell for breaking his own oath after making a deal with Hansu. The inspector pushed up his glasses sharply, asking, "You said you were stabbed in the neck but still alive. So where is that scar?" Hansu angrily touched his neck, complaining, "You see it but don't know. Right here on my neck." Suddenly froze, confused because no wound was visible. Could it be vampire essence boosting natural regeneration, even healing scars? Why is everything so messed up? Hansu helplessly revealed everything about his battle. Finally, he talked about the crack during the expedition, something he didn't want to mention, but the inspector laughed until tears came, like hearing a joke. "A space crack? Yeah. A vampire count appeared from a crack on the 3rd floor. Do you think I'm a kid? Huh." Hansu, annoyed by the mockery, opened mouth wide and demanded, "Then call a mage here. Just verify by memory, recall magic." The inspector leaned on the table, stood up to retort. "Calling a mage just to investigate a level 9 explorer? You have to be level 7 or higher to request that." Hansu firmly proposed, "What if I pay the fee?" The inspector turned and left, replying to Hansu, "No need to waste like that. Let's put that off for now. Your opinion matters. We'll consider inviting a mage here for you." The guy is bored before this interrogation. The first day ended terribly like that. Time slowly passed. 2 days later, the system board displayed a notification that the character's mental stat was above 90. Resisted mental intrusion magic by adjusting strength. The mage placed a hand on Hansu's head, confused about what to say. The mental defense wall was too high. Guessed the character must have pretty high mental power like a mage from the magic tower. The guy cursed silently with a dark face. Damn it. Hansu vaguely recognized the magic power of a level 9 mage. The guild mage couldn't affect the mind at all. The inspector crossed arms, looked annoyed at him, nagging. Calling a high-level mage for such a trivial event is pointless. Hansu felt a bit irritated after mentioning other names, but the guy completely ignored it. Even mentioning the mage and Lua, the 2 dwarfs, this investigator didn't even bother to listen. The inspector extended a hand gloomily, demanding, "Hey, give up mental resistance and confess quickly." Hansu knew the intention. They just wanted to force a confession. Many investigations had already been endured, but this was the 7th interrogation this morning. The inspector slammed a hand on the table excitedly. declaring John finally found convincing evidence. Hansu stared blankly at the item in his hand. Was that him? Recalled the moment when it was obtained. The stone containing a message was acquired while fighting the Crystal Alliance on the first floor earlier. The inspector examined the stone, making accusations. Seems this wasn't the first time the character committed robbery. Looking at the numbers on this stone, discovered it belonged to a dead explorer. Received testimony about the character's evil deeds in that trial tower already. Hansu clenched fists tightly, feeling wronged but accused through the guy's words. Execution will happen in 3 hours. Leaned back against the wall, silently sat in prison pondering. The dialogue resolution phase was over. However, if daring to break the iron bars and escape, would only become a death row prisoner breaking out. Hansu clasped hands. Eyes gleamed with determination and calculation. So only one way to survive, prove innocence. Suddenly grabbed the iron bar, full of willpower, must not die. Hansu's hand emitted fire magic according to system sound. The character used self-explosion magic. Instantly, the iron bars shattered from the blast. Hansu stepped out of the prison door. The guard crawled on the ground, terrified, staring. Pale-faced, stammered words. Huh, what the hell? What are you doing? Hansu kicked the guard's face, clearly declaring, escaping prison. Then squeezed own wrist after knocking the guard down. All right. Hansu's eyes looked ahead, thinking urgently. Time to run outside. Looked at the guard dangerously. Then Hansu bent down, took a bunch of keys from the guard, turned head, hearing many other prisoners waving wildly, shouting, Hey man G, you really dare to do that? He's crazy. Please save us too. Hansu secretly made a plan in mind. Surely some real criminals were among these guys. Quick as lightning, unlocked each prison cell. But some poor souls were also falsely accused like himself. Didn't care. Just let them all out to cause chaos here. The released ones raised hands excitedly, shouting, Freedom, freedom now. Let's go. Long live the madman. Long live the barbarian. We're free now. In a luxurious hall full of passers-by, the first-floor explorer's lobby, 2 guards outside the door looked at each other in shock. What? The door they guarded was suddenly kicked open. We're free now. The blonde guard turned pale and fled quickly upon seeing countless prisoners armed charging in. Huh? Prison break? The white-haired girl immediately raised a hand, offering, Explorers, we will reward handsomely. Quickly help us suppress these escapees. Immediately, explorers and prisoners clash, creating a tense atmosphere. Die quickly, you bastards. Hansu ran past the fight, climbing straight upstairs. Those guys will probably be caught soon. Unlike the explorers, the escaped prisoners didn't have proper weapons, only a few stolen sticks. Furrowed brows, gritted teeth, thinking hard. Can they hold out for 5 minutes? Not enough time anyway. Hansu sprinted forward without a single pause. The target had been reached after crossing countless staircases, not a prison break. Hansu suddenly halted upon seeing 4 guards ahead. Damn it, those escapees end right here. Upstairs was the chief warden, absolutely no stepping up there. Quickly, a hand shot back to perform a move-flesh explosion. Drops of Hansu's red liquid splattered onto the prisoners, leaving them stunned. What? What the hell? A mark appeared on their foreheads as they clutched their heads, screaming in agony. The acid was too hot, burning fiercely. Hansu focused on following the pre-planned strategy. Immediately, the system displayed a message when the mark was used. The character uses a sacrificial mark. Physical abilities temporarily increase based on the number of sacrifices within a 100-meter radius. At that moment, Hansu's entire body radiated with intense power. A confident smirk spread as the power-up completed. Hansu leapt forward, shouting loudly, straight at one guard. Hansu swung a brutal punch at the guard. The guard's face slammed into the ground with a loud yell, while another guard rushed over angrily. You bastard. Hansu raised an arm to block the incoming attack. The guard froze, shocked to see the wound on Hansu's arm heal instantly. What? How is his wound healing so fast? Hansu punched the guard's face right after the question was voiced. Without even using medicine, how was that possible? The guard flew back, making the others cautious. Power surged wildly through Hansu's body, an unstoppable force. 2 guards paled, stammering to each other. This is insane. Are you really just a level 9 explorer? How can that be? Hansu grinned, clenching fists ready to strike. This branch only held low-rank explorers. Nobody could imagine an explorer with such power being imprisoned here, right? Then, Hansu swiftly took down each guard with a single blow. After a while, Hansu stood before a wooden door reached the 3rd floor, the guild branch chief's office. Without hesitation, the door was pushed open and entered. Eyes narrowed upon spotting someone hiding nearby. Understanding dawned. Sneak attack. The red-clad man slashed a sword across Hansu's body, spraying red liquid. He smirked victoriously. Gotcha. Hansu's eyes widened, watching the red-clad man standing before, who immediately dropped to knees, clutching eyes under Hansu's triumphant gaze.
Sorry, my blood is highly acidic.
A terrified scream echoed in the ears. Julian's figure appeared by the window, catching the branch chief Hansu's attention. She covered her mouth, trembling uncontrollably. You! The red-clad man struggled to stand, glaring at Hansu, hissing. Don't touch her. She's the daughter of this area's chief. Thoughts raced as eyes never left Julian for a second. The branch chief has a daughter? Lucky me. Despite injuries, the man still threatened stubbornly. If a single hair on her head is harmed, your life will be over. In an instant, the red-clad man was taken down by Hansu, shifting plans. Calculations ran silently. This wasn't the original plan, but capturing this girl changed everything. The red-haired girl pointed a finger at Hansu, yelling, "How can you be so shameless?" After causing so much trouble, thoughts churned as things either became easier or spiraled out of control. She shouted furiously, "You know everything, don't you? Even about me being here today, you planned this long ago, right?" Hansu lunged forward, covering Julian's mouth, ordering, "Shut up. This annoying woman talks too much." At that moment, two guards burst in shouting, "He's here." Hansu held Julian tightly, coldly demanding, "Bring the investigator who interrogated and the Crystal Alliance leader along with the mage here." The guards froze at the threat. "Or I'll kill this woman." Hansu forced Julian outside onto the balcony. Taking a deep breath, a roar erupted. "Let's go." Standing tall before countless eyes, the counterattack began. Hansu clearly introduced, "My name is John Yanden." The crowd below started whispering, "What? Is that the escaped criminal? How did that guy even get up to the third floor?" Placing a hand on the railing, the frustration was clear. A level 9 explorer got trapped and framed by the Exploration Guild. Swearing to God about innocence, Hansu frowned, firmly declaring, "The Exploration Guild was blaming this one. Truly no guilt involved." Thinking to self, with things escalating this far, letting it slide was not an option. The Demon Tower loomed under the gloomy sky. An unexpected call from the Exploration Guild. On the other end, Yen seriously raised an index finger, saying, "Yes, it's a reinforcement request from the branch leader. Seems like some crazy dude showed up there." And Lua held a test tube, puzzled, repeating the question. "Crazy dude?" the guy added. He freed the death row inmates, took the branch leader's daughter hostage, and Lua was stunned hearing Damien's story. Damn, that guy really dared to do something outrageous. Could such a madman exist? Long curiosity sparked, snapping fingers to speak up. "All right, I'll make a trip to check it out. Just in time, also need to find someone. Curious to see what this crazy dude looks like anyway." Hansu's eyes widened seeing the newcomer. Opening up, "So you're the mage from the Demon Tower?" And Lua hovered midair, confused, blurting out, "Are you John Yen Black? Do you even have a brain?" Pointing at Hansu, scolding, "How many lives do you have to dare pull such a crazy stunt?" Cutting off in Lua, a suggestion came. "Enough already, get to the point, use magic to verify memories." Hansu urged, "Hurry up, not much time left." And Lua didn't forget to set a condition. "All right, but promise me you'll help me with something later." Quickly agreeing, "Fine, if my abilities allow." Then landing on the ground, repeating, "You promised, okay?" And Lua cast magic toward Hansu's forehead following Nava's, confused, unable to trace Hansu's memories. "No way, are you using some magical tool acting like a mental barrier?" Frowning, Hansu retorted, "Think I can do that? After calling you here? I didn't do anything." A scream echoed. The branch inspector rushed in, helping the red-clad guy up, asking, "Are you okay?" Looking pale, he asked, "How did things turn out like this?" The prison breakouts on the first floor were all handled. The inspector suddenly stopped seeing Hansu. "Let's try to end this here." Turning back after that fan shouted, "Who are you?" The inspector pointed at Hansu, replying, "Sir, this guy caused this incident." The red-clad guy put a hand on his forehead, responding, "I know about that." Becoming increasingly flustered. "What? Then why are you staying silent?" The red-clad guy asked in a low voice, always claiming to be framed. "You're the investigator, right?" Grimacing, glancing at the inspector. "Any evidence to charge him?" The inspector immediately waved off the thought. "You mean I'm falsely accusing? Ridiculous." The inspector listed countless magic stones Hansu had, possessing a large amount that a level 9 explorer could hardly get. Next, he mentioned numerous weapons found in Hansu's backpack. Suspicious, so check the backpack, filled with gear and items that could only be stolen goods. Then, the inspector recalled questioning H. Also, investigation results included testimony that John Yenin killed an innocent person in the Alliance faction and robbed some items there too. Ending the story, Hansu angrily said, "Isn't that testimony from a member of our own guild? How can that be trusted immediately? When we're in the same guild?" The red-clad guy wondered why not check him with memory verification magic. The inspector angrily pointed at him, shouting, "That's because he always lies." He said he survived after being stabbed in the neck. Stabbed in the neck with no wound at all, he said he absorbed vampire essence. The red-clad guy was surprised, absorbing vampire essence. The inspector added, "Yes, sir." That's what he said. Is that absurd? How could a vampire appear in a crack on the first floor of the trial tower? The inspector firmly believed Hansu was lying. He clearly lied. And furthermore, he must have a special physique or some item that prevents memory verification magic from working. He lies like that, and we have to invite a mage from the Magic Guild. Isn't that just a huge hassle? The guy arrogantly pushed his glasses up. Let's end this here. That guy is suspicious. At this moment, An Lua put hands on hips and made a vow. Seriously, Yan Black absorbed vampire essence from a crack on the first floor. The inspector was shocked, mouth wide open, hearing this. About that, An Lua slightly moved a hand to confirm further. Witnessed it firsthand, but magic couldn't be used on oneself. The inspector refused to believe what was just heard and immediately approached. Is that story true? What do you mean? He placed a hand on his chest, angrily complaining. No matter how well he knew this person, no cover-ups like this allowed. And Lua glared sharply at the inspector. You mean I'm lying? He panicked, stammering in defense. No, that's not what I meant. Raising a hand, and Lua angrily emphasized each word. If not that, then what? After checking the explorers with your little authority, now you seem to treat the mages in the magic tower like a joke. The inspector panicked, dropping to the ground to kneel and explain, I'm sorry, I absolutely didn't mean that. An image of An Lua and other mages appeared in a magic circle. The magic tower mages belonged to the semi-noble class. Though many schools of thought existed, they still united as one big group. The reason was their rights and interests were thoroughly protected. Hansu pondered. However, a guild investigator was just a low-level employee. Daring to doubt a mage was like digging a grave for oneself. The guy in the red coat finally cut in. Enough already. He cast a gloomy glance at An Lua, reminding, Mage, you should know the current situation before speaking like that. She crossed arms, face showing deep thought. Surely no precedent existed of vampires being seen in cracks on the first floor of the trial tower. The red coat cautiously said, Thank you for telling us that. And Lua suddenly shouted, but only pointed a finger at the red coat, firmly raising a question. Isn't that something a branch leader of the Explorer Guild should say? He grimaced and gritted teeth after An Lua's words. She placed a hand on her chest, voicing all thoughts. Since the trial tower's creation, many mysteries remained. It was a place where no one ever knew what would happen or when. Why didn't you say anything? And Lua asked boldly, How could you be so sure? Hansu glanced at her, shouting at the red coat, confused. She was yelling at the branch leader. Was she just a simple mage? Suddenly, Nyan entered from outside and spoke. Are you a barbarian? Hansu was stunned seeing him. And who are you? Nyan half-closed eyes, hands behind back, introduced. My name is Nyan Urban Ben. He fixed a serious gaze on Hansu and said, Heard you caused a huge mess, right? Hansu still didn't know who Nyan was, frozen. Julian saw him and excitedly called him Dad. Hearing that, Hansu vaguely realized. Dad. So Nyan was the regional leader along with other managers appearing in the Explorer Guild, operating in groups with various forms and selling diverse information, all for the explorers' benefit. The guild's management system was simple. Each branch had a manager. The guild master was the head controlling regional managers. Above 13 regional managers, and above all was the guild master. Simply put, 13 regional managers held the second highest power in the guild. Hansu watched H being thrown to the ground by Nyan's people, thoughtful. Some things even they dared never do. He turned pale and looked back at Nyan, stammering. What's going on? Nyan asked seriously. Heard you're looking for him. The inspector gaped, seeing H. Hansu looked down at him, gravely said, So you're Has Yang from the Crystal Alliance. Pointed directly at H with a terrifying look, enunciating each word. Heard you submitted a false testimony against me, right? H stammered, denying. But An Lua raised a hand to Haz's forehead, casting a spell. Never did. She squatted opposite him, ordering. This man is lying. Hansu and others stood around Haz and An Lua. Now he couldn't deny any more. Because the memory-reading magic from the spell had proven it, he panicked, not knowing how to defend. No, I didn't. Mian slapped the table in frustration, exhaling deeply, then asked, Is your name John Janin? You're innocent. After clearing the name, Hansu released Julian and asked seriously, So what's going to happen to that guy? Ha's whole body trembled, face pale and lifeless, hearing every word spoken. Because that guy caused all this with fake evidence. We'll investigate thoroughly, then decide how to handle it. I hope you'll also look deeper into his guild. Nyan immediately answered Hansu's question. The Crystal Alliance has always been a huge headache for the Empire, so we'll do the same. The man declared decisively. The inspector working with you will also be dismissed. The inspector rushed to Nyan, nervously trying to explain. Sir, I swear I didn't break any laws. The man glared at the inspector with sharp eyes, emphasizing every fault. Are you trying to blame your weak management and operations on the guild? There will be a reinvestigation of all the cases you handled. The inspector's face was sweaty, glasses reflecting Nian's angry expression. If any wrongdoing is found, you might as well start getting used to dirt on your forehead. After ordering soldiers to escort him away, Hasdinian suggested, now let's talk about how the guild should compensate you. Huh. He watched Hansu grab personal belongings and then offered a reward. First, we'll promote you to a rank 7 explorer and replace your current gear with brand new items. The guy scowled angrily, roaring at not getting what's deserved after everything. Why is the reward just a promotion? I can become rank 7 just by using more rank 5 monster essence. Hansu thought, does he think I'm an idiot? Nian felt a bit overwhelmed by the outburst. But you only have 2 months of experience. Hansu clenched fists tightly, clearly determined. Then let me one-on-one a rank 7 explorer. I'll prove who's stronger. The guy hissed, full of fighting spirit. Come on. Any rank 7 want to clash? Nian panicked, trying to calm Hansu down. Chill, this has never happened before. Enlua stepped closer and dropped the line. Of course, Hansu was stunned seeing her smile at him. Enlua? Huh? Then Enlua frowned, pointed at Nian, listing what he had done. I'm sure no explorer has ever defeated a rank 5 vampire and lived to tell the tale after absorbing that vampire's essence. It's ridiculous to see that as guild compensation for something obviously achievable. Knowing arguing is useless, the man gritted teeth and agreed. Fine, what compensation do you want? Hansu suddenly grinned, twisting the question back. Compensation? The guy got hyped thinking about shiny gold coins. Of course, money. I'll take at least 5 million crystal shards. Hansu thought. Sounds like a lot, but hey, still a stubborn demon dude, that's enough. The red-clad guy was shocked and stammered. 5 million? Nian squeezed eyes shut, reluctantly agreeing. Okay. Hansu was amazed. Huh? He accepted. And Lua gestured toward him saying, I'll take 1 million as my fee here. Hansu looked at her wondering, is it because Enlua, a Demon Tower member, is here? Nian helplessly gave in, accepting all demands. All right, Miss Anna, please say good things about me to the Tower Master. Hansu couldn't stop wondering, is this the power of the Demon Tower? A huge tower stood tall under the afternoon sky. The Anua Demon Tower led him to the lab and removed the hat. Anterman School's mage, and Lua's personal lab. And Lua. Hansu stared blankly at a board filled with quite a few pictures, evaluating. Why is this place such a mess? Anua handed a test tube with blue liquid. Here, drink it. Hansu looked at it confused. What's this? The guy frowned suspiciously at the test tube. Is this water? Anlua clasped hands near mouth, smiling friendly. Yeah, I don't have a cup here. Or do you prefer concentrated basil? Hansu brought face close to the tube, reluctantly believing. This will do. He was sure the strange liquid still contained monster organs left over in the bottle until now. Hansu put it down, then turned to Enlua asking, so why did you bring me here? She replied briefly, you promised to help me with something. Hansu vaguely remembered. Ah, right. I vaguely recalled agreeing casually to Enlua's words. I only agreed half-heartedly because I was in a rush, but didn't expect to end up friends with a necromancer tower mage. Sensing danger, Hansu raised an index finger to think, just to remind, only if I can pull it off. Calmly reassured, it's okay. What I want is for Enlua to swing straight to the main point. I want to understand the essence you absorbed. With a determined look, added, that's good for you too. Because you've never let anyone study your body after absorbing that essence, maybe new traits will be discovered. Hansu stared at Enlua's eyes, impressed. Those eyes changed, totally committed to research. Imagining Commuman's arrogant stance, it's because the corpse golem essence she wants to study is rare, plus a vampire guardian never seen in the whole tower makes it even rarer. Hansu watched Enlua's extreme excitement closely, wondering, no wonder the hype. Are all mages in this world like her? Enlua feared Hansu would disagree but continued anyway. After all, this isn't a bad deal for him. Seriously questioned. Wait, everything you said when we signed the contract was about this. Hansu recalled when Enlua held the contract and demanded, don't let anything that happens here leak out. She casually set the condition. If you agree not to record that Jandon took the vampire's essence, I'll accept. Hansu suddenly regretted misjudging Enlua's character. Felt grateful, thinking she was kind. Hearing the question, Enlua turned around, stammering, well, not wrong. Hansu shot back, looking at her back. Am I wrong? Then Enlua's cheeks flushed red, suggesting, forget it. Come here once a week and help me for 3 hours over half a year. Hansu complained about the long time. Too long, just 3 months. And tell me the research results too. She slapped her forehead, starting to brag. Black market dude, you're alive, thanks to me. You even made 5 million spirit stones, remember? And Lua put a hand on her chest, looking at him, speaking up. Don't you think you should be grateful? Hansu half agreed, Fair enough, but that's a different issue. Placed a hand on the thigh, pondering for a few minutes to keep this relationship going, needed to show the real self. Hansu asked sharply, Anlua, aren't you supposed to pay me? She frowned, agitated, yelling. Huh? Why? Hansu jumped up, surprised by his own thought. Anyone not standing up for themselves is a fool, and Lua flinched at his expression. What? Hansu leaned close, voice low and harsh. You made me absorb the corpse golem essence without my consent, didn't you? And Lua turned pale, stammering. That, panicked, pushed Hansu away, defending. So what? I gave you the essence for free. He gritted his teeth, snapping. You forced me to absorb it so you could survive that vampire. That's a big deal. And Lua pointed at his face, shouting, Don't you think I did it to save you? Hansu ignored her explanation, whining. Don't care. Didn't want to absorb that essence. Pay me 10 million spirit stones. Heard it costs that much to cleanse and remove essence at the temple, and Lua grumbled. Why would you want to remove it? She frowned, calling Hansu a psycho-savage. He darkly gave a reason. Because that's not the essence I wanted. In other words, you seriously damaged my body. And Lua clenched a fist to show. Heard it's rare and precious for adventurers. Shouldn't I be the one getting paid? Hansu argued without holding back. That's just Mage's subjective opinion because you can't absorb the essence. Ask other adventurers. She stormed off, voice echoing. Bet you say that because you think I don't know any adventurers. Just wait. And Lua touched the orb on the table, connecting. Connection successful. Suddenly, a voice came from it. Who's there? She leaned on the table, politely greeting. Hello, Lord Pin. I'm Anlua. Anlua from Anton's school. You met my advisor before, right? Bren wondered. Ah, Anlua. Yes, I remember. But why call? Anlua got straight to the point of her confusion. Just want to ask, if someone randomly forced to absorb essence they don't want, how would they feel? After a while, Pastern replied, making her face turn pale. No clue why that question was so weird, but Hansu definitely smiled with mad satisfaction at the answer heard. And Lua's face turned pale hearing Pastern's reply through the orb. First off, Hansu smirked at that answer. That's gonna piss me off big time. And Lua was shocked but still tried to prove the point wasn't wrong. Huh? You said pissed off? A 7th level essence plus an ultra-rare essence. So, is that okay? The whole body started trembling after Pastern's words. Same difference. An essence not in the plan will only mess up the body badly. Hansu raised the head higher, getting more arrogant at that opinion. A mage like Anlua probably wouldn't get it. Sweat dotted Anlua's face like just getting hit hard when Pen rattled off a bunch of stuff. People like you can't just absorb any essence you find and expect to understand. Turning sharply to Hansu, stammered. So what compensation are you going to demand for this? Pastern quickly answered. If it were me, first thing I'd ask for is cash compensation. Bren estimates 15 million essence stones for that. Anlua clasped hands, those words hitting like a thunderclap. 15 million? Felt like life was drained hearing Pen's thoughts. If I accidentally use an unwanted high-level essence, the compensation price just goes up. Getting that essence removed through the church takes lots of time, money, and isn't simple at all. Anlua was confused. So if they can't pay you in cash, what will you do to them? Pastern thought for a few minutes. Do what? If the person responsible is right in front of me, I'd just snap their neck right there. Hansu crossed arms, watching Anlua's defeated back. So you finally get what I'm saying, huh? Suddenly thought of Pen, who just chatted with Anlua through the orb. Knowing mages in the tower, a guy like Pon must be a skilled adventurer. He definitely knows how crucial essence absorption is. Hansu pictured 2 adventurers in mind. If you asked a desperate 9th-level adventurer fighting for survival back then, you probably would have gotten a satisfying answer. Smiling dangerously, commented, that was your fatal mistake, rushing into things. Time to face your own recklessness now. Suddenly, Damien, hands clasped behind back, stepped in and gave his evaluation. A maniac who can argue better than a mage, you're even more interesting than what I've heard. He smiled brightly and introduced, nice to meet you. I'm the master of the lady who just screamed over there. Bon Janin, right? And Lua shyly retorted, I didn't cry, did I? Hansu stared at Damien, and Lua's master. Huh? Eyes wide open, totally shocked, piecing together Damien's identity. So he's the one controlling 5 floors of the tower alone, head of a big guild called Antermion. Is he as important as a district chief, maybe even more? He said kindly. I've been listening to your conversation. Hansu was amazed by Damien's presence, a true legend. And Lua turned pale and stammered. What? You heard us talking? But I'm sure the silence spell was on. Damien didn't answer but calmly said, looks like I need to teach you more. Your magic has a lot of holes. Then he turned to Hansu. My youngest student is leading a man about with a maniac for the first time. And more importantly, this guy is still alive. I must ask you what I'm curious about. Hansu repeated in surprise what he just heard. Still alive, Damien's face darkened, eyes narrowed terrifyingly as he explained, most maniacs who come here either die or are brought just to hand over their hearts to us. Hansu frowned silently at that. Seeing that, Damien chuckled. He waved his hand, laughing, cheer up. Just kidding. Just kidding. Hansu looked at Damien confused, wondering. So that's funny to a mage, thought internally. I'm a maniac who knows how to joke too. Hansu lowered the head gloomily and asked, your name is Damien, right? Thought with interest. Maybe I should return the favor with a maniac-style joke. Hansu pointed directly at Damien's face with the index finger. Feels like I want to smash your skull. Damien was shocked and stepped back. What? What the hell? Those eyes were half closed, super tense, with a totally opposite vibe. Of course, just kidding. Old man, lighten up and crack a smile. You old dude with that fake beard and gray hair. Damien snapped back at Hansu. Old man, huh? Hansu pondered. So basically, spitting out any nonsense is fine as long as it's fun, right? After a moment, Hansu burst out laughing, rubbing the old guy's head. Oh, that was a joke too. And Lua stood aside, pale and mouth wide open. Yan, the dark one. Could it be you're losing it? Should have realized this when seeing you act all crazy and wild after getting caught in the guild, right? Pausing, Hansu saw Damien trembling, hands shaking. Am I going a bit overboard? How the hell am I gonna fix this mess? Contrary to Hansu's thoughts, the old man threw back the head and laughed heartily. Hey, this guy's got some personality. Damien's face flushed red, emphasizing every word. Don't worry, this old man ain't like those punks who nitpick every single word. Hansu sized him up. Dude looks pissed. So what's the plan now? Anyway, I'm a maniac too. Hansu gave a thumbs up, joining in on the joke. Really vibing with my prank like that? Fine, I take back calling you an old geezer. Should I call you an old wizard or what? Damien forced a smile, fumbling inside the jacket pocket. Not one to hold grudges either. Oh, by the way, about those 10 million spirit stones, how about I give you this instead? Shortly after, he pulled out a ring from a box and showed it off. Spirit Ice Jewelry, serial number 942. The number's low, but it's still a numbered item. Hansu was stunned. The image of sparkling jewelry appeared. Numbered item. Only obtainable from high-level guards. Hansu was speechless, staring at the ring. Each item is super rare and has special powers. And you're just giving me this Spirit Ice Jewelry for free? Hansu complained, probing. What's so special about this? Damien smiled, eyes squinting, explaining its use. This is exactly the item you need. It will seal one of the unwanted effects from the essences the wearer absorbed. He glanced at Hansu, adding, you got the essence of the corpse golem, right? The acid blood can be handled, but it's a real pain. So what do you think? Hansu zoned out, lost in thought. Even this old dude seems unaware of all the Spirit Ice Jewelry's traits. Finally, Hansu agreed to take the ring. All right, got it. And Lua shouted a reminder from the tower entrance. Remember to come here twice a week. You promised to help me research the corpse golem essence, remember? Hansu called back, got it. She sighed, annoyed, wondering if he'd actually remember, so worried. Then Lua turned apologetic to Damien. Sorry, master. It's all my fault. The old man gently closed his eyes, replying, it's okay. That item's useless anyway, so it can't be sold. Damien clasped hands, revealing the ring's real value. Besides, the market price for that ring is only about 1,500,000 spirit stones. Once that idiot maniac realizes the ring's worth, he'll freak out. Hansu approached a huge, grand door. Recalling the statue at the basement fountain, he thought, in this world, mages are the top intellects, but it seems Lua has no clue how to get the god's tears in that basement. That just makes me more sure. Hansu smirked, excitedly eyeing the ring, thinking even a mage is just a newbie, easy to fool. They clearly don't see the true value of this Spirit Ice Jewelry. A large room appeared in the pitch-black night. The guy in red raised an eyebrow, shocked to see Hansu. Hey, didn't you die? He stammered. Thought you were dead, so I took back the room. Hansu asked, so where did you put my stuff? The red shirt guy hesitated. I threw everything away. Hansu's eyes flashed, grinding teeth in fury. I'm sure I still had at least 1 week left on the rent. The red shirt guy panicked. Sorry, I'll pay you back. Hansu frowned, trying to hold back the rising anger inside, unable to suppress these dark feelings. Suddenly, he stopped. Wait a minute. Since when did thoughts like these start coming so naturally? Hansu recalled standing calmly in front of the tribe chief without a hint of fear. Ever since opening those eyes, even if a fellow tribesman got killed, the mind stayed completely calm. Then came Kang An stepping on Hansu. The first time killing someone, Hansu's face was tense, weapon raised high. Even though it was necessary, the whole process felt way too easy. Imagining breaking the iron bars with strength and escaping the prison cell, hesitation lasted only a moment. Hansu's gaze turned dangerously sharp, emotions now uncontrollable to an alarming degree. Suddenly thinking about teasing Damien and arguing with that old man in the tower, something a 29-year-old office worker named Hansu would never do. The whole body burned with silent determination. Thought it was just a change caused by special circumstances. But now, discomfort grew stronger and certainty settled in. Every fight awakened instincts deeply embedded in this berserker's simple mind and developed limbs. The mind became dumb and aggressive just like a berserker, quietly realizing merging with the berserker side, slowly being assimilated into one. However, this method was still better for survival here. Hansu aggressively thrust a hand forward at the red-clothed guy, demanding, "Just give me 3 million spirit stones, and I'll leave immediately." The man slammed his hand on the table, objecting, "Only 30,000 spirit stones. I couldn't even make 150,000 spirit stones selling that useless junk of yours." Hansu caught the weak point and coldly made the red-clothed guy panic. "Selling? Didn't you say you threw it all away?" Lowering the head close, eyes threatening. Not long after, Hansu lounged on the bed, pondering, feeling more human now, though this place cost twice as much as the last inn. Eyes fixed on the window in the room. "There's a window here." Hansu marveled at the bathtub filled with warm water and the private bath, resting the head on the hand, thinking, this place was also closer to the square. Muttered, "Now gotta figure out what happened to Anna. We'll have to split the loot, so meeting her tomorrow is a must." The new day's light shone down on the fancy inn. The next day, at the inn, the angry bullhorn cried out excitedly with tears when seeing Hansu. Anna casually hugged Hansu tightly, talking nonstop. "Where the hell have you been all this time? Of course I know you're John, so even if thrown into hell, you'd survive and come back." Shocked by Anna's action, stammered. Something happened. She paused, asking seriously. "Right, did you hear the news?" Hansu asked curiously. "What news?" Suddenly, a black-haired guy ran over excitedly. "About that freedom berserker. The whole city's buzzing because of him." Hansu froze, feeling the mentioned person sounded familiar. "What? Sounds like they're talking about me." Quickly replied and asked for more info. "No, I don't know that berserker's name." The two-part hair guy put a finger on the forehead, confused. "Who knows? I don't either." Weirdly, that's the only thing they don't gossip about. Hansu felt relieved hearing that. Thank God. Seems like the guild handled it without leaking personal info. The straight-haired guy cheered excitedly. "But I'm proud someone like that came from our tribe." The curly-haired guy joined in admiration. He fought one-on-one straight up and wiped out all false accusations against him. Hansu glanced at the berserkers praising around. He led everyone to break out and regain freedom. The freedom berserker, the greatest warrior, thought helplessly inside. Didn't expect this to become such big news, but nothing serious would happen, right? Later, Hansu and Anna moved through the street. This was Kemulbi. A magnificent castle appeared. "Kemulbi." She raised a hand to the forehead, looking far away, said, "This is my first time here." A map circle appeared. Kemulbi meant districts 2 to 5 surrounding a gold-and-silver ring road. Karen, shaped like a belt, was home to Rafdonia's middle class. Everywhere were craftsmen and shops. Many called it the free market. Hansu pulled out a bag of spirit stones, offering it to Anna. "Anna, this is your share." Calculated silently. Selling all the loot stolen from bandits plus scrapped gear got about 800. 0 crystal stones. The mind kept calculating. If counting quickly the items grabbed right after leaving the dungeon crack, it would be around 500. 0 crystal stones. Hansu placed the bag of crystal stones into the hand, saying this was 300,000 crystal stones. Na gasped in surprise. "That many?" The voice was serious. "Don't refuse, just take it." The face flushed slightly red, happily thanked. "Oh, thanks." Then eyes spotted cotton candy far away and excitedly pointed out. John looked over there. People were eating clouds stuck on a stick. Hansu was stunned, turning back. "What? They have cotton candy?" The body jerked when seeing Na drooling with craving. Inside the eatery, cotton candy bought was repeatedly put into the mouth with amazement. "Can't believe humans can make food like this. Are they omnipotent?" Wondering how many sticks of cotton candy could be bought with today's earnings, Hansu was helpless before that innocence. Suddenly, cotton candy became another currency unit for Na. Looking at the table full of food, suggested, "Start eating the food." Anna held the skewer, pouting and said, "Bien, thanks for never discriminating against me before." Hansu paused, eating at those words. Anna lowered eyes, gloomily, talking about personal appearance changes. "As you know, haven't changed much, right? Just a little smaller. Other men now no longer see me as a warrior and have been avoiding me these days." The body shivered, recalling how wherever going, people circled and hissed. Countless guys swirled around Na, confessing love. "Oh, Anna, such a sweet name. Lord Anna, I vow to stay at your feet, promising not to let you spill even a drop of blood." She hugged the head, looking extremely panicked, screaming, "Terrible, never felt so disgusted before. They suddenly slammed the hand on the table, stood up abruptly, shouting loudly. Ugly like that? Hansu was puzzled. A question mark appeared in the mind, staring at her. Na was flustered but fiercely determined. Hey Na, that matter, I've decided already. Then she closed both eyes tightly, firmly stating the intention. Can't go into the labyrinth with you anymore. Hansu was stunned, not knowing what was happening with Na, wondering why suddenly like that. Hansu sat at bar 3 in a tavern, thinking silently. A had left. Appearance change was not surprising, but that was not the reason. The elder of the sanctuary, known as the Sword Master, was very interested in Anna's talent. Today, Anna decided to officially learn swordsmanship from him. Recalled the most recent conversation with her, then asked curiously, "Can he take a day off to come see you here?" Her face looked quite gloomy. Hesitatingly replied, "I wish so, but special cultivation, he can't leave the sanctuary for 6 months." Hearing that, Hansu felt like struck by lightning. The mind immediately raced. Could it be that cultivation? Looking at Anna sitting in front. If so, then I understand. It's a great opportunity for her. She clenched both hands on the lap, voice very sincere. I don't want to make you wait until I'm stronger, nor demand you to unconditionally let me back on the team. Her eyes flashed determination and resolve. I'll definitely train hard so when I return as a mighty warrior, I won't be a burden to you. The memory ended there. Hansu lifted a big beer mug, tilted the head back and downed it all at once. Exhaled like a sigh, pondering that can't stop her. Hansu recalled past events. During the second expedition, A was defeated by bandits. The mind pictured Anna gritting teeth helplessly, forced to swear an oath. No choice but to helplessly watch teammates in danger. Surely that was the last straw, which influenced this decision. Thinking of this, Hansu slammed the beer mug on the table. So gotta find other partners again, or maybe go solo into the challenge tower. The face tightened, now different from 2 months ago, having absorbed essence from the corpse golem. Also from the dragon and the guards, basic stats increased sharply, but recovery ability still can't compare to strong warriors on the tower's second floor. Worried about the next journey. But even so, reaching the third floor is tough. Dungeons and Stones are games played with teammates. No matter how strong the character is, almost impossible to play solo. From the tavern back, Hansu kept thinking about that worry. As time went on, more positions in the team became indispensable, so having teammates take on different roles in the lineup was crucial. The door opened, stepping into Enlua's room with a clear purpose. Therefore, Min needed to find partners of the same level and target monsters on even higher floors. Seeing Hansu arrive, Enlua looked quite surprised, then smiled brightly to greet. You're here? Hansu glanced at her, thinking silently that if it was possible to form a team with this level 6 mage, Enlua, then Hansu smiled back at her. Enlua's eyes lit up, hoping to get closer to the goal by taking another step forward. Meanwhile, Enlua pointed at the old, worn-out prison chair, squinting and smiling as she asked, Are you ready? But Hansu was still pondering that matter. Right, if survival was possible, returning after this time. Then a decision was made to negotiate with Enlua, but she immediately refused. No way. She pointed at him, loudly and bluntly criticizing, What kind of crazy mage joins a pathetic team with only 2 maniacs? If you want me on your team, at least you all have to be level 6 or above. Recruiting a healing cleric first, then thinking about that, being slammed like that, Hansu still tried to stay calm. Let me hear you out. Suddenly, Enlua seemed to realize something. Speaking disdainfully, I get it. It must take at least 3 years for you to pull that off, right? At this point, Hansu could only turn away and silently curse inside. No chance of an invite to the team? Yeah, tough crowd. Enlua didn't want to talk more about this, handing him a paper and explaining. Enough chit-chat. Take this. This is the vampire essence analysis data. Hansu took it from her hand and reviewed it once, only showing average to low stats. Nothing significant. No problem, already knew the exact numbers anyway. A slight frown appeared, corners of the mouth turning down, vampire essence, natural regeneration plus 45. Agility plus 15, physical defense plus 12, magic sensitivity plus 30, sunlight weakness minus 12, strength plus 15, magic resistance plus 30, spiritual power plus 21, dark resistance plus 12. Already knew this, but still good news, especially the high values in natural regeneration, magic resistance, and spiritual power. Plus, the Guardian Essence had a passive skill rooted in darkness that prevented death as long as the heart remained intact. Not to mention basic passive skills, active skill, a sacrificial mark 2, temporarily boosting physical ability depending on the number of living beings sacrificed. Active skill, a blood master temporarily absorbs a victim's skill when drinking their blood directly. Active skill, a mortality temporarily boosts strong regeneration proportional to lost vitality. All active skills that are temporarily needed were collected. After confirming everything in mind, Hansu clenched the paper tightly, the corner of the mouth curling up into a satisfied smile. Now having the immortality mark and guardian essence, combat healing ability was basically enough. Been playing this game for 10 years, but never progressed this fast. Then looked straight at Enlua coldly and said, "Done here, I'm off." Seeing this, she reached out loudly to stop him. "Wait a sec. I'm curious about something." She seriously brought up what she had seen before and asked, "What was that before the fight? The thing you put into the unconscious vampire's mouth seemed like holy power." Hansu froze at Anlua's question, meaning the tears of a god. The next second, he scratched his nose and made up a random excuse to brush it off. "Maybe you're mistaken. It was chaotic earlier. You must have misseen," thinking to himself, "I can't let her know about that." But Enlua wasn't easily fooled. She was absolutely sure. "No way. I saw it with my own eyes." Hansu didn't want to argue further and quickly slipped away. "What's the mix-up? What's going on? I gotta go." He dashed outside like fearing staying one more second would expose him, activating the berserker's blink speed. Meanwhile, Anlua rolled her eyes and shouted, "Hey, wait," clenching both fists so hard they trembled with anger. What was he hiding? Think I didn't notice? Just wait. Then she headed to the library, using magic to pull down the book she wanted. Found it. General notes on Rift 3. Anlua pressed lips tight, quickly flipping through the book. The ancient Bible recorded valuable clues about the rift, not even available in the Academy. No author name, unknown author, softly muttering, "Where's the Blood Fortress page?" After a few seconds, she found that page, but it got smudged with ink all over here. Knew this part wouldn't be readable. What the heck is written here? Still, Anlua tried hard to read every word. The Golden Mask and the God's Tears. To dig deeper, another book was grabbed. Must have read about the God's Tears in this one before. Let's see. Flipping through pages, the info was found quickly. Got it. The book said the God's Tears are rare, sacred relics of unknown origin. When destroyed, the surrounding area receives powerful blessings. 150 years before the decline of the First Origin, Cardinal Andron used all 3 holy water vials to save the disciples. Then they disappeared. Reading this, Enlua's face turned pale. Sacred relic? That thought was rock solid in mind. The usage and effect matched exactly what was seen back then. Did he get it by chance? Doubts rose, and Enlua started asking questions to satisfy the curiosity. How could a maniac just after the coming-of-age ritual know the secret location of the God's Tears hidden there? Even if discovered by accident, how did he know it's used to deal with that vampire? Suddenly, a theory popped up. Could it be the Black Shadow? The Golden Mask, an item obtained after defeating the boss in the Blood Castle by meeting various conditions. Meanwhile, Hansu returned to his room, sitting before the Golden Mask, seriously thinking. The mask lets the wearer change appearance at will for 30 days, usable 5 times. Memories from the past came back. Back when playing games, no interest in pixelated 2-dimensional character faces. Sold it for 500,000 spirit stones already. Hansu stared at the mask, calculating. But this is reality, even just falsely accused and imprisoned. If something illegal happens and a manhunt follows, this mask will be needed. A decision was made, just keep it for now. At a fancy tavern, a few people whispered excitedly, "Hey, heard the news?" They passed around that the Spirit Stone Alliance just fell apart. Teresia was there too. Those whispers reached her ears. Shocking, an entire guild vanished overnight. Eyes turned cold, full of alertness. The Spirit Stone Alliance. They built a vast network with countless communication nodes, providing many conveniences for first-tier adventurers. It was an adventurers' guild that exploded in growth over the last decade. The group talked more heatedly. An entire guild? Were they ever real adventurers? Yeah, just a bunch of jerks. Meanwhile, Teresia pondered deeply. At first, things were good. Many struggling people were helped by them. She seemed to have finished eating, stood up to pay and leave. But as they grew stronger, the Spirit Stone Alliance started rotting, excluding outsiders, bullying newbies. She suddenly thought of her sister. Knowing what happened to her made it clear. Teresia silently thanked Hansu, admitting if not for that maniac, things would have been dangerous for her sister. Turning toward the door, thinking she had to handle it herself, but now no need. Ironically, thanks to that maniac, no action was needed. The group still chatted loudly, but why did they suddenly fall apart?
Don't tell me you don't know. It's because of the Freedom Maniac. They were talking about Hansu, the guy who escaped prison to clear his name.
Even took the district leader's daughter hostage, chaos like that, yet rumors say he'll be promoted too. Said by the prison escapees themselves. Their last words made Teresia, almost at the door, freeze. But more surprising, that maniac isn't even a level 9 adventurer, yet he caused a riot in the entire prison, meaning he just had his coming-of-age ritual. She glanced coldly back, doubts swirling in mind. Is that maniac the level 9 adventurer? Can't be a coincidence. Hard to believe. Didn't that maniac die? After a while, Teresia arrived at the inn. If the freedom maniac is that guy, no wonder he hasn't been back for a week. Hand reached for the door handle, pulling it open. But the door opened. Light from outside shone into the dark room. Teresia called out to Win. Win sat silently on the bed, surrounded by flickers of fire and wind elements. The face looked exhausted, sunken eyes, body much thinner. Seeing that, Teresia froze, hesitating whether to talk to her sister. The next day, Hansu arrived at the guild's reception desk. The staff there asked lazily, "Why are you here?" Hansu bluntly replied, "Looking for suitable teammates. A team of at least 4 people, operating from the 3rd floor and above." The receptionist listened, then stretched out both hands saying, "Show me your ID and badge." Hansu immediately handed them over. The staff took them and examined carefully. "Let's see. John Yen, black. Level 7. Suddenly, the staff's face turned pale. 5 stars? Hansu was shocked by the reaction. What does 5 stars mean? The staff froze, with a terrified and scared expression, stammering. What 5 stars? No. This is a list of teams matching your criteria. The expedition was to John Yannon. Hansu sighed and took it, thinking secretly about some hidden code used in the guild. Anyway, appreciating the friendly attitude, but suddenly eyes widened, face changed. That name, a while later, in a tavern, Hansu quickly sought out Hikurod. The guy laughed heartily, happily saying, "Knew it was you. I was suspicious, but turns out it's you. Now your level is 7 already?" Hansu sat down opposite, face showing little emotion. "Long time no see, Mr. Hiron." The guy still smiled, "Glad to see you. But later, there's someone else coming to meet us." Hearing that, Hansu curiously asked, "Have you picked someone else already?" Hikurod squinted, replying, "Not exactly, but if it's a mage, then you could say so." Hansu couldn't help but be amazed, shouting loudly, "A mage!" Feeling both disbelief and excitement, such rare talent wanting to join the guild, Hikurod suddenly raised a hand waving, "Yes, they're coming soon. Look, there they are." Hansu immediately turned head, face quite tense. Who could it be? Doubts arose in Hansu's mind. Did this team really recruit a mage? Who? Meanwhile, a guy with blazing blonde hair appeared at the door, the dwarf madman. He smiled brightly, introducing himself, "I'm Lu. I want to join your team, so I came here." Murat jumped down from the chair, stepped forward to shake hands. "Nice to meet you. You're the mage we're meeting today," Lu replied jokingly. Coincidentally, spotting a mage passing by here at the right time is quite a coincidence. Hikurod's face turned blank, hearing that. Hansu saw the guy really didn't get what Lu meant, so spoke plainly, meaning the mage was Lu himself. After understanding, the guy laughed loudly, shaking Lu's hand, introducing again, "Anyway, glad to meet you. I'm Hikurod Murat, level 6 explorer." Lu smiled brightly. "I'm a level 8 mage from the Ronia royal family." Hikurod looked stunned, seeming not very sharp. "Royal Rafdronia?" Hansu felt a bit annoyed, meaning Lu didn't work for that guild, secretly thinking, Lu also didn't work for the magic tower. This dwarf guy basically knew nothing. Hearing that, Lu was very surprised, excitedly asked, "You're a madman but so knowledgeable. Can I ask your name?" Hansu grumbled quietly in the throat. "This guy is annoying me." Cold tone. "Son of Jan John, sit down." Lu immediately obeyed, sitting at the table. After ordering more dishes, Hansu spoke seriously. "I'll get straight to the point," furrowing brows, staring at Lu questioning. "Why do you want to become an explorer?" Doubts sparked in mind. A level 8 mage rarely goes exploring like this. Hansu silently judged Lu lacked enough experience to explore the challenge tower's mid and high floors, but exploring the low floors didn't earn enough money. Working as a mage in the city was stable and earned much more. Lu smirked slightly, replying, "Simple, adjusting glasses, with no intention to hide. I want to become a famous explorer and increase the prestige of the MC Tone Baron family." Hikurod exclaimed in disbelief, "Baron? Your nobility?" Lu smiled happily. "My mother's sister's husband is the 3rd brother of Baron's wife." Hansu, sitting nearby, still felt annoyed at Lu's roundabout talk. What? They basically didn't know each other. So Lu wasn't nobility. Lu suddenly raised both hands, saying, "Don't worry. I don't intend to mistreat others." Hansu looked at Lu with suspicion and distrust. Is this guy crazy? The more talking, the more scammer vibe appeared. Calculating silently, handsome face, about 160 centimeters tall and skinny. Lu knew how to use hypnosis, magic, and control magic. Along with a few curses and dark magic, an inexperienced level 8 mage full of lies and extreme arrogance. Hansu didn't seem too friendly with Leah. There was some doubt, but if a mage showed up, the team would get better members signing up anyway, so consider this guy as bait to attract others. So the decision was made to accept Y. Everything went according to the plans already in mind. After that, many better people signed up for the team just as predicted. Hikurad and the narrator had to meet 3 or 4 times a week to review documents. At that time, the narrator and Murat were sitting in an old tavern, going through each application and filtering them. The narrator thought the guy was okay but felt it was unfair, like doing most of the work alone. Hikurad smiled and asked Hansu, "So, are we accepting him? I was worried you'd reject him outright." No more words were said, and just like that, a team was formed. The gear was even upgraded. Laxna at the table stared at Hansu, seeming to be thinking about something. She hesitated and asked, "What's going on?" Hansu exhaled proudly and said, "You see this? If you want to know, I'm happy to explain." Laughing loudly, the weapons were flaunted in front of everyone. This was armor and a shield made from latinium. The character equipped chest armor made from latinium. Total gear level increased by 270. The character equipped a large shield made from latinium. Total gear level increased by 315. Then turning around, pointing at what was worn on the back. The character equipped a latinium space expansion backpack. The storage space had been greatly expanded. What's on the back is the space expansion backpack. Not too expensive, but just bought it. Laxnal looked completely unimpressed. She raised a hand coldly and said, "Someone's complaining. Please take off the armor." Hansu froze after hearing that. All right. Thought to self, probably not a fan of jokes. After finishing the gear upgrades, Hansu left. While walking down the street, suddenly stopped, seeing a man slumped in a dark corner, a maniac. Wondered internally, but why no weapon? Every maniac had a weapon considered their lifeline, no matter how hungry, poor, or cold, always carried it. To clear the doubt, Hansu called out to the man. The man froze upon seeing Hansu, face showing clear fear. Standing in front, said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, I won't harm you." "Where's your weapon? What are you doing here?" The man looked confused, awkwardly answered, "I sold it because I had no money." Hearing that, Hansu wondered again. Talking politely but sold his own weapon? Suddenly grinned at the man. Definitely a bastard. Hansu said casually, "Let me introduce myself, I'm Janin's son." The man turned pale, stammered back, "Ah, my name is Lian's son. Tarakan, a demon spirit." After a while, Hansu took Tarakan to a restaurant and ordered a full table. The guy devoured food like starving for a long time, eyes teary from emotion. "I won't forget what you did for me." Hansu said nothing, just stared at him. The guy said he had his coming-of-age ceremony 1 month earlier than Hansu. The gaze sharpened, saying he got lost and couldn't enter the labyrinth. A theory popped up, probably ran away out of fear, couldn't fight monsters, escaping the crowd of agitated maniacs was easy, but then caused problems. Surely tried to find work in the city, but no one hired a maniac. That's the biggest downside of being a maniac. Hansu rubbed chin, thinking quietly. Experienced players usually open boss rooms in the Abyss Gate. An experienced one should know how maniacs are treated in this world, but he didn't know that. Outside, maniacs have a hard time surviving. To get a clear answer, Hansu dug deeper with Tarakan. "Tell me more. After that month, what did you do?" The guy hesitated. "I didn't enter the labyrinth anymore." Hearing that, Hansu seemed ready to slam the table, stand up, and shout, "What? You never went back to the labyrinth? Are you crazy?" Tarakan clenched both hands, closed eyes tightly to object. "But without a weapon, how could I fight the monsters?" His words left Hansu speechless. That's why the dude should have left from the start. Didn't even catch that basic fact. Does this guy even play games? Meanwhile, Tarakan awkwardly added, "Then, I got kicked out because I ran out of money." The stuff he told after that matched what I predicted. Tarek recalled how those past days went and spilled everything. So I had to endure the cold, hunger, and sickness. Then I tried going to places where the fanatics were, but for some reason, they kicked me out. Hearing that, Hansu found it hard to believe. How could someone with zero experience survive for 3 whole months? Memories of the past flashed through the mind. If fear made the self run away back then, when strength was summoned to face and overcome, surely the same situation as this guy would have been met. Suddenly, Tarakan placed a hand on the chest, nervously asked Hansu, "So, the story I told, do you feel any sympathy? Does it make you want to help me?" The eyes lit up with hope, voice full of certainty. In the darkness, pupils flashed a glimmer of trust. So Tarakan has to survive. The day entering the labyrinth, you stepped into the first floor of the crystal cave. Tarakan clenched pale hands, face shocked. "What?" Hansu bluntly told him. "I'll help you another way." Then placed 3 silver coins in front of him, continuing, "Here's 150,000 spirit stones. Use this to buy weapons and head into the labyrinth." Tarakan's hand trembled as it reached out, voice full of disbelief. "You're really giving me this? Thanks. One day I'll pay you back." Then Hansu straightforwardly kicked him out. "So can you go somewhere else? I'm tired." Tarakan happily got ready to stand up. "Oh really? Fine. I'll come next time." But Hansu immediately refused. "Don't." The voice lowered, speaking to him. "Son of the Tarakan clan. Whether you lose money, waste it, get rich from the labyrinth, or even have enough to pay me back. Those words stunned Tarakan. Once you leave, never come back looking for me again. Hansu's eyes turned icy, voice like a command. Got it? Then answer me. Tarakan stammered a reply. All right. Back in the room, Hansu didn't turn on the light, sitting silently on the bed, frowning tightly, thinking how damn annoying this is. Thinking about the past? A rational person would call that stupid, and an emotional one would probably be pissed off that's all the help given. Neither of those two is wrong. That action might be seen as hypocritical, but it was the best that could be done. In the dark, pupils flashed a spark of trust. So Tarakan must be alive. On the day entering the labyrinth, entered the first level of the crystal cave. Lao wandered around, looking excitedly, shouting. So this is what a labyrinth looks like. Where do we go now? His eyes sparkled like stars. This is the crystal from the crystal cave. So pure. Oh, so this is what exploring feels like. Hansu followed behind, shooting unfriendly looks at him. Lu Afi, human mage rank 8, 25 years old. Simply put, a jerk. Another guy holding a compass spoke up. Wait, I'll check it out. Gran Ross Miller. Human explorer rank 8, 34 years old, 8 years of experience. He seriously said, this direction isn't bad. I think we'll be safe if we follow the path someone's already taken. Hansu silently judged him as probably the most normal member of the team. Hikarad Murat, dwarf explorer rank 6, tank and team leader, laughed loudly and happily said, it's been a while since I explored with a team. Next to him were Hansu and the dwarf berserker tank explorer rank 7. John Jandon, that's me. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. I'm itching to punch something, haven't moved my muscles in forever. The owner of that voice was Misa Sin, human archer rank 8, 25 years old, 5 years of exploration experience. She looked pretty lively, just chopping monster heads off. Hansu watched her and thought silently. She had a weird habit of ending every sentence with ni. She said it was how she was born, but no one else was like her. Hikurod squinted, teasing Misa. How could I not obey the princess? Hearing that, she jumped up, pointed at him, shouting, I told you not to call me that. She looked pretty mad, waving arms and legs. I'll kill you, dwarf. Hansu quietly observed, not saying a word. Seems like she once said she was the 13th princess of some tribe or something. Can't remember. Right then, John turned back with a serious tone, warning the two troublemakers, let's go. The whole team immediately followed him. John carefully reminded everyone, don't split up. Except for Hansu, the other three following behind seemed excited, hyped up. Just like that, the team started their first expedition, following John's lead. After 10 hours, finally reached the gate of the second floor. John looked at the gate and said, looks like someone got here before us this time. He closed his eyes and sighed, even though moving as fast as possible. Hansu, standing nearby, whispered to himself, pretty fast actually, but seems like he's still not satisfied. The special skill of a navigator is knowing the exact location of the gate, not expecting much from Rose Miller since that's not his specialty, but this is pretty decent. Then John signaled everyone, let's go in. Hansu was the last to enter. Exhaling, thinking to himself, kind of a bummer not being the team to open the gate first, so no experience points gained. Memories from the past flashed through the mind. If going with Anna or Win, might have even gotten experience points thanks to a game bug, saving up to form a team next time. The game notification sounded, you have entered the monster lair on the second floor. The team had reached the monster den. John led the way, unable to help but comment, no matter how many times coming here, still can't stand the smell. Meanwhile, Hansu tightened the grip on the gear, thinking, the second floor connects through the gate on the east side of the first floor. As the name suggests, monsters appear on this floor. Hikarod suddenly turned around and laughed, asking Lackey, you good? Lackey immediately sat down, covering the mouth to avoid freezing up. Please don't talk to me. Seeing this, Hikarod laughed loudly and patted on the shoulder. Yeah, you just can't handle it. Misa's hair stood on end, quickly jumping away. Disgusting. Hansu's expression remained unchanged. That's why this place is characterized by a strong, nauseating smell. Only now did Hansu speak up, asking Han John, Rose Miller, you okay? Heard you have enhanced olfactory senses, so all senses are better than others. Sitting down to examine the surroundings, looking up, replied, I'm fine, not the first time here anyway. Then he turned back to instruct others. From here on, there will be many sinkholes on the path. So, if you don't want to fall in, follow me. Hansu thought, only he stays calm, probably because of 8 years of experience. Then the team continued deeper into the den, the ground beneath getting muddier. The monster lair is a piece of land inside a canyon. You have to wander through maze-like cliffs to find the way. No traps here, but the navigator's role is even more important than in the elf forest. The monsters on the second floor were pretty easy compared to the team's stats, so no significant danger. Quickly, they encountered monsters, but all were defeated one by one. Defeated the Great Sword Sleeping Wolf XP1. Defeated the Werewolf XP. Defeated the Sword Tooth Blake Monster XP2. Defeated the Wall Climbing Chain Rat XP11. Late at night, the team rested in a cave. Moreover, thanks to Dueki's warning magic, the team took turns keeping watch and managed to sleep for 6 hours straight. At that time, Hikurod and Lei sat by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, asked curiously, "But why keep watch at night? What's the point of warning magic?" Hikurod laughed and asked, "It's not that I don't trust your magic. That warning magic only detects nearby monsters, right?" Leah didn't understand and asked back, "So what?" The next words stunned him. "In the maze, adventurers are even more dangerous than monsters." He frowned, looking down, muttering, "Is that so?" Hikurod confirmed, "Exactly, you better sleep quickly." The mage, not needing to keep watch, awkwardly replied, "I know." Meanwhile, Hansu still wasn't fully asleep. His expression turned cold, probably the last expedition with this mage. Day 2, just after midnight, the team woke up quickly and set off. John continued leading. After passing this area, there would be a gate to the 3rd floor. This is where monsters of level 8 appear. We'll mainly hunt those. The 3rd floor is a large map called the Pilgrimage Road. The 2nd floor has many different maps depending on the connecting gates from the 1st floor, but in the end, all lead to the 3rd floor. Hansu walked behind the team, thinking, "Of course, there are many gates leading to the 3rd floor from the 2nd floor's path. Hopefully, a good spot can be found." Suddenly, Misa curiously asks, just now thinking about Bond's words, "This is the first time reaching the 3rd floor, right?" A cold voice shoots back the question. "So what?" The reply comes loud and clear. Then surprised, "Of course. It took a whole year just to crawl up to the 3rd floor." Hearing that, Hansu can't help but ask in surprise. "A whole year? Then how long did it take to get to the 4th floor?" Misa looks up as if thinking, then answers, 2 years. Yeah, can't believe it took that long." Hikurod overhears and jumps in. "You're just like me." Misa immediately leans close to the guy, shouting in frustration, "Not fair, the captain has less experience than me and is a level 6 adventurer, but I'm still stuck at rank 7. Hikurod laughs loudly, full of pride. Miss Misa here was born into a good family, wasn't she? Seeing them start making a fuss again, John sternly scolds, making both jump. "That's enough, both of you." Misa is stunned by the intensity, whispering, "Sorry, okay." Hikurod is no different, saying quietly, "I'll shut up too." Hansu presses lips, feeling strange. What's going on? Not sure why this guy is more strict than before. Watching John walk ahead, Hansu thinks, well, he's working hard alone, so can't stay calm when people behind him slack off. That must be it. After walking for a while, a new game notification sounds. "You have arrived at the pilgrimage path on the 3rd floor, Steel Boots." The team just passed through the door when John's face suddenly turns pale. Hansu quickly spots monsters climbing up from below, rushing from behind to stand in front, shouting a warning, "Rod Miller, fall back." These monsters are pretty bulky. One charges straight at Hansu, who struggles to block with a shield, wondering, why is there a monster right in front of the gate? Gritting teeth, all strength is put into the arm. Strong, really strong. If this wasn't a lithium shield, it would have been smashed to pieces. Hansu glances to the side, where Hikurod is also blocking another monster like the dwarf's shield. The guy's shield is cracking, then a notification sounds. Hikurod Murat activated emergency recovery. The shield instantly restores and gains higher durability. Hikurod shouts to Hansu and Bon. "This one's a level 7 dwarf demon. Just try to stop it from pushing you back." A casual reply comes back. Would know even if not told. Thinking inside, he recovers that fast, not jealous at all. Actually, a little jealous. Watching Hikurod block all monster attacks like that, quietly admiring the dwarf demon's active skill called Counterweight, which reduces knockback effects, greatly benefited from the dwarf essence in the Blood Castle. At this moment, the ground beneath Hikurod sinks. A new notification appears. Hikurod Murat activated Counterweight. Lear also joins in, casting magic to help take down monsters. Lee Wrui activated level 8 Corrosion Curse. Clutching the staff tightly, with a tense expression, the monster is immediately distracted. Hikurod seizes the chance. "Good job, we." Smashes hard on its head. "Let me finish it." Shockwaves spread around, making Liang let out a sharp cry. Misa steps on Hansu's backpack to gain momentum and rush forward. It's still alive. Holding a sword, jumps high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the monster. Excitement shows clearly on the face, lips curling up. "Come here." A sword slashes into the monster, blood sprays out instantly, while Misa lands safely on the ground. The next moment, a brilliant light bursts from the monster's body. Its screams sound piercing. Game notification sounds, level 8 dwarf demon defeated, XP3. Hansu watches the monster fall, puzzled inside. Strange, dwarves shouldn't be here. Why is it appearing here now? Suddenly asked John, making him stunned. Hey, Rose Miller, anyone nearby? Hansu's words seemed to trigger something in him. Dobon Rose Miller activated body heat detection. Everything in his sight appears thermally mapped. Active skill. A. Body heat detection. Skill of a lizard scout guide that detects surrounding body heat to find living creatures. After checking, he speaks up. No one around here. Gron leans on hand and adds, but judging by the scent, someone was here not long ago. I think that person left about 2 minutes ago. Hansu frowns, confirming. So that means there's a chance they saw us and left. Hikurud Murat freaked out hearing that and asked, wait, so someone's actually targeting us? But John replied, I don't think so. Then laid out a guess, that luring monsters to the gate is a common tactic used by bandits. They figure that's when we're off guard, not paying attention. Misa suggested a pretty extreme plan, face turning cold and scary. What if we just catch every single one of those bastards and give them a beating, kill them, and make some cash off it too? John answered right away, true, but tracking them down is tough, and we don't have any proof. If we mess up, we might even get blamed. Misa ground teeth and snapped back, but once they're dead, they can't snitch anymore. Hikurud Murat closed eyes and offered an opinion. Meanwhile, Lei looked terrible, trembling all over, just wanting to write a few warning lines for the bandits at the gate and move on. After that, the team kept exploring. Misa seemed pretty impressed with John. Rod Miller's the man. I didn't even know that method existed. He humbly replied, I only heard about it. This is the first time I've actually experienced it. She added, I guess most people rarely run into bandits like this. Hansu caught something important. Rarely? He immediately asked Misa, how many times have you run into them? Misa looked a bit surprised and answered, me? Seems like about 8 times in the past 5 years. Hansu couldn't believe it. What? That's too few? He almost shouted. I thought everyone always ran into bandits. I've met them 5 times in 3 months, including just now. Right after, all he got was a laugh. Misa smirked, teasing him. What's up, John? You must be pretty unlucky, huh? Hikaru joined in. Crazy. I heard 150 years ago bandits were everywhere, but recently their numbers dropped because of stricter laws. He joked, maybe you're the reason we keep running into bandits. Hansu gaped, silently cursing, what's wrong with my life? John kept a serious face, glaring at the two. Stop teasing him. Everyone knows how lucky the lady is. Hearing that, Hansu's eyes lit up. Right? I'm not alone. John added to comfort, don't feel bad. I run into them about once every 3 months. But right after, Hansu got gloomy. Still not as often as 5 times in 3 months. Seeing his reaction, John worriedly asked, what's wrong? He kept walking, looking down. Just keep going. On the way, they ran into monsters again but handled them quickly. Defeated stone worms. XP2. Defeated Iron Hawks XP2. Defeated Steel Valley Guards XP2. As night fell, the team reached the border area. John instructed the others, we'll camp here tonight and move to the next area tomorrow. Hansu thought quietly that the reason for camping in this crappy place was probably because there were fewer monsters here. Perfect. Hikurud was the first to notice Lackey. You okay? You've looked off since earlier. He looked up and asked, really? Hansu also kept an eye on Lackey. Yeah, normally that guy talks a lot. Why so quiet now? Lei spoke softly and hesitated. Actually, my dream of going on an adventure has been completely shattered. Eyes staring blankly at the crackling fire, sadness was clear in the voice. I know everyone thinks I'm too young and naive. He spilled all his thoughts from the day. Adventurers killing other adventurers. Adventurers say killing those adventurers means getting their money, but reality is far from that dream of mine. Lackey shivered slightly, voice dropping. If this keeps up, one day I might kill someone or get killed, right? The more he spoke, the more he stammered. So, on the way, I had already prepared myself mentally. Hansu got a bit impatient and bluntly asked, so, are you ready to do those things now? Lackey suddenly looked up, still staring at the burning fire, and answered. Confidence was lacking on the face, but I wasn't sure if I could actually do well when the time came. Hansu silently judged the determination mixed with self-doubt. Lackey looked very confused and scared. Hikurud worriedly looked at him. You okay? Hansu frowned a bit, mouth turning down. He was still better than someone who just lies, whines, and cries when really facing danger. But after John heard Liu Yifei open up, a breath was let out, followed by a slight smile, saying, the important thing is not to be arrogant and overconfident. What you said sounds way more believable than just claiming you can do it right away. Arms crossed, eyes locked on Liu Yifei, causing a slight startle. Can everyone give me a moment? The other 3 all looked at John at once, curiosity written all over their faces. I want to show you this. After announcing to the others, John led them to a nearby cliff. Everyone's expressions relaxed except for Hansu. Before them stretched a majestic mountain forest scene with an ancient castle far in the distance. White snowflakes slowly drifted down from above. John spoke up. Isn't this beautiful? This is the only time everyone can witness this sight. More explanation followed. Nobody knew why this phenomenon only happened on the third floor. All were amazed and fully enjoyed the moment. But once seen with their own eyes, the reason didn't matter anymore. Lob John brought everyone here to encourage and cheer on Liu Yifei. What do you think? Got more guts now to keep exploring? Hair fluttered in the wind. After a while, everyone returned to the resting spot. Only Hansu stayed awake as the light faded and darkness swallowed the maze. Except for me, who had to keep watch, the rest fell into deep sleep. Eyes shifted to where Leah lay, still awake, seemingly lost in thought. A slight smile tugged at Hansu's lips. It took a while before the faint breathing from Dai's sleeping bag was heard. At dawn, the team woke up and continued on. Counting the experience gained so far, it had to be just over 50. Hansu wore a serious, unapproachable expression, needing 150 experience points to level up to 4, so the road ahead was still long. At the current level of 3, absorption of 3 essences was possible. 2 essences had already been absorbed, leaving only 1 more to go, so leveling up faster was necessary. Thoughts ran through the mind, getting 1 more good essence would be pretty awesome. Just then, John announced, "We're here." Under his torchlight, a desolate scene unfolded before everyone. This was the territory of the orcs. Among the areas on the 3rd floor, this place had the largest number of monsters. Its characteristic was that only monsters level 8 and above live here. Hansu seriously considered that its difficulty ranked 2nd among 3rd floor areas. Unless going straight to the 4th floor, there was no better hunting ground than this. Hikurod raised a hand to share an opinion. Let's try hunting first, then plan the next steps based on the results. Just as the words ended, a group of monsters appeared, forcing John to shout a warning. Emrat, a group of orcs, is advancing this way at 1 o'clock. The orcs looked quite surprised to see Hansu's group, growling from their throats. The team immediately moved into their positions, ready to fight. Good, stick to the training we practiced. The orcs charged instantly, led by a mage, while the rest wielded weapons. Opening the battle, Luwaki unleashed a level 8 ice magic attack. Sharp ice spikes appeared from above, piercing the orcs blocking the path. Hansu and Hikurod fought hard to stop the orcs from advancing. Thoughts ran, Daki Rosemiller mainly attacked from afar. Meanwhile, Hansu and Hikurod stood on the front line to absorb hits. Misa would kill any enemies that got close to the back line. John stood behind her, using a crossbow to support the attack on the monsters. Suddenly, something was noticed. The orc mage was casting a berserk magic spell on allies. Watching the mage unleash power, a loud warning was shouted to the whole team. It's berserk magic. The orc warriors' defense and damage tripled for 10 seconds, making them more ferocious. One orc broke through the front line where Hansu and Hikurod defended and charged straight into the rear formation. Hansu tensed up. If a monster pierced the team's defense line, a quick head turn warned. It got through. Roz Miller. The orc was rushing straight at John. The shield was raised immediately to block, then a shout was sent backward. Why? Hide behind me, move fast. Panicked, the order was followed. Good, thanks. Must protect the team's most fragile mage. It grabbed its big sword and swung at the 2 of them, but luckily John's shield blocked the attack. Suddenly, it froze. Misa unexpectedly circled from behind, eyes blazing with deadly intent. 10 seconds are up, dude. Right after, the creature got taken down, followed by several others, falling one after another. Took down the archer creature. Experience +2. Took down the warrior creature. Experience +2. After a while, almost all the creatures were wiped out. Their bodies lay scattered on the ground. Only the mage creature remained, letting out a screech, trying to sneak attack Misa. At that moment, Hansu rushed forward and beheaded it, ending the threat. Took down the mage, experience +2. After clearing all the creatures, the left squad took a break. Though the battle was pretty tough, everyone smiled and joked around, except Hansu. This fight was so lit, my heart's still pounding. Rubbing the chin, thinking seriously, took about 8 minutes to finish off these monsters. Huh? Clearly, the team didn't have enough damage output yet. Makes sense though, since there were 2 Wangs and a navigator in the squad. The navigator did some damage, but just for show. Killing monsters might be slow, but the team's stability was pretty solid. Looking at the others, hoping this lineup holds up. Just keeping it like this would be good enough. Meanwhile, Lei perked up again. I killed a creature, right? Misa stood nearby and gave a thumbs up. Nice job. Then the whole team moved on. We cleared the path to the creature territory's center. The closer to the center, the more creature groups appeared. Even a level 7 elite warrior creature showed up with them. But we took it down easily. Took down the elite warrior, experience +3. Still, no one's lucky forever. Just when things were going smoothly, a strange old man appeared, blocking Hansu's team, meteor shower. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot down from above, causing a massive explosion. Hansu froze from the powerful force, gritting teeth, wondering, damn, what the hell is this situation? If that move had landed on us. Hikurod got scared and fell back, the whole team immediately on alert, staring at the old man. Behind him was a squad of people. The old man raised a hand, loudly warning them. Creature territory belongs to the guild. You all better scram somewhere else fast. Dian Stone is an RPG, but surprisingly, it's also a territory management game. At first, players couldn't move between maps before finishing the story, but if you form a guild, members can control hunting grounds. And of course, forming a guild needs a lot of manpower and resources. But if the guild-controlled hunting grounds don't have rare monsters or bosses with valuable items, the guild there gains almost nothing. Hikurud was still shocked, shouting, Guild of Kui. Hansu stood beside, puzzled, but why did they choose to control the third floor? Why? Hikurud's face darkened, urgently questioning the old man. I know the Guild of Kui usually operates from the 6th floor up, so why are you guys in a place like this territory? The old man looked at them with contempt, coldly replying, I don't owe you any explanations. Hikurud suddenly got serious, bluntly returning the old man's disdainful glare. I heard some guilds get recognized for their contributions to the Union and are granted control over parts of the maze, but I've never heard this area belongs to the Guild of Kui, nor do I know if you're even a real member. The suspicion made the old man angry. You're really bold. Both exchanged looks with zero goodwill. Hikurud loudly threw shade at the old man. I bet you hear that a lot. Hansu silently assessed the situation. Is the old man acting like this because of his responsibility as a captain? That's fine, but the current vibe doesn't look good. Meanwhile, Misa trembled behind Hansu, making him confused. Misa wondered why standing behind like that, like hiding from something. Suddenly, another voice startled her. Is that you, dummy? Misa lowered the ears, peeking out to look at the figure resembling herself standing behind the old man. Dear brother? That's Ten. Misa's brother. At that moment, Ten was angrily pointing at the little sister and shouting, I told you not to call me that outside. Misa immediately got flustered, bowed deeply, and replied, sorry. Standing above, arms crossed with a click, Ten snapped. How many times do I have to repeat this for your dumb brain to remember? The old man saw this and turned to ask, is that girl your sister? Still pretty annoyed, Ten answered, yeah, for now, anyway. After hearing that, the old man said, I still owe Mr. Sen a favor, so if that's really your sister. But Tyan cut him off. No need. I can't tell you the reason. It's family stuff, but my dad wouldn't care about it anyway. He frowned, looked at Tun, and continued, if you say so, fine. Now I'll tell them why we're here in this crappy territory. Let them know and get lost. Then the old man briefly explained to Hansu's team, due to some urgent guild matters, we're rushing to hunt the essence of the great warrior. If things go well and we get that essence soon, you guys will get to hunt here starting from the next cycle. So, I hope this time you can hunt somewhere else. Hansu felt a sudden suspicion in his head. A guild that usually operates on the 6th floor is going this far just to get the great warrior's essence, and that essence isn't even that rare. Is that really all he wants to say, or is there something else he's hiding? Seeing Hansu's team not planning to leave, the old man arrogantly raised his chin to warn, fine. If you still want to stay here, there's nothing left to hunt. Better leave as soon as possible. Hansu thought silently, meaning if I don't go, they'll do everything to block and mess with us. He clenched his lips, looking ahead. First, the maze is a place where big groups and strong people set the rules. Can't act recklessly or rush into things. Hikurud, standing nearby, gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. Hansu carefully considered. Knows the short guy wants to do everything for the team, but if he doesn't want to lead everyone to death, he has to give up. Thinking that, Hansu spoke up, intending to suggest retreat. We understand. Just then, Lu stepped forward. Hansu was shocked. Lu forced a big smile and said, nice to meet you, old man. My name is Leweki. I'm an 8th level mage from the Ronia royal family. I've dedicated my life to studying magic. As soon as Lu finished, the old man sneered and insulted him. In the end, you're still trash. He hissed each word angrily. Dare call me old man? Bastard. Just learn a few basic spells and think you're a mage? Dedicated your whole life? Learn some tricks to fool others for money on the road and dare say that? He pointed at Lu, spitting out harsh words. Your thick skin gives me goosebumps, so please never say you're a mage again. Lu was deeply provoked by those words. Ah no. Hansu stood behind helplessly thinking, is Lu crazy calling him that? Now he deserves to be insulted like that, but don't argue back. The next second, Hikurud shouted out defending Lu, hey, you're going too far. Hansu stiffened and gritted his teeth, cursing, damn this terrible short guy. Now's not the time to argue or fight. Let's go, old man. The old man replied in a low voice, I'm just telling the truth. Hikurud's anger flared up. What? The truth? Let's see. Seeing him lose control, Hansu hurried to stop him but was too late. Hey, Hikurod. Mirat threw a lightning strike. Right now, all he wanted was to yell at him to snap out of it. Planning to fight a guild that controls the entire 6th floor? Hikurod's rage exploded, making him act without thinking. The next second, he shouted loudly, face full of anger. The old man looked quite calm, his eyes cold and chilling. At that moment, Hansu rushed forward and pressed Hikurod's head down to stop him from doing something reckless. Hikurod Mirat used strength to hold him down. The Jiakwai Guild just stood there watching. Behind, Misa and Lu were both horrified. Mouths agape, John held his crossbow ready, finally letting out a breath. Hansu focused strength into his arm, voice cold as ice, calmed down, then looked up at the Gahui Guild members. That old dude sneered with contempt and said to them, "You've got a decent teammate. You should be grateful to that savage guy." Hansu could only grit teeth and endure, almost dying inside. After leaving that place, the whole team headed back to the entrance of Hikurod's area, bowing in regret and saying, "Sorry, that guy looked sincere, but I lost my mind and acted too instinctively." John crossed arms and scolded seriously, "You almost got us all killed." Hikurod replied quietly, "I'm sorry." Hansu stood behind, nodding in agreement with that attitude. "Good, Rod Miller, keep criticizing him until he really learns." John then wanted to wrap it up immediately. But in the end, nothing really happened, so I won't say more. Hearing that, Hansu seemed unbelieving. "You forgive him?" John continued. "It's dumb, sure, but personally, standing up for your teammate is something to respect." That comment was hard for Hansu to accept, even praising the guy. A deep sigh escaped, thinking Rod Miller's way too kind to be the team leader. If it were me, I'd have cursed him out by now. Suddenly, Misa scratched the head and hesitated. "I'm really sorry too. Things probably would have been way better if I wasn't here." Lo quickly waved it off. "No way. I think we only got kicked out because you're on the team. Don't say stuff like that." Hearing that, Misa's eyes lit up, touched. The wizard Hikurod was back to cheerful, laughing loudly. That's a pretty good way to comfort someone. Hansu got goosebumps and clenched teeth, thinking. Suddenly, the vibe changed. This atmosphere makes me feel way too humble. Damn it, maybe I'm the real weirdo here. Misa got serious and wanted to share with the others. "Does anyone know why I hate talking about my family? I'm the only one in the house who can't make a contract with a spirit beast." Spirit beasts? Beastmen are a tribe that can form contracts with ancient monsters called spirit beasts. Contracts can take many forms. Some can summon spirit beasts to help in battle, some get direct power boosts to enhance physical strength, or they might receive special privileges to cast unique magic. Of course, only a few beastmen are chosen by spirit beasts, but the important thing is Misa carries the bloodline of the Seastin family. In other words, not being able to contract with a spirit beast is a disgrace to that family. Misa smiled faintly, but that smile was bitter and hid deep sadness. "I used to have really happy times with my siblings when I was a kid." She recalled past events, voice trembling slightly. "But as I grew up and still wasn't chosen by a spirit beast, everyone started ignoring me. Back then, close siblings turned away and hated me. 'Don't touch me, you bastard.' Her brother, Chin, was just like the others. Looking at her with contempt, people started calling me a bastard. They said I was a hybrid. At that time, I could do nothing but endure being an illegitimate child. Since then, Misa turned her back on them. Alone until now, my mother died early, so no one knows the truth. I couldn't stand that coldness, so I left home and learned to fight." She pushed those memories aside and walked her own path. "That's how I became an adventurer." Her story moved Hikurod so much that tears fell. "Things must have been really tough for you. I'm sure it wasn't easy to say all that. Thanks for sharing with us." Misa was touched by his sympathy. "No, you're the one who cared about us and got mad for us." He laughed loudly after hearing that. "I'm glad you think that way." Hansu, standing aside, started losing patience. Where did that conclusion come from? "Are you done yet?" Hikurod didn't notice the glaring eyes and cheerfully continued. "Then I'll tell you about myself." He began telling the story, voice quite excited. "My dream was to become a blacksmith. During training, I kept making mistakes, but I realized I wasn't cut out for it. I just don't have the talent. For 10 years, I couldn't even graduate from the training course. After that, Hikurod gave up that dream and took a completely new path. That's why I chose to become an adventurer aged 30. I also need to make money, so I just ran with it." Leah got excited and pointed at herself, shouting, "I'm definitely the most useless one. I only got into magic school because of family connections, but not talented enough to step into the magic tower." The guy recalled earlier moments standing in front of the Guy Guild members. If only a real mage, those insults from that old man couldn't be forgotten. Surely, that guy would show some respect. Hikurod's eyes sparkled as comfort was given to Lee. "No way, that mage is the bad guy. You're an awesome mage." The guy looked back at the sincere man, moved. "Thanks, sir." Watching that scene, Hansu could only scream inside. What the hell? John, standing beside him, bowed his head and said quietly, I've joined many teams, but never experienced anything like this. No reply came, just thoughts. That's exactly what was wanted to say. The next moment, John looked up, ready to join the other three. I also need to apologize to everyone. Hansu was stunned, mouth wide open, disbelief written all over. You two? The guy began to open up. When Murat and she talked about age and experience, I was really annoyed. John chuckled softly, confessing, that was disgusting jealousy inside me. I thought those two had no right to complain, since both are inhuman adventurers who never considered what they had been through. Hearing that, both Hikaru and Misa forced a smile in response. Really? Isn't being a human adventurer an advantage? Right, humans can use aura and become spirit mages, or saints. Hearing this, Hansu thought, but that's only a handful of talents, no need to say it now. Then Hikaru laughed loudly, happily saying, so our team must be full of hybrids. Awesome, we can rely on each other and not feel bad anymore. All four were excited and cheerful. I'll try my best to be more useful. Let's go. Hope we stick together for a long time. Only Hansu felt like an outcast. They were sharing their issues and comforting each other. Now only, just as expected, the other four all stared at him with bright eyes, making him very awkward. Me? Hansu suddenly broke out in cold sweat, face showing strange fear. Why were they looking at him with such expectation? Would silence get kicked out of this team? What should be said? Not used to groups like this? No way to hide. The guy shouted loudly. I reluctantly yelled, I don't have a mother. No mother. No mother. No mother. His overreaction made others pale and scared. I get it. Seeing their expressions, Hansu gritted teeth thinking, is that still not enough? He shouted again. My mother died right after I was born. Hands clenched tight. My father also entered the labyrinth and never came back when I was little. Hansu placed hand on chest, trying to look weak and sorrowful. I've grown up, but now even if I want to, I can't see them again. After speaking, he gasped for breath. The atmosphere turned strange, others silently looked at him. Hansu wondered inside, how is it? 100% Rian, they say. The next moment, everyone looked at him with sympathy. They comforted him together. That kind of childhood must be tough. Sorry, I complained about my family without knowing. Some even had tears in their eyes. You've been pretending to be okay all this time, John said. I can't be your dad, but if you want. Seeing this, Hansu flinched, face pale, replying, it's okay. At that moment, he seemed to want to kneel and beg, please stop. The four still sniffled, moved to tears. Right, Bon is the youngest in our team. No need to hold back around us. That scene made Hansu even more confused. Felt like the most pitiful one here. Whatever, really not without a mother. Mouth curled up, face proud. Plus, a young savage who reached level 7 adventurer in just 3 months. But the next moment, expression changed, body froze. Got pulled into the game world and had to risk life many times. But most importantly, at that moment, Misa saw his expression, looking very worried. Bon, what's wrong? She asked loudly. Are you thinking about your mother? Hansu froze on the spot, cursing inside. Oh man, why's life so tough? Misa and Lee immediately ran up to comfort him. If you miss your family, can you treat me like your big sister? No problem. Meanwhile, John spoke up. So what do we do now? Hikaru replied, I think we should head to the witch forest. Hearing that, Hansu snapped back to focus. Everyone started sharing their own opinions. First was Misa, stopping at the witch forest. What if we get stabbed by a 6-colored tail? John immediately disagreed. That would take up to 6 days. Then he added, then let's just go straight to the 4th floor. I heard the witch forest isn't a place suitable for warriors. Hikaru disagreed. I think going to the 4th floor now is too soon. Hearing this, Hansu silently agreed. That guy's right. His face turned serious. Many parties have underestimated the difficulty and ended up dead. Let's stick together a bit longer before heading up there. Hansu stood rubbing the chin, thinking. The witch forest is a place you only go when absolutely necessary. It's not ideal for hunting. The old man's reasoning was firm. The 4th floor is really that dangerous. There are level 7 and 8 monsters like on the 3rd floor, but sometimes level 6 monsters appear. The chance to encounter them is high enough after about 4 days of exploring. But that also means we will definitely face one when we go up. Remembering back to the real-world game, dying countless times on the 4th floor just because of poor preparation. So the meaning was clear. But back then, it was a headache figuring out how to clear the 4th floor. Thought this time would be different. Suddenly, a loud call to the dwarf came out. Hikarodon. The face was filled with determination, voice carrying firm resolve. I think we should go to the 4th floor. Without hesitation, Hansu voiced the opinion. I think we can head to the 4th floor now. As if fearing no one would believe, added, Hikarodon and I are both tough tanks. Even if we run into level 6 monsters, we can clear the way for everyone to escape. Imagining this, Hansu's confidence rose. Actually, now with vampire essence, fighting level 6 monsters isn't a problem. Then focused on recalling the team lineup. Though still lacking some damage, there's a weak mage and 2 others with solid combat experience. Hansu's inner voice kept encouraging. It might take some time, but the 4th floor is manageable. At this moment, Misa quietly whispered to Elle. He's right, but I'm a bit worried because he's a maniac. Maniac? That got Hansu riled up. What enemy is she talking about? Then Elle agreed. I think so too. Without paying attention, Hansu. Misa's voice continued. But sometimes he does say the right thing. Twice now we've followed him. Leah also stroked the chin thoughtfully. Maybe this time we'll be fine. Feeling ignored, Hansu's hot blood boiled, inner fury exploding. I heard what you all said. Don't make me angry or you're all dead. Suddenly, Hikurad cut in. I still think it's very dangerous. All right, let's vote then. After the vote, the decision was unanimous. Finally, everyone stepped up to the 4th floor. The group cheered as they climbed up. Hansu looked helpless. Our ragtag, pitiful team decided to conquer the 4th floor, going deeper inside. On the 3rd day after entering the maze, John held a compass and quietly said, Let's camp here tonight, this spot looks good. Hikurad behind seemed to disagree, suggesting, Rod Miller, I think we still have energy and it's not too late. Let's go a bit further to find a safer place. Gron shook his head and quickly explained, We'd have to walk 3 more hours to find a better spot. So, I think we should rest here. A voice agreed. Is that so? Then let's rest here, follow your lead. After a short break, Hansu looked at the watch and pondered. It's exactly 9 p.m. Meanwhile, Misa happily asked Elle, Want some meat? Elle shyly accepted. Thanks. Ignoring the two, Hansu's mind was still immersed. The first 2 days, the team camped at exactly this time. Looking at the traveled paths on the map, a bit of admiration surfaced. Seems like the stopping points were pre-planned. Based on speed and distance, it looks easy, but actually doing this is very hard, especially in a maze where day and night can't be distinguished. Then Hansu turned to ask John, Rod Miller, what's your plan for tomorrow? John calmly looked at the map and replied, I think by tomorrow noon, we'll reach the Witch Forest. From afar, Hansu was silently watching. No need to think, like a human GPS. Definitely an ex-adventurer, but that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Then John quietly reminded from behind, Tomorrow's trip into the Witch Forest will be tough, better rest early. The others quickly replied, All right, it's my turn to keep watch tonight, right? Misa cheerfully said goodnight. After a while, Hansu suddenly jolted at a call. Hansu. A glance toward John, who was on alert, voice suspicious. Is it my turn to stay awake? John looked scared. Still sharp, Hansu sensed something was off. Did a monster show up? John frowned, answering fearfully. Both of them. Hansu's mind was shocked. Both of them, meaning there were monsters and hostile adventurers. Suddenly a chilling scream rang out. Help! Hansu! Freezing up. Was that someone being chased by a monster? John speculated. Seems like it, but it doesn't matter. Remember when I ran into that wild boar monster near the gate a few days ago? Hansu got scared thinking about it, eyes full of caution. You mean the trap set for us was here before? John's face darkened, quietly replying. Exactly, the scent I smelled was the same as back then. Hikurad jumped up, disbelief showing. Could they be the bandits from last time? Amid the pounding footsteps, John's voice rose. Exactly. I don't know who they are, but they've marked me as prey. I guess they're pretending to be chased by monsters to sneak into our group. Misa gripped her sword, face urgent. So what do we do now? They're almost here. Suddenly, from afar, a loud shout. Fire. There's a fire. At that moment, Hansu, wearing a steel helmet, looked determined and suggested, I think we should use this chance. Hansu stepped forward, tightly gripping a baton, shouting, If you're not confident in your acting, just stay put. Suddenly, people from afar yelled, Help me. Irita, with a desperate look, froze at Hansu's sharp command to stop. Without hesitation, Hansu moved forward to protect everyone, voice threatening, Don't come closer. One more step, and I'll send you straight to the afterlife. Out of options, Irita bravely begged, Please help us. Our team's all dead. I'll repay you. Please. Hansu calmly ordered, Drop all weapons immediately. Irita raised hands, voice trembling, But the monsters are right behind us. Igos shouted from behind, annoyed. Do you really have to do this? Hansu's eyes sharpened, looking at the big red orcs with sharp weapons from afar, calculating. The orcs just watched, not chasing all the way. Are they scouting because they see more people? Hansu seemed calm. At least they made things easier by not attacking now. Instantly, the expression shifted from fear to threat. This is your choice. Drop your weapons or get lost right now. Irita cursed under pressure. Damn. With no way out, he agreed. Fine. With resentment, his voice boomed. I'll do as you say, so help us. After that, the group dropped their weapons heavily to the ground. Hansu spoke darkly, Rod Miller, gather those weapons and put them somewhere far away. John responded immediately. Suddenly, a red orc sneered loudly. Then they left unwillingly. Hansu looked suspicious. Did they leave because it looked like they joined our team? These damn monsters are cunning. Before reacting, a voice spoke up. Thank you for saving us. Elisa clasped hands, voice grateful. Really thankful. I'm Elisa. You're truly our savior. But the group's eyes landed where they shouldn't, then awkwardly cleared throats. Hikaroto shyly spoke up. I'm Hikarod. Hikarod. Don't know what happened, but you all must have had a hard time. Hansu's face darkened at the shameless guy. That damn dwarf must have already fallen for the beauty trap. Then Irita raised a hand to introduce. I'm Irita, the red hand. Agost quickly added, and I'm Han Agost. Hearing the hand name, Hansu looked thoughtful. The bandit Han I met during the first maze conquest was also named Han. What a coincidence. Seeing the thoughtful look, Agost hurried to explain. My name's Common. Have you met another Han before? Hansu frowned with disgust. Yeah, I have. Inside, a silent curse brewed. Even though that guy had already been taken down. Over here, Elisa gently wiped away tears, voice trembling. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened to us? The god last showed mercy on us. Lucky to have met you guys. John looked at her. A bit surprised, she called out last. Without waiting, words came out. Are you a nun or something? Elisa, with deep respect, clasped hands and replied, yes, a devoted follower of the goddess of light, the deity of exploration and human connections. The star shining at dusk guides us. Seeing that, Hansu sneered with contempt. You think I buy that nonsense? I know you're just bandits pretending to be nuns. From a distance, Agos suggested, Miss Elisa, can you check my wound? Elisa answered softly, of course. Suddenly, Hansu's eyes widened in disbelief. Watching Elisa heal right before him left him stunned. She really used a holy spell to heal. Hikarod also expressed admiration. Are you really a nun? Misa turned around, shocked. Rot Miller, are you sure you're not mistaken? John seemed pretty surprised too, stammering. He glanced toward Agost and Irita, probing. I see your teammate's armor looks decent. Agos nervously touched the armor, voice tired. Compared to our lives, it's not worth that much. Most people here are devout and respectful. Then John hesitated inside. But Elisa reached out, showing friendliness, voice gentle. That should be enough proof of identity, right? Let us get our weapons back. Contrary to her expectations, a voice objected. No way. Hansu, extremely alert, looked down with his massive frame. I know you're a nun, but so what? Then he reasoned internally. Only humans worship saints like that. Fanatics are a totally different breed. We only honor our ancestors, finally making a decision. Hansu spoke firmly, handing over payment for the rescue earlier. Inside, thoughts were calm. Whether she used holy power or not, no reason to change attitude. Elisa sighed in frustration. Payment for saving us? I've heard of that custom. Fine. How much do you want? Hansu answered without hesitation. 2 million spirit stones should cover it. Consider it the price for your lives. Elisa agreed reluctantly. We don't carry that many spirit stones now. I'll pay you after we get out of the maze. Seeing her stall, Hansu's killing intent flared, coldly saying, I trust no one but my teammates. No money? Pay with goods. After a while, he looked at Agos and Irita again, probing. I see your teammate's armor looks decent. Agos nervously touched the armor, voice tired. Compared to our lives, it's not worth that much. We'll do as you say. Hansu examined the removed armor, mind calculating. Now that we've taken everything we need, without gear, they won't do much. Then a voice rang out. Can we rest now? Another voice replied. Of course, just took this route. Hansu seemed so angry, veins popped, thoughts firm. In any game, you gotta act first. Elisa turned, smiling warmly. If anyone's hurt, let me heal them. But before she could react, Hansu raised a broom from afar and approached. In his urge, killing the healer first was an unspoken rule, eyes ruthless. Without waiting, Hansu struck. The scene shook, but he didn't stop and kept attacking. Hikrud stood far off, pale with fear. Oh man. Leah gaped in disbelief. Hansu. Misa was scared, face twisted. Agos panicked. What the hell are you doing? Hansu, face smeared with blood, muttered softly. He raised his sword, looking fierce. Sorry, slipped up a bit. Thought you were bandits, so had to do this first. Power move. Seeing that terrifying look, Irita couldn't take it. No, we're gonna die here. Agos trembled, all because of these crazy bastards. Suddenly, both looked down, faces dropping. Hansu curious. What? Wait, what are they looking at? Where's the focus? His eyes glazed. Before he could react, Irita couldn't hold it and spat blood. At that moment, Hikaru was filled with fear. It was like dark forces controlled him, making Irie writhe. What's this? Daki, what did you just do? A new spell or something? Leah is innocent, didn't do anything, still dazed. And the shattered figure of Elisa suddenly appears from behind. Hansu's voice turns eerie, so strange. How? And in shock, the figure softly asks, how do you know? With a face no longer human, flashing a crazy smile. Is A such a good enemy? Elisa, looking inhuman, rises with a wicked grin, finally whispering, too late. Hansu helplessly watches the scene. Damn it, why does life never go right? Then John stands stunned, shouting, what? Next to Misa, trembling badly. Seeing this, Hansu silently judges. They're all shocked by this situation. Quickly, Hansu speaks to calm everyone down. Everyone snap out of it, I'll handle this. Then immediately, swings a heavy strike down on Elisa, causing her pain. Hikaru watches from afar, unable to believe it. Then shouts angrily, what the hell are you doing? That's an insult to a nun. Hansu wipes blood off, glares at Hikaru angrily, voice cold. What the hell are you talking about? You really can say that? The best defense is offense. If we don't strike first, we're dead. Swearing inside. Damn it, if she can die and come back in this form, there's only one answer. In deep darkness, a strange logo appears, Priest Karui. Legend says, after becoming a priest and reaching 5th level or higher, this is a hidden class one can choose, including all kinds of combat, healing magic, and some curses. Two opposing images appear together, able to use both holy and dark magic simultaneously, but must also bear corresponding punishment. Scene shifts to Karui being captured and sentenced to death. Because Kar is an evil god, being caught with this dark class means death. Then the scene of the cult leader sucking life force from the living. Moreover, to maintain the skills of this class, living sacrifices are needed for offering and absorption. Bodies lie scattered, faces unrecognizable, maybe why she had to become a bandit in the trial tower. This is the safest place to find sacrifices without guards outside noticing. Finally, back to present, Agost is being drained of life force uncontrollably. Elisa reaches out from afar, dark energy streams gather in the hand. Now half demon, half human, the voice is terrifying. Because of you, 2 precious subordinates were lost. Then Hansu silently speaks. Still blaming others now? You definitely weren't taught properly. What a bastard. Elisa hasn't caught on yet. What did you say? Then Hansu angrily spits out. It's all because of your bastard that Agost and Irita died. You should have died when I smashed your skull with a hammer. Elisa looks confused. What nonsense is that? Why should I die? Seeing her play dumb, Hansu loses it. In front of everyone, bursts out angrily. Can't stand it anymore? Bastard. Here I'll avenge my 2 new friends, Agost and Irita. And in mind, calculating. Of course, we'll take all the gear and valuables after this fight. Already looking forward to it. But taking down this bitch won't be easy. Maybe Elisa got pissed. In a flash, Elisa Ben Hen unleashes a skill. The death call behind Hikaru now is 2 crazed Irita and a ghost. Scared, he says, look, you're back from the dead. Watching the 2 rush like maniacs, Hansu silently assesses the basic skills of Priest Karui's death call. Originally, this skill only summons monsters, but here it's different. Seems the skill is upgraded. When summoning her minions' corpses, it makes them much stronger. Right now, without waiting, Elisa orders the 2 zombies to kill them, my slaves. Suddenly, Hansu lunges from the foot, using a huge shield as a weapon, throws Irida and Agos far away. Behind, Misa doesn't back down, jumping over Hansu to strike. System notification pops up. Misa casts Poison Curse. Quickly, she throws poison at Irida with one hand. Meanwhile, Lei matches with ice magic. With Lo holding them back, Hikaru just needs to block with shield. Hansu admires, no need to plan, but the team coordinates well. But then feeling helpless, facing zombie Agost, shouts, ice magic doesn't work here. Internally analyzing, zombies resist both poison and ice, so our attack damage isn't really effective. Next, Hansu turns and calls Rod Miller. John gets a bit anxious. Wait up, almost done. With a determined look, a loud shout comes. Retreat now, I'm taking action. As the words end, John throws 2 fire bottles toward the zombie Irita. With one hit, the face gets destroyed, making Agos look like in extreme pain. Finally, the fire spreads all over the zombie Irita's body as it writhes. Hansu is thrilled. Turns out they fear fire even more. Elisa gets angry seeing that, hands gathering strong energy, then says, useless. The system immediately announces. Elisa Ben casts the corpse flame. Following the dark energy gathering from her, John is shocked. That fire, it's absorbing the surrounding flames. Seeing this, Hansu panics, inner chaos raging. The fire got blocked. This is really bad. Can't use holy power because no clerics are around. In this critical moment, a loud shout comes. Everyone focus attacks on that priestess. Hikurode and I will hold them back, while blocking the zombie Arita's strikes, thinking, since the weapons of those two were taken earlier, so now, as zombies, they only attack with raw strength. So, the two of us deal less damage but have good endurance. This helps buy more time. Right after, John gets the hint and leaves with L. Misa, I'll handle this side. Seeing Misa approach, Elisa taunts. Come here. That cat. As expected, Misa immediately casts. Elisa summons, dark guards and with mysterious black smoke, a warning voice echoes. Something's appearing. Everyone be careful. Elisa, at the center of the chaos, orders. Bring their heads to me. Misa quickly dodges by jumping up. Below, John uses the shield to erase the dark aura. Lee is no less, using ice to create a defensive layer. Seeing they can't do anything, Elisa smiles slyly then reaches out. In Misa's slip-up, Elisa's magic grabs hold. Struggling desperately, the curse watches the dark guards rushing closer, full of surprise. But just in time, a foot slides in gently. In the chaotic smoke, Hikarude's figure looks majestic, making Misa hard to believe. Hikarude. Hikarude shouts urgently, Bon told me to always stay close and protect you. And when Misa is rescued, the question comes, so what about John? In the echoing voice, having to deal with those two zombies alone. That's Hansu struggling in battle. Seeing they are unscathed, Elisa gets truly furious. Damn it, idiots. With a twisted face, angry voice, Erida Agost, you were supposed to protect me, right? You bastards, can you hear me? Where the hell are you running off to? Then Hansu sneers, teasing, sorry, but the guy fighting two zombies looks pretty smug. Those two are busy with me now. Elisa resents this. Not getting what she wants, she gathers energy around, voice full of rage. I will never forget this humiliation. Finally, she runs away. Elisa casts teleport. Hansu stares dumbfounded at Elisa's cowardly escape. What? Damn it. That bastard's trying to run away. Just let her go. Like reading the thought, she returns, reaching out to challenge, then leaves a line. You can't do anything. Try to survive, and let's meet again. And then, scared, she bolts away. Watching Elisa act recklessly, Hansu is completely mad. The monsters also disappeared. It's like food right in front of the mouth but lost. But suddenly the face changes, pale complexion, and the system keeps announcing curses triggered. Energy drained, hit by a mild necrosis curse, hit by a tracking curse, hit by a guiding soul curse, hit by a power reduction curse, hit by a stamina reduction curse, hit by a defense reduction curse. Finally, a glaring red warning. Warning, your character is suffering from 115 different curses. Hansu endures the pain while cursing silently. Damn that crazy demon priestess, she cursed a whole bunch before disappearing. At least there's someone who can handle these curses. Immediately turns to Lei with a trembling voice. Ducky, I need your curse to spell magic. Lei seems confused about the request. Seeing the clueless look, Hansu gets irritated. You said, you know how to use curse magic. Lei is really timid, but that's true. But then, feeling uneasy, Lei scratches the head and quietly says, I can use some curse talismans, but that doesn't mean I know how to dispel them, right? Hansu looked at Lei with a deep voice. What did you say? Sounds crazy. Teeth clenched, cursing silently. That mouth of his, why the mage? Totally useless and pathetic. And what had to happen? Happened. The system concluded with a sentence. No holy power or magic can cure the curse. Physical condition and health could be permanently drained to death. And right at that moment, Hansu, looking exhausted, thought silently. Damn it, this is not good at all. Hikarude beside ran while asking, you okay? Hansu forced through, still holding on, don't worry about me. But inside, pain was real, feeling like death was near. With those demonic curses on the body, the inner self screamed, running over 5 hours with a pile of curses weighing down. Without the anti-magic essence from the vampire and resistance to dark energy stats, Min would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. But deep down, feeling lucky. Of course, these guys also carried similar curses. Ahead, a group with countless curses was barely holding on. Bon and Hikarude reassured Hansu, a vast forest surrounding the gate connecting to the 4th floor, mostly home to level 8 monsters. Many monsters there are immune to physical damage, putting our 2-warrior formation at a disadvantage. The only mage is lame, not worth mentioning. Below is the group Hansu wants to approach, now the best choice. Going deeper, the system suddenly announced the character entered a special zone. All negative status effects, everything needs physical strength, and this curse had nothing to do with vitality, so natural recovery or essence healing, no matter how strong, was useless. Hansu ran relentlessly for survival with determined eyes, silently promising. In games, when stamina drops below 10%, characters can't move. Still running means around 30% stamina left. Just then, the system unlocked a message. Endurance, when stamina falls below 5%, reward, permanent +1 to mental stats. John beside also turned to comfort, just a bit more, we're almost there. But now Hansu suddenly froze. Ahead was the image of a beast, eyes blazing red, distant yet grinning devilishly in a mystical scene. This was called the Witch Forest. Flashback to 5 hours ago. John now stroked chin thoughtfully. Priest Karui, that bastard is targeting us. Hansu looked at Irita's corpse and grimly judged. She seemed like a level 5 adventurer. Her healing and curses were pretty terrifying. Facing her directly meant she wanted to wipe us out. Damn it. And by the blazing campfire, Hansu raised a hand to suggest if weapons and armor weren't stripped and a hit landed first, some of us would have been killed instantly. In this serious context, Misa excitedly praised. Having a reliable maniac is the best. She couldn't help wildly waving hands, voice full of joy. I thought Rod Miller was mistaken because of underground hallucinations, but he didn't hesitate. One strike crushed the head perfectly. Awesome. Then Hansu stepped forward to speak. Rod Miller, do you have a way to track her? John sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, no. We can't find a trace of her anymore. She vanished too fast. Hansu looked urgent. She knows we know her identity now, so she definitely won't let us leave this tower floor safely. Lore smiled like nothing was wrong. Then we just face her as we are now, right? We already beat her once, next time she won't escape. Hearing this, Hansu's eyes rolled white, veins bulging. With a muscular stance, he growled each word. But what if they attack us from behind while we're facing monsters? Also, you're a mage, but totally useless. Lore trembled. At this moment, Hansu spoke loudly. That's why we have to go. He looked at everyone and slowly said, the Witch Forest right now. That's where we can return. Currently, the Witch Forest. A vast forest surrounded the gate, connecting to the 4th level, mostly home to level 8 monsters. Many monsters were immune to physical damage, putting the 2-warrior formation at a disadvantage. The only mage was so bored didn't even bother to speak. Below were the people Hansu wanted to approach, now the best choice. Going deeper, the system suddenly notified the character had entered a special area. All negative status effects, including the gravity effect, being completely nullified. Seeing that, Misa couldn't help but be amazed. After a moment, a hand stretched out, voice relaxed. I feel way lighter now. John also touched the body. Looks like the curse was lifted. Without waiting, words were directed to Hansu. Didn't expect to use the geographic features of the Witch Forest to break the curse we were stuck with. This is the first time reaching the 3rd floor, right? How do you know that? Hansu nervously replied vaguely. Learned it from the library. Inside, quietly impressed by the quick deduction. Misa, with an excited face, joked. Don't lie. A maniac reading books? That's hilarious. Never heard of that before. Hansu was pissed but only comforted himself silently. Instead of being cursed by that damn priest Karui, the gravity effect here was also greatly reduced. Suddenly, the system reported multiple debuffs applied, making Misa even more shocked. At this moment, a monster opened a huge, eerie mouth. Die. Groups of wooden logs shouted repeatedly. Die. Those sweaty bastards without a mother. Hearing that, Hansu felt helpless. Now hallucinations hit due to the Witch Forest's influence, but deep inside, quietly smug, got a mom, so no effect here. Then self-comforted, attacks with spirit and insults from this forest don't really work much. But next to Misa, still helpless holding the head, Hansu felt powerless, but probably not all. Seeing Hansu looking calm, Misa asked in confusion, Hansu, how can you calmly endure those insults? I can't take it anymore. Without answering, Hansu kept an eye on John and Hikurode, but those three still seemed fine, truly reliable teammates. Finally, looking at pathetic Lei, Hansu suddenly laughed. That useless guy Waki is useless, no matter where. With a suspicious look, thought it's really strange. Looking at the twisting trees, Hansu suspected this was also a hallucination and disorientation effect. What? Feels like looking at the world through a convex mirror. Then turned to ask Lei, can you still use magic in that state? Lei's face changed, replied, don't worry, my magic still works fine. I'm okay. Hearing that, Hansu got annoyed. Why do magic users always annoy me? Then Hikurode spoke up, let's rest here until we adapt to this environment. We barely slept last night anyway. And the guy, with a serious look, took the task. I'll guard while others sleep to recover strength. Hearing that, Hansu quickly collapsed. Body was exhausted beyond limit. Damn it, dying here. Seeing that, Hikurode hurriedly asked, Bon, what about that earlier Elisa? Hansu frowned. Not Elisa, that damn woman? Hikurode was unsure. Yeah, that damn woman. Then he continued. When I was putting up recruitment papers at the Adventurers Guild, someone kept asking me tons of questions. Looked like Elisa's silhouette. Then looking at her innocent face, Hikurode continued, now thinking back, maybe it was her disguised. Hansu was surprised. What? And Hikurode quickly reached out, face scared. Actually, at the Blood Rift from our last adventure, I got an item called the Guardian's Protective Gloves. That's how I ranked up as an adventurer. Thanks to its stats, I gained quite a bit of power. Hansu's mind shook. And that beautiful glove is the Guardian's Protective Gloves, number 3112. An item usually collected from rifts above the B floor, part of the top 3,000 strongest and rarest numbered items. It has decent support effects and stats. Hansu rolled eyes. So damn lucky. Pissed off to death. While grinding hard for essence and fighting monsters there, this lucky guy exploited me and got a numbered item worth 50 million essence crystals. Felt both angry and helpless. This guy is just too lucky, while still stuck with bad luck. Then quietly asked, why didn't you recognize her earlier? Haikurad hesitated, because she dressed completely different from city times. She wore a priest outfit, and it was really dirty too. While saying that, he thought of Elisa's elegant look, voice barely controlled, and torn all over, plus torn exactly where it needed to be. Seeing Hikirod's face, Hansu was annoyed.
So you mean you didn't recognize her just because she dressed differently? Yeah, right. Just a sucker for girls.
Then thoughts turned to Elisa's scheming nature. Plus, that meeting to recruit soldiers was held in a tavern, making it super easy to eavesdrop. That sneaky one probably already followed us there. But Hikirod put a hand on the hip, smirking to calm things down. They said big rewards always bring big trouble. That's true. Hansu rested the head, looking a bit cold. Don't blame others. It's all because of your carelessness. Hikirod dodged a bit. Honestly, should have seen this coming. No worries, won't happen again. Now get some rest, got a lot to do tomorrow. Hansu looked tired, mind racing non-stop. Is this team really solid? Full of dead weight, sitting there like there's no next time. After a while, a loud voice called out, waking Hansu up. John, wake up. Where's Misa? Curiosity piqued. How can you sleep with all that noise? John reminded, sleeping too deeply. Even a madman with strong spirit needs to stay alert, right? Hansu put on a helmet, voice cautious. Monsters showing up. John stayed calm. Hearing that, Hansu's eyes sharpened with determination. Seeing glowing fairies, a bit surprised. A swarm of fairies. Looking closer, those creepy fairies sneered, level 9 dark fairy monsters. Hansu thought, their skill is releasing a poisonous powder mixed with a drug that causes negative effects on enemies. In the game, they're classified as non-aggressive monsters. After a moment of thinking, spoke up. Dark fairies gathering like this means the boss is nearby. Get ready to fight. Hikurod's tone dropped. Looks like this won't be an easy opponent with those fairy monsters backing up. Then the guy activated electric sparks from his gloves. Hikurod suggested, looks like Waki's got business now. Let's call him out. Right after, the system notified Hikurod Murat activated power boost. Just as the electric sparks exploded, swinging the hammer, bolts of electricity shot straight at the fairies. The system also announced Hikurod Murat used Thunder God. Suddenly, a pair of weird eyes stared ahead. It let out a strange cry. Amid everyone's alertness, a huge hand slammed on a tree. A half-giant monster with a bizarre face appeared. Note, level 7 half-giant monster. Half-giant teamed with dark fairies. A monster only found in the Witch Forest, famous for hunting alongside dark fairies. Without waiting, the half-giant stuck out its tongue and charged at the group. A swing nearly hit Hikurod. Luckily, the guy blocked it just in time, trembling with fear. Seeing that, the guy couldn't help but scream in fright, shaking with fear. Damn, it's too strong. Hansu gritted teeth. Unlike me, you never resist pain well. That guy can endure but still has many limits in physique and health. Then thoughts went to the warrior using a shield, trembling until tears fell. This is one reason why berserker warriors are highly valued in the Witch Forest. Warriors are used to standing frontline and taking hits. But here, pain amplification effects multiply the agony many times over. Plus, most monsters here have high physical defense and use mental disruption effects. They cause all kinds of trouble for adventurers. Following Hansu's thoughts, the appearance of monsters with high physical defense makes them even harder to handle. Then Hikurod shouted urgently, "Where's the mage? Cast spells." Lei replied, "Almost done, wait a sec." Lei hurriedly swung his staff, sending powerful energy at the half-giant. Bang! The system happily announced he blocked the half-giant, gaining 3 experience points. Watching the half-giant fall, Hikurod cheered, but no essence dropped. This monster's no joke. John glanced at Hansu, coldly saying, "Let's go. No hanging around here. Resting in the Witch Forest isn't safe. Let's quickly move to the 4th floor." Before finishing, seeing shadows ahead made him freeze, layered shadows overlapping, looking extremely vague. A suspicious voice rang out, "Adventurers and Elisa." Don't know where that smile came from. Those adventurers are the ones. Immediately, she pointed with a resentful look, calling to the group. "They're the ones who killed my companion. You all must bring justice for me." Following Elisa's order, the adventurers hurried forward. One holding an axe spoke up, "Miss Elisa, please step back." Hansu was silently pissed off. That bastard was already a pain, and now dealing with those idiots too. Losing composure fast. No chance winning with a direct attack, only one way left. Right after, Hansu called Hikurode. Hikurode, without hesitation, shouted, "Use that thing." Hikurode noticed and looked at the glove. In this critical moment, the system voice rang out. Hikurode Murat used the Guardian's arm. Instantly, with surging power, Hikurode delivered a powerful punch in response. Alright, the system also shows this. While pushing back enemies, it temporarily blocks negative effects enemies cause to the item owner's team. Abnormal statuses were removed, and with the distraction from the glove, the adventurers panicked. Hansu spoke up. "Now's our chance. Everyone run." Misa ran in panic. "What? How did she catch up to us? Wasn't your hiding spot in the witch forest supposed to be safe?" Hansu clenched fists quickly. With this situation, thinking about Elisa facing the adventurers. After reaching the witch forest, Elisa chasing the troops alone would be tough. Next, the scene where she cried to gain sympathy means she probably tricked some dumb explorers by pretending to be a poor cleric who lost comrades to vicious bandits. With a creepy close-up of Elisa's face, a smile hidden behind the mask, planning to make those clueless fools fight, then screw over both teams at once when both were exhausted from battle. Thinking this, Hansu was desperate and urged, "Enough talk, run fast." Panic filled the heart. The Guardian Arm's pushback effect had only about 5 minutes left, soon to expire. Amid heavy footsteps, the system suddenly alerted, pushback effect expired. The gravity effect in the witch forest reactivated. Then appeared the Pathfinder concept, following were John's glowing eyes. Those who could detect monster and enemy traces. Running while leading the way, people who could guide the whole team through traps. Facing tough mazes, they used knowledge of the paths and data from countless adventures to find the best route. But benefits came with drawbacks. This only worked from level 3 and above. In the eerie bushes, a true Pathfinder skill was to find secret paths in the witch forest, the last gate before level 4. Now, John's main skill was tracking. Synced tracking stats and boosted them with owl essence. Bearing heavy responsibility, Ross Miller looked exhausted, running while guiding. This way, even in the witch forest where disorientation and thick trees blocked sight, John still found a path to level 4. During the run, Hikurod carried unconscious Elisa. Once tracking skills reached a certain level, sensing residual magic traces on the path was possible. That was used to locate and navigate. John calmly said, "The guide from those adventurers seems good too. He found our exact location," said while dashing forward. "Now they have to speed up." Hansu looked at exhausted Misa behind and thought, "So the key is to reach level 4 first and escape. The problem is everyone looks drained. Misa seems too tired to keep up and unlucky. She tripped on a branch. An unexpected fall worried Misa. Oh no. Hansu ran over to check. "Are you okay?" Misa tried to hide the pain in the leg, replied, "Ah, I'm fine. Just a cramp." "Don't worry. Everyone just keep running." Ignoring her words, Hansu hoisted Misa on the shoulder, inwardly annoyed. "Cramp my ass. That ankle's clearly swollen." Misa angrily walked away. Seeing her stubbornness, Hansu reassured, "Don't wiggle. Stay still." Misa shyly obeyed. "All right." In the dark, empty forest, Hansu suddenly suspiciously asked, "That short guy right in front of us, right?" Misa panicked and turned around. "Go Bon, did we lose track of everyone?" Hansu was silent. "Damn it, Min just got careless for a moment, saw you standing still like a statue." Misa punched him repeatedly. "Then what are you waiting for? Chase them now." Hansu quickly lit the torch on the iron helmet, cold voice. "Shut up, let me check the situation. Don't move like that. Rod Miller will realize we're falling behind and will find us soon." In the hazy scene, the witch forest looks more eerie and bizarre than ever. Hansu feels a bit worried. This time it's dangerous, the witch forest. Feeling tired, thinking no guide means no way to the 4th floor. Seeing Hansu silent, Misa quickly speaks up, "John, we still have to wait." Suddenly, the two are startled by a scream echoing, freezing Hansu. That scream came from the dwarf. Misa's face also changed color. "John, what should we do now? Should we go help them?" Despite unease, Hansu reassures, "Even if we follow the voice, we'll just end up somewhere else. They're under attack, no time to look for us. Let's get out of here first." In the chaos, a question arises. When danger hits, what's the most important? Water, food, shelter, weapons, all matter, but if choosing one, it's spirit. Now Hansu is more urgent than ever. Seeing a teammate in danger, Misa sobs loudly. "No way. Can't die like this. Tried so hard, dying for nothing." Hansu looks ahead, gritting teeth. "Stay calm." Though saying this, inside is panicked. In situations like this, the key is not to deny reality but to calmly accept it. Misa now loses control, tears keep falling. If not for falling, Hansu would be furious, yelling loudly, "Misa, if you don't want to die, listen to me." Inner voice always comforting, "We need to focus on the present." Then he speaks up with a plan. "First, find the healing potion in my backpack and drink it, then you can move on your own." Misa dazed, "Got it." Hansu pauses a bit, then suggests, "Let's think a bit first." Misa stands tiredly, complaining, drinking potion while on a madman's shoulder. "Thought I was dead for sure." Seeing this, Hansu coldly asks, "How's your leg? Can you fight now?" Misa looks at him, replies softly, "Now I can." Hansu eyes the glowing fire, heart burning. "Just arrived at the tower 4 days ago. The days ahead won't be easy." The scene with just 2 people looks so gloomy, especially with a melee fighter and a civilian specialized in endurance, needing to survive 11 more days. Thinking of swords and weapons that only deal with surface threats, Hansu feels uneasy. The biggest problem is most monsters here resist physical attacks and are agile, hard to hit, really need elemental powers. After a while, lost in thought, then suddenly asks a random question. "Misa, are you married?" Misa confused. "Huh? Why ask that out of nowhere?" Looking away, Hansu stays calm. "Do you have any traits like thinking being naked in front of another man is wrong or stuff like that?" Misa shyly scratches face. "No, that's a bit hard to say." She thinks silently. John's questions are weird. Seeing that, Hansu adjusts helmet, voice full of meaning. "Good." Then he puts the iron hat aside. On the other side, Misa still doesn't get what he means by good. Seeing Hansu about to do something shady, Misa quickly covers face. Embarrassed, "Stop it. Don't come near me." Like can't stand it, she hugs herself angrily. "What are you gonna do? I'm not ready for that. Go away fast." But unlike Misa's thought, Hansu calmly brings out a ring. "Here, take this." Without waiting, he slips it onto Misa's finger, quietly revealing, "This is the ring I saved for the right person." Misa stunned. "A ring? Why give it to me?" In the blurry scene, Hansu's words ring clear. "So under the guardian's soul, when you take this ring, from now on you have to stay by my side." After a few seconds, Misa blushes hard, almost can't believe it, says, "What, are you crazy?" Hansu shamelessly grabs Misa's hand, voice very sincere. "The moment you agree to take this ring, I swear as a warrior, I will stay by and protect you, so I want you to do the same." Misa seems doubtful. "Are you serious?" "A bit sudden, but I'm proud to agree." Hansu happily, "Then good." Suddenly, Misa hesitantly speaks, "But John, I'm sorry." She avoids eye contact, touching face. "Never thought you'd be this bold." With Hansu's serious face, her voice breaks off. "Not that I hate you, but because you don't mean it." Hearing Misa ramble, Hansu rolls eyes. What is she saying? Then explodes. Misa bristles and yells, "I like skinny, handsome guys." Hansu freaks out. "What did you just say?" Misa was so embarrassed, steam practically shot out, yelling loud. "To this one, not attractive and definitely not the type. Crazy fan." Seeing that, Hansu looked confused, mouth wide open in disbelief. No intention of confessing at all. Realizing the misunderstanding, quickly waved hands to explain. "Looks like there's been a mix-up. That's not what was meant. Just wanted to use the ring to confirm the partnership between us." Misa froze. "Oh, really?" Feeling like overreacting, she brushed it off to save face. "So that's it. Kinda guessed as much." Hansu seemed speechless. Of course, if she gave a matching ring or 15 million spirit stones, the contract would end. Hands on hips, voice cold, "Understand now?" Misa fumed, clearly upset. "How could that be? That ring costs 15 million spirit stones." Immediately, Hansu grabbed Misa's hand and said clearly, 15 million spirit stones is a bargain. It can fulfill your wish." Secretly agreed, wouldn't have chosen it without playing Dung Jan Stone for 10 years. Misa looked at him, a bit confused. Unlike her, Hansu was thinking about helping Misa awaken. Talking about ring number 9425, the Ice Spirit Ring, a ring with a sparkling blue gem. A numbered item obtained by completing a special important mission for the Atomian School principal. Looking deeper into the gem, at first it seems like an ordinary item. The image after it's destroyed, but when destroyed, a unique effect appears. Then the scene shows Hansu in real life playing the game and acquiring it. It seems like a meaningless, harmless choice, but after countless tries, results came out. Looking at Misa with the destroyed ring, if the wearer is a beastman who's never made a contract with a soul master, the system screen also notifies the Ice Spirit Ring has been destroyed, meeting special conditions. Then, an event triggers. Image of Misa, protected by a blue membrane. Someone calls out, system displays, Ice Spirit Ring destroyed, special condition met. Finally, according to the system, the ice beast, Scadia, awakens. A blue ghost beast with sharp shell opens its eyes. Now it looks at Misa, naked, with some curiosity. Then the screen shows. The ice beast proposes a contract with Misa. Misa looks up, eyes shining bright. Without hesitation, reaches out and grabs the sparkling ring. Misa fearlessly places hand on Scadia, shouts, I accept the contract. Instantly, a pure power with a hint of ice appears around them. With surging energy, Misa quickly immerses into it, finally reaching an agreement, successfully forming the contract. Riding the wave of power, Misa slowly lowers down, then stands firmly on the ground, voice dreamy. Making a contract was really easy. Everything went smoothly, making it feel unreal. Damn, what exactly is this ring? Does something like this really exist? Then quietly wonders why Dad never told about this. Hansu looks objectively. Maybe even he doesn't know. Misa looks at him blankly. Doesn't know? Hansu quickly explains, yeah. Seems like a mage recently discovered that effect after long research. Misa frowns, curious. Wait, how do you know? Where did you get that ring? Hansu dodges a bit, quietly reminds, put some clothes on first, then we'll talk. Misa feels shy being naked. Since when was that? Seeing that, Hansu calmly looks away to the clothes nearby. I left some clothes for you there, so put them on. Also place some exploration gear next to it. Grab the stuff, Misa curiously says. Just remembered Hansu is wearing some protective gear too. Then the system pops up, total items increased by 83 stats. Without waiting for an answer, Misa asks while dressing. Damn, why am I naked? Hansu honestly replies without embarrassment, because I took your clothes off. Heard the ritual destroys all your gear. Misa fumed, hands flailing. Then why did you ask about the wedding or whatever before? Hansu answers naturally. If you already had a spouse, he'd be pissed off. Misa exploded, scolding nonstop. You knew this and didn't tell me more. Planning to take advantage of me? Hansu coldly turned, was in a rush, and forgot. Finally, tired, he asks cautiously, enough. Shouldn't you say something to me? Misa, with a weird pose, says, I'm sorry. Hansu, curious. What? Misa, now a bit shy, softly says, thanks a lot. Hansu feels it's not enough. That's it? Misa avoids eye contact. Thanks. Hansu got serious. Honestly, spill it. M stammered. Do I really have to say it louder? Then, a wicked smile appeared on that face, leaving Hansu suspicious. Misa let out a sound. Beyond, arms crossed, voice tinged with nostalgia, once tried to commit suicide, recalling the painful past when Misa's body was covered in blood. Told that Dad found and saved that life. Hansu went quiet for a moment. Should be grateful to have a dad around. Misa silently turned away. Not exactly a pretty story. Then, like nothing happened, words came out mysteriously. Know what my dad said first when I regained consciousness. Flashback to Dad's back. Oh, snap. In the memory, Dad's voice rang out clearly. Misa. Then turned around angrily. If you really want to die, then die in that labyrinth. How much more humiliation do you want to bring to this family? Hearing that, Hansu fell into deep thought. Misa's family situation was worse than expected. Remembering that, Misa hugged arms, looking dazed. That's why I entered the labyrinth. Of course, not to find death like Dad said. Kept thinking about those hateful words, the insults, blaming self. Just wanted to escape the family that caused all that pain. After a while, Misa fell into thought. Thought that if becoming a famous adventurer, maybe Dad would recognize as a family member. Immediately, calm returned, summoning icy power with a chill vibe. Of course, no clue if Dad would still accept because of this power, but now that doesn't matter. Then stepped forward a bit, surprisingly bowed politely. Thanks, Bien. Inside, the most sincere words were spoken. We'll cherish and repay this kindness until the end. Seeing Misa's sincerity, Hansu cracked a slight smile. Swear on the spirit guardian. No anger at all. Misa placed hand on chest, expressing warmly. Swear on the spirit guardian. Then came the types of abilities when making contracts with spirit beasts. Summoning, then insanely strong enhancement. Skills are truly awesome, barely relying on anyone. Beastmen who contract with spirit souls usually get one of these three types of powers. But in Misa's case, the system announced that the icy beast Scadia's power was permanently engraved into the body, which seemed very special. Seeing that, Misa happily swung the spreading power, an enhancement type, no waiting, immediately punched hard into some cursed wooden logs. With each punch came the sharp scrot soul notification popped up. Defeated red, experience +1. Seeing Misa so strong, Hansu felt a bit happy. Finally got someone attacking with elemental power in the team, now can fight spiritual type monsters. Calculated step by step. Spiritual monsters are easier to handle because their level is lower. Misa looked a bit confused by the weird-shaped monsters, but every hit landed. Weird. Hansu was deep in thought. Misa can fight alone. I'll have more freedom against other monsters. Then recalled the tattoos carved on the body, even Misa as a beast form. Just like the soul stages carved into the berserker. Beastmen's souls also develop in stages. Watching Misa fight monsters, still at the early stage, can't yet transfer the ice spirit beast element into weapons. Being a martial artist, fighting with spirit beasts right away means more possibilities. But fighting alone in the witch forest is the real problem. Now, Misa saw the cursed monsters gathering and called for Hansu's help. Blonde, they're coming. Seeing that, Hansu panicked. We gotta get out of here. M quickly understood. In that cautious moment, Hansu's face was urgent. Survival was just beginning. Stayed longer in the witch forest, about 11 hours had passed. Experiences and journeys during that time, chose to fight when enemies were few and run when they gathered, killed countless monsters, defeated Witch Forger XP1, defeated Mighty Bear XP2. Hansu and Misa, one fought monsters, the other attacked with spiritual power. Notifications popped up too. Defeated Fierce Wolf XP2, defeated Mutated Lower Spirit XP2, defeated Woodman XP1, defeated Dwarf XP2, finally got a precious glowing red spirit stone. After the exhausting fight, Misa felt down. So tired, Hansu picked up the spirit stones and urged, hurry up and grab the stones. Holding a handful of spirit stones, feeling a bit lost inside. Lucky, no level 7 monsters encountered yet. Contrary to our fears, that witch still hasn't made any move to search. But then, thinking about the creepy ring with the red stone in the center, the ice spirit ring disappeared when Misa awakened. With the disappearance of that soul-trapping ring, the passive skill of the sealed undead golem will activate. Hansu's expression turned grim. Acid blood started corroding our gear. Even the armor was slowly breaking down, including the chestplate and the level 2 shield, both rusting away. The two kept stepping forward, but Hansu's mind was racing. The problem was no elemental essence had been found to replace the lost one. Misa's face looked pretty bad. Hansu silently watched, noticing the exhaustion building up in Misa. Hansu was also drained. At this point, the chance of surviving to return safely to the city was about 30%. Probably. The system notification showed 12 hours had passed since entering the witch forest. Environmental effects. The witch forest was stronger. The two had been walking endlessly through it. Hansu was helpless, wandering around the forest for 12 hours straight. An abnormal state would appear due to the forest's environmental curse. After a while, Hansu grabbed a rope and called back to Misa, tie this rope around your waist. If you get separated, pull the rope to signal me. Then asked, do you know about the abnormal state from staying too long in this witch forest? Misa, looking tired, tied the rope and replied, I know. According to the system notification, the abnormal state limiting vision had been activated. Hansu, exhausted, turned and said, then, let's move. Determined, thinking, no more time could be wasted. Since Hansu and Misa entered, the land was hit by a harmful effect, the witch's eye, an eye that sees through everything. That was the real reason the witch forest was so hard to navigate. Getting lost was caused by this effect. The effect was simple. If standing still in one spot for a certain time, a level 7 Kabar monster would appear to attack. A Kabar would appear with hungry hunting dogs, and that time would decrease as the witch's eye effect level increased. Time dragged on, and the system kept showing 70 hours had passed since entering the witch forest. The environmental effect obscuring the witch's vision was intensified. The abnormal witch's eye state reached level 5. 3 days had passed, the afternoon of day 3 in the witch forest, and Hansu couldn't endure the torture anymore. It had been 60 hours since separating from the group and getting stuck here. Feeling helpless, still wandering the forest, with Misa exhausted to the point of trembling. The two climbed step by step through the strange forest. Hansu's head felt like it would explode. The abnormal witch's eye state was activated, and stopping to rest was impossible. The spawn time for Nibero monsters at Witch's Eye level 5 was about 10 minutes of rest before they appeared. Hansu's face and rusty armor looked utterly miserable. Calculations showed it took about 15 minutes to deal with one monster. Then another would appear. So stopping meant resting would lead to being surrounded and killed by monsters. Thinking about the rope linking the two, another change from wandering this confusing witch forest was tying the rope between Hansu and Misa. This way, if one got left behind or lost, they could find each other faster. After a while, Misa, looking pale, called out, please slow down a bit, I'm too tired. Hansu agreed. Okay, moving while keeping an eye on Misa, who was panting heavily. Misa's condition was worsening. Since morning, exhaustion had set in, not from illness or serious injury, Hansu thought. It was just that stamina had reached its limit. After all, Misa was a woman. Suddenly, the rope seemed to tighten, and Misa cried out. In pain, Hansu was helpless. Even though Misa slowed down, the rope was still taut because she couldn't keep up. Glancing, while walking, anxiety grew. At this slow pace, could Misa really not keep up? Of course, it was hard for Misa to fight alone and endure the forest's hallucinations in this illusionary bone zone. Then Hansu suddenly called out loudly, get up here quickly. Misa snapped awake. Quickly, Hansu explained. Maybe it'd be better if she rested for a bit. Misa hesitated but said, John, that would just make me more tired when the monsters come. Before she finished, Hansu grabbed Misa's waist and lifted her up with one arm. Misa looked surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Without hesitation, Hansu lifted her up again, face calm. "Come on up, I'll carry you for a while, take this chance to rest." Seeing Misa's exhausted expression, Hansu stayed unusually calm. Normally, resistance would be expected, but it seemed exhaustion had taken over. Finally, Misa sincerely thanked him. During the endless stuck time, the system continued. 87 hours had passed since entering the witch forest. The environmental effect of the witch's weary breath intensified. The witch's abnormal eye status reached level 6. Hansu remained calm. 17 hours had passed since carrying the frozen girl through the witch forest. This was way too exhausting. At this moment, the tree monsters kept torturing Hansu's spirit. Die, 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 pathetic worm, die, worthless killer. Walking alone, bearing it alone. Hansu reached the limit, eyes gradually darkening, almost at the breaking point, if that thing wasn't found soon. Suddenly, a seductive voice spoke up. "Why do you love her so much but don't just leave her behind?" In shock, Hansu snapped out of the daze. That voice, Dirat, disguised as Hansu's ex-girlfriend, continued, "I even fulfilled your lifelong wish." With a smug look, she kept planting evil thoughts. What does she have that I don't? Hansu could tell just by looking. Seeing the lover's figure, Hansu looked scared. The ex-girlfriend from the past life was appearing here. The figure was so real it was hard to believe, not even an illusion anymore. Right then, Dirat crossed arms and urged repeatedly, maybe afraid of being abandoned again like her family had done. Hansu now observed Dirat's whole figure and silently marveled, feeling like touching her would let Hansu feel the body heat. Realizing this, she gave off a tempting invitation. "Oh, come here so I can massage you. Then all your fatigue will disappear." Hansu couldn't resist and moved closer to Dirat. Every move was exactly like her in the past life. Seeing this, Dirat's disguise was smug. "That's always been your problem, babe. You always try to understand and pity everyone." Then with a seductive, coquettish look, "Haven't you done a bit too much? You never tell me what you want." Seeing the too real replica, Hansu felt annoyed. She was still the same. Dirat crossed arms pretending, "You know me well, babe. Every inch of your body, your butt looks really sexy." Dirat hurriedly brushed hair back, eyebrows furrowed seductively. "We've had a lot of close times together, haven't we?" Seeing her touch his face, Hansu froze. After a long moment without reaction, Dirat continued the move. "I changed my socks. You always like me wearing them like this." Seeing her so seductive, Hansu's eyes twitched slightly. Damn, is this really her? Was the first thought upon seeing the ex-girlfriend really sexual desire. Seeing Hansu's desire, Dirat quickly snuggled into his arms, face joyful. "Forget that wild girl and come here with me. You should stay with me tonight, babe." Finally, the bag dropped to the ground. Seeing no reaction from Hansu, Dirat hugged him, voice manipulative. "Other girls don't understand what you want, right?" She kept enticing Hansu with a charming expression. "Really, babe?" Seductive look. A fond gaze paired with a sharp voice. "I'll make you feel no more tired." Suddenly, a loud shout. "Brr, wake up." And immediately, Dirat got punched hard. After recovering, Misa stepped forward, using mental strength to send Dirat flying away. "Wake up." Hansu was dazed. Huh? Was that also an illusion? On this side, Misa seemed angry, punching and kicking Dirat relentlessly while cursing. "Die." In Hansu's shock, Misa's voice rang out. "It's okay, Ben." After dealing with Dirat, Misa happily ran over. "I handled Dirat, so wake up." Hansu still hadn't recovered from panic. "Huh, Dirat?" The system also displayed. The ambush abnormal status is spreading. Dirat is half revealed, Hansu pondered. A rare level 8 monster in the witch forest had used a charm skill. With the figure of a bluish-green demon, the notification praised, "You defeated Rad, experience plus comedy." Looking at the original, Hansu was terrified, bag on hand, thoughts racing. No wonder the illusion looked so real. It wasn't just the witch forest's environmental effect, but its charm skill. Feeling tired, Hansu replied softly, "Thanks. Without you, I'd probably have been lost a long time ago." Misa touched her nose, a bit happy. "No problem." Then she called out surprised, "John, look." Misa's voice sounds scared seeing the group ahead. An expedition team is coming this way. Hansu is curious too. The first expedition team seen after getting lost in the forest. Across, a man pats Misa and Hansu on the head. The two of them. Someone gentle nearby starts talking. "Looks like you guys are lost." Hansu is a bit cautious. The witch forest is huge and not suitable for hunting grounds, so very few people live here, and meeting another expedition team here is even harder. It's already the 8th day on this 3rd floor, so teams heading to the 4th floor must have passed through this forest by now. A guy with orange hair from the other team smiles and asks, You two got separated from your team? Hansu replies seriously. Yeah, but feeling pretty suspicious. Can't trust them easily. Meanwhile, Misa behind smiles friendly. Oh Ben, we're safe, right? Hansu reminds to stay calm. Ben behind sees this, rubs hands and chuckles softly, signaling. Don't worry, we're not bad people. We also have kids in the city to take care of. Don't stress, you must be tired. Come here. Before finishing, Hansu urgently replies, I refuse. Think about it. Having kids makes it even more dangerous. Standing alone to protect Misa, having kids means 100 times more risk. Seeing the sinister look of old lady bed ahead, Hansu is very cautious, even more motivated to earn money. But maybe Misa still doesn't fully realize. She looks dazed. Ben, why are you doing this? They'll help us. Hansu is anxious. Silence. Constantly thinking hard. If meeting other veteran explorers, how should one act? Thought about it a lot, but the result is always the same. Looking at the group with evil intentions ahead, feeling exhausted. If making a deal to reward and ask them to lead out of the forest, maybe they'd accept if paid well. Calculating step by step carefully. But to make a deal, need to know who they are, whether they're good people or not. Now using shield to introduce, I'm Ben Yendel. Aghost, holding a torch, smiles and introduces, you're pretty cautious, huh? I'm Aghost, the scout of the team. Hansu is quite surprised. The name is Aghost. Aghost over there laughs happily. That name is common, right? Remembered countless people named Aghost. Now another Aghost shows up. Hansu feels dizzy. Why are there so many Aghosts in this world? Already met 2 Aghosts before, both died by own hand, then secretly hated the bad name, so reputation -1 point. Looking at each face, quietly thinking. 2 warriors, 2 archers, 1 scout, then the leader with almost full face covered looks cautious. Even old lady Bet seems approachable but terrifying. Judge their formation as very dangerous. After a while thinking, Hansu decides. These guys are as dangerous as cautious, reminding. Misa, follow my decision. Misa worries. Also anxious. Okay. With a nervous mood, Hansu feels uneasy. No need to be overly suspicious, but something about them is very suspicious. Immediately, refuses out loud. You guys leave here, we go first. Aghost looks doubtful. Leave. Aren't we trying to help you too? Why are you leaving? Looking at the group with dark murderous aura, Hansu thinks, instinct screams that these guys are the real threat. Immediately, with worried look, stays firm. No need, we can handle ourselves. Hansu urges. Misa, let's go. Misa quickly obeys. Okay. But before the two leave, an arrow suddenly flies, slicing the air and instantly hits Hansu's shield, surprising him. With disbelief in eyes, silently observes. Damn, just as expected. These are not ordinary adventurers. The gentle guy in the team looks scared. Bet, what the hell are you doing? Bet complains irritably. Idiot, don't you see the gear they have? She says greedily loud. These are gear made from rhenium. Do you know how valuable they are? The gentle guy, still scared, tries to persuade. But we're all adventurer friends. August ignores him, voice scheming. Kid, if you can't do it, step aside. In Hansu's silence, August asks, what's in your bag, crazy guy? Another replies, that's an expansion bag, so expensive that even working bone off for a whole year can't buy it. The gentle guy hesitates but still can't attack them. Bet scolds greedily. Then get lost. The leader with covered face steps forward, voice firm, I'll take it along with you. This isn't the first time I do this, our financial situation sucks too. Seeing them prepare to attack, Misa freaks out. Han, we gotta run. Hansu watches closely, thinking, 5 against 2. We're already white from the last challenge. Then eyes glance back. Scouts are over there, so running won't help. Only one way out now. At this moment, a voice breaks through. Misa, buy me some time. Misa gets it, nods. Got it. In this desperate situation, Hansu yells, wait, let's negotiate. I'll give you the bag, not even this shield, just spare us. But before finishing, Misa sobs in shock. Kill this madman, just him. I'm Princess Mofo, spare me, and I'll give you even more money. Watching her act so convincingly, Hansu looks helpless. Damn it, she's just acting, right? Please. August hesitates a bit, no delay. Bet frowns and shouts, Princess Mofo? What now? What else? Kill both, spare them. They won't snitch for sure. On the other side, the masked boss and the sword guy stare at Misa hungrily. Since she's a princess, she must be worth something, right? They all rush at the two, shouting, starting the race. Whoever finds it first gets it. Watching them approach, Hansu gets pissed, no time to stall, and they're rushing faster. Time for a fight. Suddenly, C. Navarro appears, shouting, kill them all. Hansu is shocked, level 6 Navarro monsters showing up, the adventurers terrified. Navarro, how do these monsters appear so fast? We just paused a bit. Hansu curses silently. Idiots. I stop for 10 minutes and monsters show up. After thinking, a command comes out. Misa, stick to me. Misa glances fearfully. They rush toward the Navarro at insane speed, calculating non-stop. Navarro will chase prey relentlessly, so running is impossible once spotted. Passing the Navarro, hesitation hits. Following Hansu's move, Carnivoro turns to face the panicked sword guys. What the hell? Agost is confused. Don't come here. With Agost's blood-splattered face, Hansu smirks inside, using these guys as bait to run. Seeing Hansu run toward the adventurers, they all shout, "What's wrong with this guy?" Mission accomplished. Relief floods in. Good. The target changed. Now the Navarro are their problem. According to the alert, Navarro activated magic mines. The Navarro crouch, stabbing swords into the ground. Agost, beaten up. Orders. Don't move. Magic mines everywhere. Some worry. But what about the others? Watching Navarro approach, Agost yells, "Deal with Navarro first. They can't run far." Hansu runs, thinking, magic mines? Suddenly stops, hard to avoid those. Amid chaos, Hansu is oddly determined, already planned to run on the minefield from the start. Misa looks at Hansu's leg in pain. That leg. See, Navarro keeps acting tough. See, Navarro summons hunting dogs. At its call, hungry hunting dogs appear non-stop. The adventurers panic. Damn it. Agos gets attacked by one, shouting, "Damn it." Seeing Agos bitten to death, the sword guy screams, "Damn, can't run because of mines." Team members keep falling as beams flash. Bet holds her head in pain. "No, I don't want to die." Suddenly, in red light, an enhanced dog sticks out its tongue greedily and bites Hansu's leg exactly. Hansu thinks, body explodes, the dog instantly blows up, losing blood and feeling numb. Consciousness fades, no feeling below the leg anymore. The system urgently warns, body part lost. No proper treatment means permanent damage. Hansu stares in disbelief at the missing leg. Lost the leg, can't run anymore. Finally, switching plans again. Now orders Misa, clean them up. Misa nods. Got it, sets her down. Tired. Instructs. Handle it fast and come back. Then Misa yells, die. Quickly, she leaps high, agile. In a flash, the Navarro pups get a critical slash. Job done. Misa turns to the rest, Bet pleading with a dying look. Please, her eyes begging for mercy. In Misa's silence, Bet's trembling voice breaks out. Please give me the bottle of medicine. B kept begging for help. Before finishing the sentence, blood splattered everywhere. Returning to Hansu, Misa handed over the medicine and asked, John, are you really okay? With a wound like that, is the medicine enough? Hansu stayed calm, said it was fine. Looking at the recovering leg, exhaustion showed. With an injury like this, the system quickly notified that the player's wound was healing thanks to the vampire essence effect. With a regrown leg, the thought came. Optimistic that recovery will be fast. Seeing the unbelievable scene, Misa was shocked. What the hell? The leg is growing back? Even high-grade medicine can't do that. Seeing this, Hansu recalled the name Campuman, speechless, relying on the healing ability of the vampire essence. Along with activating the Berserker's innate recovery in the game, the recovery ability was 150, so no medicine was needed, just enough time for any severe wound to heal. After a moment of silence filled with curiosity, Misa hurriedly asked, John, what exactly are you? Even after taking the medicine, no pain at all. Hansu held the medicine bottle, a grim expression, and explained, that's the spirit of a berserker. Remembering AC, even after taking medicine, and Axe, who didn't cry out after taking medicine either. Of course, endurance might play a part, but whatever, the result is what matters. After healing, the boots were put back on. She cut the rope, quickly urging Misa to get out of there. Before the Navarro appeared again, Misa hesitated. But John, how do you know those adventurers are dangerous? Hearing that, the answer was honest. One of them was Agost, and that name was disliked. Misa found it hard to believe, but it was true. Hansu added another sentence. Thanks to that, escape was possible. Misa went silent. That kind lady suddenly turned 180 degrees. Maybe she really was a good person. Hansu calmly explained, if not looking weak, if not carrying useless items, if meeting in the city instead of the labyrinth, then answering confidently, maybe she would be a good person. Then thought silently that she was actually the first to stir things up. Misa was sad, didn't understand, didn't care. Hansu quietly asked, Misa, why did you enter the labyrinth? Misa, full of feelings, said, I have to earn money. Hansu used that as an excuse. They were the same. The thought seemed mature. Having money meant protection. Remembering the beheading scene, resentment grew. Especially in such a harsh world. Thinking of Bet's kind welcoming smile. We even have kids, so don't worry. Let's protect each other on the way. It was heartbreaking. She not only protected her own life but also needed money for her children. After many losses, Misa realized, I've learned a lot from this trip. During the unknown forest time, the witch stopped time. Survival time was 109 hours. Then Misa was surprised. John looked at the huge tree. She was happy. Found it. Hansu looked up and relaxed, finally sighing at the only safe resting place in the witch forest, the witch's hut. After a moment, inner power was summoned, silently praying, please, nothing bad happens this time. Using power to infiltrate seemed difficult. The system also showed the player entering the witch's hut. Scene shifted to the witch's house, looking very picturesque, randomly appearing in the witch forest, existing for about 8 hours. Inside the warm house, environmental effects didn't apply, and monsters didn't appear in this safe zone, making it hard to find. This was the only shelter in the witch forest. Hansu recalled Misa finding the house, taking a while to find the first one. But thanks to Misa, the second house was found quickly. The scene touched the tree, and in 53 hours, the labyrinth would close. Then the system notified the character had entered the witch's house. The current number of people at 5 entrances was closed. Misa looked around happily, looking for the third time without getting bored. She looked